Dockendorf. Cheers, sir. We are live.
Cheers to you
with
as well.
Your Diet Coke. I don't want to get too out of sorts here because I can already tell we're going to have a great time tonight. So tell me and tell the listeners, how did you how did you simply get started in the music industry? Were you a musician first?
No.
Okay, so how did the whole thing start for you?
Well, for me, I've always been obviously a big music fan, but for me, it was I used to hang around shows a lot. I would meet people at weird times at concerts a lot of times.
Okay.
And honestly, the way that...
how old were you at this
I
point?
was 18, 19 years old.
Still an adult, though.
After I became an adult. But, as I got a little bit older, the way I honestly ended up where I am, honestly, was by pure happenstance. Like, literally meeting people like, people remember the old school 93X days, like the old school guys, like P-Dog, Patrick.
Okay.
Patrick Olson, who real well.
Yeah.
And Remy Maxwell and Nick Davis. And Nick Davis is probably the first guy that I met who was in the scene. And, him and Remy at the same time were like, hey, why don't you want to come work with us? And I was like, you want me to come work with you guys? At 93X back in the day, and that's kind of how it started.
So what, did they give you like an intern thing, or was it like a dude version of the X-Girls? Like,
no,
or was it just straight up intern, like come in the studio?
And Pablo too. He was just like, come meet everybody and see if this is something you like to do. And then Neil called me, and who was Nick Davis, and his real life name is Neil Hins, who everybody knows. He was like, you want to come be an intern? I was like, sure, what do I got to do? And he's like, you just basically go and promote the radio station for us and come hang out at bars and do this, do that. And my very first day working for 93X was at Ozfest in like the year 2000. It was 2000. Ozfest 2000 out in Somerset. That was my very first experience working for 93X. And I was like, this is one gigantic party and you guys and they're like, well, we're not going to pay you. Okay.
But you didn't have to pay to get in.
I didn't have to pay to get in, and I did that for a little bit, working for nothing. But literally, it was like instantly, I was like, "Oh, I can. This is my groove. I can do this stuff. I can, And then it just kind of took off, and then, I ended up becoming a paid guy there, and I just did a lot of cool different things. But again, as I was kind of saying a little bit, to you off air, was like I became a sponge there. Like, I was a sponge. I learned everything about radio, about how to promote things, how to make connections. And I just did it, and it became this thing where I was like, I'm never going to do anything different again.
So when you talk about, like, being a sponge, so did some of that come natural, and you naturally did it and watched it happen? Or did you watch other people do it in front of you, success or failure?
Yeah. Like, I would sit in a studio and watch things get produced, commercials, how to do a radio show, how to do all of that stuff. I would just watch it. Some things didn't work, some things didn't. But I knew, like, especially when you're around guys like Remy Maxwell and like that Half-Assed Morning Show and Nick Davis, and you knew at the time, like, and Ton Mastery, like, they were the best at what they did in this town at the time.
This is exactly my era of when I listened.
Yep.
And like it. Sorry, go ahead.
It was on the job training all the time, but they didn't have to teach me. They just wanted to, and then whatever I wanted to know, they would teach you. And they'd say, just come hang out, sit in the studio with us, watch us do what we do. And through them, I learned, this is how you do this, but this is also how you act and how you treat people. And I learned through all of them, like, if you want to learn, it's an open book. But if you don't want to put the work in and actually learn, you ain't going to never learn anything. And, and that's just kind of how I did. And I just applied a lot of life lessons as well. You just, like, I learned that, you can't, the music industry and radio and all that is not something that you can you're just handed on a silver platter and, oh, here you go. You actually do have to work. It's a fun job.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Same goes for podcasting.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, if you put the work into something, You're going to get what you put into it. You really are. And I learned that my entire life from my grandparents, from my parents, everything. And it was funny as I got into radio and music and all this, I learned all those lessons, like what it will actually give you if you put the work into it.
Sure.
You know?
So let me ask you, and I don't want to back up too far, but you said something that I thought was really interesting, because I've been asked this question, like, well, how do you know? Like, what did you see there? That, but I'm going to, here's exactly my question. I almost did that thing that everybody hates me for, but I'm getting better, guys. So when you said, you know, I kind of watched what worked and what didn't work. Here's what I'm very curious about, because we're talking about 20, 30 years ago. You don't have, like, in real time, YouTube and chat results, and you don't have any of that. So how do you know what worked and didn't work? Was it a gut instinct, that something that you found entertaining or funny, or you just thought it was cool, or is it somebody else from up on high going, hey, man, that was a great idea? Or are you waiting 3 days or 7 days until something pays off? Like, what does that mean, especially coming from that era? And then if you want to, feel free to translate that into something that can apply today.
A lot of it, you know, for me, from what I learned is, you know, just be yourself. Be real. Don't be fake. People can figure out fake. And by being real, I mean, if you know, it's, you know, there's a lot of characters. Like, you have it takes a good character to be on the radio, but like with guys with Remy and Ton, they were their true selves. They were huge fans of everything that character that was on the radio was actually them. They would get excited about a band and about a song, and they would say this was cool, or about a concert coming, and it was their true self about it. Like, they weren't just like, we got to say it's cool. No.
And that's also probably why they didn't have the radio voice.
Correct.
Nobody in this town even does a radio voice, except like Anthony LaPanta.
Yep. If you met those people outside of them being in that studio doing that show, you're going to get the exact same personality, the same voice, and the same character of whatever it was, because that's just who they were, and which is what made them as good as they were. They just happened to be like great at it, but not just because, well, it's a job. It was their life. They weren't doing a job. That was their life. And that's, you know, they loved music and that lifestyle so much that they brought it into that studio every day while they were on the air, but outside they were the same people, and they were approachable, and they were never an asshole to you.
Right.
They were never an asshole to anybody.
Right.
I never saw anybody there just straight up be an asshole to anybody. Now, there are people who I don't need to talk about who were very fake and who were very arrogant.
Yeah, we won't name names.
No, but they didn't need to be that. They just were.
Are those people dead to you?
I don't speak to those. I mean, it's not like if I were to see that person now, I'd just be like, yeah, whatever, man. It's cool. In fact, there are some that I have had contact with, you'd call it, over the years, and I'm just like, I have no time for you.
Yeah.
Like, you're still an arrogant jerk. You just are, you know?
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing, too, because I've been accused of that quite a bit until people get to know me. And so the feedback I've gotten is sometimes, and this is literally, I've had this exact same thing quoted to me, and it's happened less and less as I've gotten older, which it should, right? Natural progression of anybody's evolution. But like, it was interesting because it started in my mid-20s and it lasted until my late 20s, and then it's dived off. I rarely hear it anymore. Sometimes you just come across the wrong way. Mm-hmm. Like, everybody knows you're a good dude, but sometimes you just come off the wrong way. And it was so interesting to me because it was like, yeah, I'm just being honest. But that's not, I was being a dick, you know? But I came across as arrogant, you know? But it was like, don't fucking ask me questions you don't want the answer to. But I learned later in life how to temper that. I'm like, all right, well, here's the thing. Do you want me to be honest? And do you want like the motivational speech? Or do you like, I'll just straight up ask people. And then some people will be like, you know what, never mind. And I'm like, that's a smart fucking person right there. Don't ask me a question you don't want the answer to. Instead of me just like playing this character, which I am, a brutally honest person, because that's what I want from people. You know, that old golden rule shit. Like, dude, don't fucking sugarcoat it with me.
Right.
Do you know how much fucking time I wasted being a lead singer of a band? Like, I sucked. I should have fucking quit that shit way earlier, dude. Now, I was a great front man, and I'm not humble about it. Like, I know how great of a front man I was. I was awesome. There's very few people that are as good at entertaining crowds as I was, especially when I don't have an instrument bothering me. You know, I'm not worried about guitar or drums or anything. I'm just straight up, it's me in the crowd, and I got a wireless microphone. Motherfucker, it's on, dude.
Freedom.
It's fucking on, bro. But I sucked at singing. Like, I don't know. Maybe I could have gotten good if I would have gotten more serious about it. I don't know. I thought I was pretty serious about it. It's a tale for another day. But if more people would have been brutally honest with me, maybe it would have focused me a little bit more on certain things, like certain weaknesses. Like, oh, this guy's right about this or that. Because every time anybody ever critiques me, sometimes, you know, I might get a little defensive. I mean, like, you know what, fuck that guy. But, dude, if he's right, eventually I'm going to admit it. And I will usually go find them and be like, dude, you were right.
Yep.
I will usually go out of my way to track them down and be like, hey, man, I know I told you to go fuck yourself, but you were right, dude. And, you know, it took me a while, but no, you were right, dude. And I'm on it.
I feel like when you're, especially when you're younger, I mean, it's human nature that when someone tells you you're not good at something, I think, to be like, yeah, go fuck yourself. But at the same time, I think as you get older and people, you actually learn what constructive criticism is.
Yeah.
And you know what? People who actually, it's kind of funny.
By the way, do you want a cigar?
No, thanks. I will say this: people who you'll honestly take criticism from people who you really respect.
Yeah,
I think you
sure.
appreciate the
100%.
criticism because all they're trying to do is we know you're good at something, but here's how you could actually be better.
Hey, here's a blind spot.
And some of that, exactly, that's it. It's the blind spots. And people, they're actually telling you where the blind spots are.
I think I'm going to start using that analogy more than holes in your ship.
Right, yeah.
Holes in the ship doesn't resonate with a lot of people, but blind spot, everybody gets that because almost everybody drives.
And everybody, no matter how good we are at anything we do, nobody can be perfect. It's okay to have somebody say, hey, you know what? You missed that, or, you know, you could be better at this. It doesn't mean you're not good at all that other stuff, but you could even be better if you just covered up a few of those blind spots, or at least be aware of them.
Exactly, because that's the thing. Sometimes you can't do anything about a blind spot.
Yeah.
You just need to be aware that it's there, and don't try to switch lanes without checking.
Right,
you know?
right.
Like,
that's what I mean.
That's all
like,
it is. It's like, because blind spots can be perfectly harmless unless you're trying to switch lanes. Then
Correct.
they can fucking ruin your life.
Exactly, 100%.
This is a great analogy, actually.
Yeah, I mean, and I use it in what I do now. I use it all the time. Like, you know what? I might want to call somebody on this and just check. Like, what do you think? Like, get an opinion. Because, you know, doing what I do now, being a talent buyer and all that stuff, like, I can't be right all the time. I can be 60% right, but that other 40% I might be like, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some things that I might be missing here, or some inputs that I might be missing here that might not make sense for what I'm trying to do here, and I might want some opinions on it.
So you just brought up something great, and we'll get to the talent buying thing here in a second. But how did you get? Let's go. How did you get from your radio internship? How far did you go in radio, and then from there, what was the next step on your journey to where you're at right now? Like, did you start booking local bands?
Yeah, when I was still at the 93X, I had a lot to do. We started working a lot with the local scene, and we would do a lot of those like.
Were you fucking with Patrick and Loud Local and shit?
And like we did the Quest for Mayhems and all that stuff at the Quest with all that whole genre. The early 2000s to that mid 2000 to 2010. There was that pretty good scene in Minneapolis, so you had a lot to do with a lot of those people that were in that. But I ended up becoming by the time I left 93X, at that point I was like the promotions manager. I was handling all that stuff and a lot of the on-air promotions. I was in charge of all that type of stuff.
So what does that entail? What is a promotions manager? Because locally, and some people are gonna be like, who fucking cares, Jared? No, I care, and there's a reason I ask these questions, guys. So stop eating me alive in my fucking DMs. My friends talk so much shit. No, but I want to know this because we talk about promoting shows. We talk about, promotions and learning how to get people out. So when you're the promotions manager for a radio station, what does that entail? What are your responsibilities? Without getting too boring on the day-to-day shit, like, what does that fucking mean?
Honestly, I mean, the job is to put as many eyes on your station as possible. And what that means is organically, how do you get people to be interested in what you do as a radio station?
Outside of the obvious shit, which is like putting our logo at the US Bank Stadium.
It's all those things that, like, even to this day, 93X is still known for. The Toys for Tatas stuff. It's all that weird stuff that you did, but how do you get attention on on the lifestyle you're trying to promote?
Right.
Because that eventually equals money, and that's the stuff nobody cares about. But I mean,
but it's important.
But
because that's what keeps the lights on. That's what bills got to get paid.
Yeah.
I got an internet bill. I got a light bill. The podcast costs a lot of money to run, and I'm not just talking about the cigars and the beer and the booze and all that shit. Like the literal internet bill and light bill, that shit adds up, man. It gets expensive.
Yep.
Just to run a stupid fucking podcast. Like I don't joke about this. It takes about $400 a month just to keep the lights on, just doing this. Just an amateur level podcast out of my basement. It still ends up costing about $400 a month. Most of that's electric.
Right.
Most of that's the electric bill because it gets expensive.
But
now imagine doing that for, what do you guys call it, 100,000 watts of radio?
100,000 watts, and and
10 times what I have going on here.
And all the stuff,
and staff, real staff.
Yep, and all those.
Not to say you guys aren't real staff, but like, I don't pay you guys $40,000 a year each, is what I mean. That's what I meant by that. And I don't pay your insurance. Like, Jesus Christ, like that fucking shit. Because you guys do great. You guys are great.
But yeah, and it's all the concerts that come to town, everything that we were involved with was and like for me, I had to coordinate. What tickets are we giving away at this time of day? Boom, boom, boom. How do we get people to listen at a specific time of the day? And those are the type of things that you'd have to do and have to come up with all these plans. And then outside of that, like, okay, when that concert comes, what are we going to do as a radio station to, where are we going to set up? How much are we going to give away? What are we going to do to get people to come and fill out those little slips so we can get your email address? So then we got you. We got the hook in you. Right. It's all that type of stuff. Yeah. But back then it was so much different than now, where everything is just digital. But back then it was all just the same thing, but a different form.
Right. Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember because I'm just old enough to where, or I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just old enough to where when I was just entering the scene, I was learning all the lessons from, it was just called a mailing list. So you would get people's addresses at shows, at your merch booth, and you would build a fan club.
Yep.
Right? And this was known because people were in Metallica's fan club and blah, 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 blah. And you would get a mailing address, and they would physically put like a flyer, a sticker, sometimes a CD. If it depends on if that person paid to be in the fan club or they were part of the free one. And that's how they got. So then when I came into the scene, it was, hey, I remember being in a band, and I was like, hey, here's how we're going to do this, but we're going to do email addresses because I ain't doing no mail bullshit. I can't afford stamps. I was like, I can barely afford my guitar rig. Right? So we started collecting email addresses, but this was, you had to like still physically type each one in. There was no adding them to a book.
Right.
And then when you could add them to a book, you still had to go through and click each one. There was no at all. So I'm just old enough for all of these things that you're saying perfectly click for me. So I hope people understand the ease of use that is today. And we'll touch back on this later, but I want you to keep going because that really resonated with me quite a bit, man.
It's all about capturing audience.
Yep. We're doing the same shit, but
just a different way, and now it's become so much different. But yeah, it's all about capturing audience. And I took all those lessons that I learned, and once I left radio, I said, well, what am I going to do now? And I mean, the very first job that I got out of radio was I started working for Pabst Blue Ribbon.
No shit.
I worked for them, and basically my job was go around the country and throw parties. That's what I did for about 3 years.
God damn it! These are literal dream jobs.
That's what I did.
You lived the life I
did.
wanted to live.
And and the reason why I got that job is because of the relationships I built while I was in radio. I built relationships with sales reps, all that. And when I left, they were like, people were like, "Oh, hey, well, he's not here anymore." Well, I heard Paul's looking for work. So literally, I was working for PBR within 2 months, and that was my job. Go throw parties all over the country. You're going to show up at a bar, throw a party, give away a bunch of free beer, and all we were doing was trying to develop, again, more share. What share can we take from that demographic?
Right.
It's Pabst Blue Ribbon, one of the shittiest beers of all time. But what we cared about, what I did was guerrilla marketing.
Excuse me, sir. It's iconic.
It is. And what my job was to do is give away those free T-shirts, give away all that weird PBR crap that you see. I used to have storage units here in Minneapolis full of that stuff. I had canoes in a storage unit. Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Are you
canoe.
responsible for directly associating PBR Tall Boys with punk rock shows?
100%. I used to do a promotion.
Are you really?
I used to do a promotion.
No fucking way. Are you serious?
Yeah, I was. I used to do a promotion at the Triple Rock called Tall Boys and Bacon and Tall Boys on Thursday nights at the Triple Rock, where we literally had people come around and drink like $2 cans of Tall Boy, and there was plates. This is before COVID now, remember. Imagine people coming up. Just plates of greasy-ass bacon on the bar. Just come grabbing handfuls of bacon and eating it, drinking, but people are walking around with those Tall Boys. And I created that thing. I created it, and we did it for
which spawned Bacon and Beer Fest.
Exactly. You
didn't have anything to do with that.
No, I had nothing to do with
but
that.
But they stole that idea from me.
Yeah.
They said, we want to do that, but with craft beer.
Yeah, right.
And multiple types of bacon. Ooh, this one's jalapeno.
I would do that all over the country. And I also then became, do you remember Schlitz?
Yeah.
Back in the day, Schlitz was like the shittiest beer ever when we were kids.
Well, it was
but
a ghetto
then it got
beer.
rebranded.
It was a ghetto beer that you drank in the hood with the black dudes. Is Schlitz malt liquor.
Back in the 50s and the 60s, Schlitz was one of the most. It was a really good beer.
It was Schlitz malt liquor and Colt 45 because the black dudes liked malt liquor.
That's what happened to Schlitz after like 1970 or whatever, and it became just that. Well, then in the like 2008. Schlitz got bought by Pabst, and they rebranded it and brought it back to the old Schlitz from the 60s.
Okay.
And I was in charge of that entire relaunch.
No fucking way, dude.
We had markets like Milwaukee, Minneapolis, St. Louis, Chicago. That's all I did. And they gave me a 1969 El Camino that was painted like the Schlitz colors. I had to go around. So I used to, hire X girls at 93X. Well, now I was hiring Schlitz girls, and it was like these girls that looked like the 1965 pinup girls.
Dude, I don't know why,
Dude,
but
it was so hilarious.
So if I'm working for you, and I'm 40, so I'm not even that creative anymore, and this still just popped into my head. I swear to God, dude, if I'm working for you, Paul, and you get this job, and you go, Jared, we're going to hire Schlitz girls.
Schlitz girls.
The first thing out of my mouth goes, they have to wear shirts that say, show me your Schlitz.
Well, and they wore like go-go dresses, but we had these guys that worked for me too.
Tell me that's not genius, though, you guys.
We had guys.
Show me your Schlitz.
Yeah, we literally, so that's an actual promotion that we ran.
No fucking way. Shut up, dude. No, it's not.
We had
dude.
guys
that
we hired, and they were called Gusto guys. And around the country, we would have parties at bars, and I'll never forget a party we did in St. Louis.
No way. No one's going to believe me now. They're going to be like, you saw that. You stole that.
So the Playmate of the year in 1969, her name was Cynthia Myers. So, in 2009, it was the 50-year anniversary. She was like 75 by then. Anyway, like the astronauts, when they went up to the Apollo, they had a picture, the centerfold of her inside the Apollo. Anyway, she came out, and we had a party in a bar somewhere in St. Louis, and she was there. Cynthia was there, and like some other old dudes were there, but all the Gusto guys. And the party was show me your Schlitz party, and we said there's going to be Playboy centerfold there.
Way.
And it was just pictures of her that she was signing. But yeah, and the girls literally all had shirts on that said, show me your Schlitz.
Dude, and the second phase of that is you could turn this into a TV commercial.
Yeah.
So like you have a bunch of douchebag dudes, right? Like you really lean into that on purpose because they're going to end up being the butt of the joke.
Yep.
And so they're going, hey, girls, show me your Schlitz, right? And then the girls turn around and they're like, no, boys, show us your Schlitz.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you can go the double entendre the other way. And then the boys are like, suddenly like, and then they're all ashamed. And then the girls, because, the girls are the empowered ones in this situation. They've taken that power back, right?
Yep.
Then they're the ones cracking open the beers and laughing at the boys that aren't man enough to come into the party. Like, there's your TV commercial, dude. I should have went into fucking advertising, dude. God damn it.
Yeah. So we did all this cool stuff, and then, we had another brand called Primo, which was a surfer beer, and I'd go to, like, Hawaii for 2 weeks, and we just sit on the beach with the surfers, giving them free Primo beer, and we like did that all the stuff, and then after we would do like for like
did you ever drink beer? Are you?
I did.
Into beer?
I drink.
Okay.
I would drink it because I gotta have one in my hand, But for the most part, I didn't. I never have drank a lot.
Do some Coyote Ugly
but
shit.
I was good. I was good at that because I was good at throwing parties. I knew how to throw parties.
Where did that come from? Working from 93X?
Just working at 93X. Yeah.
So you didn't like throw like high school parties and keggers and shit?
No. These were just like straight up promotional parties.
Seeing what worked at those 93X parties.
We go to Portland. And, PBR was so big in Portland, we could have a different party every night, and there'd be 500 people would show up.
So let me back up just for a brief second. So you're talking PBR in Portland. Let's put a pin in that. So when I go, what were we talking about? Say PBR in Portland, boys. Producers, that's your pin.
Yep.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier seeing what worked and what didn't work. So I remember when 93X would do nights at the Hog's Breath.
That was me and Pablo. We were the two guys.
So I remember coming up. So I think you were probably at the table when this happened, dude. So this is probably the first time you and I rubbed shoulders.
Yeah.
I walked up to the table and I was like, Pablo, hey, man, it's nice to meet you. My name's Jared. I'm in a local band, but I'm not here to kiss your ass or ask for anything. I actually work with a dude named Chad who... it's like your best friend or whatever.
Yep.
Like I work directly hand in hand with that dude.
Yep.
And he goes, who? And I said, Chad. And he goes, I don't know a Chad. And I go, yeah, Chad. And then I said his last name. And he goes, who the fuck are you talking about, dude? And I go, and then I described this guy. And then he leans over to somebody, had to be you at this point, and he goes, is he talking about ... And somebody goes, yeah, I think that is. And Pablo looks at him and he goes, fuck that guy.
Of course he did.
So,
that's him,
so
yeah.
My buddy though, who's not really my buddy, like I was just trying to use it as a passive, like here's how you make a connection, right? I'm not going to walk up and ask for shit. I'm going to let him know I'm a musician up front, so when I bring this up later, it's not douchebaggy, conniving. But like our mutual connection is this, might give me an in later to have a conversation with him. So when I run into him at, a different event, he might recognize me, that kind of shit, subtle. Nope, totally backfired. Dude, I remember going to work and I was like, you don't know that motherfucker, dude. And that from that day on, that guy, I was on his shit list. But I hated this dude. I really did. I didn't fucking like this guy at work. And so when I found that out, I was like, I got him, dude. Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Because he was kind of my boss.
Yeah.
And like him and I were always in some sort of competition with each other, whether it was fantasy football or competing on the sales charts. Like, fuck this guy, dude. I don't like this guy. But I was going to use his ass because, again, I wasn't that great of a person when I was 18, 19, 20, 23, 24. I didn't even become a decent human being until I think I was like 26.
Yeah.
I finally, like, all my demons caught up with me and I was like, oh, better handle this. But yeah, like I was smart. I was conniving, I was very manipulative in my young age. So all that negative shit that gets talked about me was true, for sure. For sure. It's not anymore, especially since I've been married, but
nobody's perfect,
it
man,
was all true.
It's all how you are at the end. Everybody starts out one way and they always evolve. We always evolve.
I brought this up though, sidetrack. I got really sidetracked there for a minute. Lost in a memory, trying to tell a fun podcast story, but which backfired, by the way. Don't clip that. But I brought up this because you mentioned seeing what works and what doesn't work. And so I always wondered, is it just as simple as 93X showing up at these bars that packs these bars? Or is it the simple effect that they say they're going to these bars? And then for me, it was like, okay, because again, I'm a child. I'm a kid when all this is happening. And then I'm coming up in the scene. So I was like already in a band, but not old enough to drink. But I was popular enough to like get snuck into even bars like the Hog's Breath. I was like fucking 19, 20 years old when this happened, right? My point is I've always been curious about that, right? Like, obviously the bars paid money to the radio station for these things to happen, and there's a number there that makes it profitable for them, and we don't have to go into the nitty gritty, but like, I got to ask you, is it just as simple as you guys saying you're going to a bar on the radio X amount of times and then you're pretty much guaranteed a certain amount of people to show up? Or did you have to run promotions and do things to also make that happen? Like, is it a 2-3 prong attack?
It's definitely a 2-3 prong attack. And a lot of it would come down to, okay, first of all, where is it in town? Is that a good place where we can say there's a lot of people who really like what we do as a radio station who are probably going to show up? Because like the Hog's Breath was Tuesday night,
and it
right?
also sucked. It was in a horrible place of town. It was a biker bar, and there was regularly stabbings and shit that would happen there. Not on your nights, but
but on
Hog's
other
Breath
parts
was
of
not
town.
a place that anybody wanted to go with. It had gotten taken over by bikers,
and it was okay. What talent
is that even around anymore? By the way,
it's still there. I have not been in there in probably, I gotta say, 10, 12 years since I actually went in
15 for me.
But it still looks the exact same. I'm sure it's owned by the same guy. But the thing is about that place was okay, so this is honestly what happened with the Hog's Breath. Like we started it out. Pablo and I had been there for probably, 6-7 months on Tuesday nights. It was doing okay. But again, it was like what you were just saying. Oh, you could just show up and it'll be okay. It was doing okay. But we got lucky, and here's what happened. So 9/11 was on a Tuesday. Right?
Never forget.
Right? And that afternoon.
Sorry, that's not
so
funny.
It just happened to work like this. So that afternoon, that day on the afternoon shift, the 2 to 7, Remy actually was gone that day. So Pablo filled in with him on the air.
No shit.
So Pablo's like, hey, man, come in the studio with me today when I do the show. Let's talk about the Hog's Breath tonight. I said, okay.
Oh, okay.
So I came in with them, and we started talking about what we're going to do at the Hog's Breath tonight. Like today sucks for America. Come on down to the Hog's Breath tonight. We're gonna basically tell these, we're gonna tell the terrorists what we think. Let's come down and let's celebrate being an American, that we're gonna support our people and blah blah blah. So we're just like, yeah, whatever. We'll see what happens. Anyway.
In retrospect, this is obviously going to work.
We're going to play a bunch of Pantera tonight. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Let's just see what happens. So I got there at like 9 o'clock because I was like the DJ guy that played the music, and Pablo was like the guy on the microphone, right?
Oh, so I think producer. You were the producer.
Yeah.
And he was what did they call that?
The talent, right?
The talent.
So,
Yep.
So I got there at like 9 o'clock because I started playing music a little early just to kind of get the mood going as people are coming in, and I'm like it was 9 o'clock, about 9:30, and I'm like, I remember texting, because texting was kind of new back then, but I text Pablo, and I'm like, dude, like, I have a feeling it's going to be really busy here tonight. Like, it's a little crazy. And I remember him, because he started at 10 o'clock. He texted me at 9:45 and said, I parked my truck. It's going to take me a bit to get inside the building. He goes, I need to get gas in my truck. And because remember, like the day it happened, like people were like, "Go get gas in your truck because we're not gonna be able to get gas for like a
around
week."
The block.
So he called me and he's like, "You come grab my keys. Will you go put gas in my truck? I'll get inside and start the show." And I'm like, "All right." So I grabbed his truck, went down, got gas. It took me 45 minutes to get back in the building. There were so many people there, and people were like, fuck Obama or fuck Osama or whatever it was, or Osama bin Laden. Let's have
Osama.
And I remember Pablo's like,
unfortunately close
I
to
got
our
in,
former
and Pablo's
president.
like, let's start the night. Let's start it all right. Pick a song. And I remember I kicked that night off with 25 Years by Pantera, and that place went insane.
That's
and literally
awesome.
From that night forward, for 3 straight years, every single Tuesday night, there was 400 to 500 people in that joint. There was a line to get in, but we hit it at the exact perfect time, at the exact point in our country, and what we did, everybody knew what to expect. And because of that night, Pablo and I were getting asked to come do other bars, like on weird nights of the week. There was a couple that just didn't work, but we did a Saturday night gig too, and it was the same thing. But we just were at the right place at the right time. Now, there's other gigs that we did that just never caught on.
Right.
But that particular promotion, and every bar in town wanted to have 93X come to their bar because of that one promotion at the Hog's Breath. And there was another one down in Burnsville that I also DJ'd, which was Tui's that Tawn Mastery did. Same thing. It was always busy. But it was just like the right time at the right place. and the right station that had the right attitude to be like.
But you also took advantage of an opportunity.
Took advantage of it 100%.
Because I don't want anybody to understand.
Nope.
I don't want anybody to misunderstand. This is not luck.
Nope.
This isn't just the stars aligning.
Nope.
September 11th happened. You had an opening. Like literally, you saw a gap in the defense.
Yep.
Pablo takes advantage of it, brings you on, says, "I want to riff with somebody," because he could have went full ego and been like, "I'm just going to do my thing." No, he goes,
didn't.
"Hey, you know what would be better is if I brought in a collaborator, right? Let's hype this up together and talk back and forth."
Yep.
And the whole angle of we're going to tap into two things, because Americans don't get afraid very often, right?
Yep.
So we respond with fear with one thing, anger. Right? That's what we do. We kick ass. That's what we do.
That's right.
If you piss us off, you're done. It's over.
Yep.
Like, you focus our country in any one direction, everything's fucked. You focus an entire city on one thing in this country, and you're fucked.
Yep.
Like, that city will do some amazing things. So you tap into the zeitgeist, so to speak, right? You say, hey, man, we're going to rally.
Yep.
Fuck it. We didn't even know what country was responsible.
No.
That's what, fuck Osama bin Laden, fuck these terrorists. We didn't even know it was Osama if we're talking right after. It was like, it took a few days before they were. I mean, if you're really into conspiracies, they did technically mention Osama bin Laden within like 15 minutes, but you had to be like watching the news all day to catch that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It was a slow drip where they started bringing in the Osama bin Laden connection. And so, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 3 days later, if it's a week later, to tap into that and go, you know what? This is what's going to get people hyped. And so then you get people in there, you play this banger of a song that absolutely is a catalyst for this fucking party. It's a bar, but it's a party. Now what you've done is you've created a vibe, a hype that people go home and talk about. I have never had that much fun in my life, they said. We got to go back next time they do that. This kind of shit. And it's a feedback loop. And it just built. And that's why it doesn't catch on at every single thing. So thank you for answering this, because you directly answered it. It's not just you say you're going to do it, you show up, and it works, because you had to. This is promotions, right? Am I right about this? Okay.
That's right.
So this is, you got to tap into the zeitgeist. You got to get people emotionally fired up. And then once you build the culture, then once you've built that hype, then it can become a feedback loop. So it goes back to what we were talking about before the podcast started, where it's like, it doesn't matter how good your songs are. Everybody's got good songs now. You know, when you get to a certain level, everybody's got good songs. You're not the big fish in the small pond anymore. No. You're not just the cool local band. Like, come on, dude. No, you got to like get people to care, get them emotionally vested in some way, shape, or form, whether they want to see your success or someone else's demise. You know, whether you're playing the heel or you're playing the baby face, if I'm using a wrestling metaphor. You get what I'm saying.
We gave everyone we gave them a rallying point. We gave them an outlet for their frustration. Because, you know, nowadays people get
and
frustrated.
It lasted for 3 years, you said.
That's for 3 years it went.
That's
and it was a rallying
dude.
cry, and it was an outlet every single night. Because here's the thing: nowadays people get frustrated. They're frustrated with political. They're frustrated with the economy, all that stuff, right? But where's your outlet for it? Well, at that time we're like, wait a minute. People need an outlet to be pissed off about what's going on. We're going to let you walk on America at that time.
Which works a lot with metal music, hard rock music, right? It'd be dangerous if you did it with like hip hop and gangster rap.
It's aggressive, and at first we kind of were kind of like
a bunch of people up and go to a gangster rap show.
At first we were kind of like, oh, you know, I mean, this could get a little bit crazy. But no, what we found is, and which is the great thing about metal music and about this genre, is they all look out for each other. They're all a big family. But that's how you could say that about any kind of music genre.
Even when we beef. Well, this is new though. Because like lately there's been some weird beefs that have happened in the local scene. But I've actually been like really kind of proud and surprised, and I'm definitely part of this, of like there's been a culture established where it's like, no, he's still a great guy. Like he had a bad day. Like, we're not going to trash him or his band. Like, we're not doing that anymore. No. Rising tide raises all ships. We need more success in this town. We need more good bands, more good bookers, like, again, what I talked about before the podcast started. Like, talking shit and complaining is fine when we're identifying problems.
Right.
But after a while, it becomes a negative feedback loop, and it's not fucking constructive. So what can we do to fix it? Right?
We're all in this thing together, and it's like...
And the metal scene is the best at this.
It's okay to have disagreements and be... You don't have to agree on everything, but it's at the end of the day, remember, we're all trying to do the same thing.
Yep.
Let's all, you fail together, but you also have success together, and that's just kind of how that happened with that thing. It was an organic thing that just happened. It was a super cool point in time in my career that I remember, and I'm always like, man, that was so cool. And even nowadays, like, I have a guy that works down at the casino with me. He's our head chef. He used to be a regular hog's breath, and the first time that he saw me in the building, he goes, "What are you doing here?" And I didn't remember the guy, but he sits and tells stories about. I'm like, I don't even remember half that crap because I was hammered or whatever when I was doing. He goes, "No, man." He goes, "It was so cool. Like, me and my friends came every single Tuesday. There was a group of like 10 of us, and it grew to like 20 at some point. It was so much fun to have that every single week. We knew what we were going to get, and you guys delivered every single time, the same exact show." He goes, and then eventually it just people grow up, start getting married, having kids, and you start to lose that, but. In that moment, that 3 years, it was like, this was where what we did. We did it every single week. It was awesome.
Yep. So the Quest for Mayhem stuff, because we will get back to PBR in Portland.
Yep.
But the Quest for Mayhem stuff, is that also kind of hand in hand with this, or this is way before that, right?
Quest for Mayhem it was around the same time, but Quest for Mayhem was more just about, because you remember, back when there was the X Fests and the Edge Fests, they used to do battle for bands to get bands to come open those big, that radio festival. And that's kind of how I think Quest for Mayhem kind of got born out of that. Like, there was a lot of really good bands in the scene back then, and it's like, how can we showcase them all
at the same time
every single Friday in a really cool venue? And the Quest remember the Quest back in the day, the Quest was the shit.
So was that the key? It was every Friday?
It was every single Friday.
It was a regular event.
And you'd feature 4 to 5 great local bands, and one of them would be like the big headliner, but then you'd get a bunch of other bands that were up and coming and get them on that bill. And what you were doing was giving exposure to the bands who hadn't had no exposure yet, because a lot of people were coming to see the Skywines and the Sunset Blacks and the Gels and all that stuff. And it's like, well, we were really like, it's something I do to this day. It's like, how do you get the bands that need the exposure? Those bigger bands, they didn't need the exposure, but they liked doing it because they got talked about all week. Quest for Mayhem this Friday, because we gave away tickets to it. Quest for Mayhem this Friday. These bands are all going to be on it, and it's cool for those. And then we also had the Loud and Local show that Patrick did, and he always talked about all the bands that were going to be at Quest for Mayhem, and he got to feature all these bands all the time.
So this makes a lot of sense, and this is obviously what's missing nowadays is the disconnect. And if we're going to be brutally honest, it makes sense why 93X is disinterested, because they don't see anything in it for them.
Right.
And the reason they don't see anything in it for them is because nobody has shown them that there is a group of 25 bands that would be worth doing something like that in a rotation every Friday night that would become a positive feedback loop that would create more 93X fans.
And also,
that's the issue, is there's nothing that 93X gets back out of it, or any other radio station, if we're talking about that, to be perfectly honest. That's why none of this is happening anymore, is because somebody in the chain lost the sales pitch of why this is good for you, everybody involved. You can point the finger. It's good for you. It's good for you. Rising tide raises all ships. Somebody lost the ability to make that pitch to everybody in the room.
You're missing one key factor that is really definitely missing, and I point to this, is back then, that group of on-air talent, you had Weasel, Nick, Josh, You had Ton Master, you had Remy Maxwell, you had Patrick, you had the Nick Davises, you had even the Overnight guys. The one big thing that they did that they do no longer do because it's become so corporate, those DJs and that talent, you could see them all the time at local shows all the time. Why? Because they wanted to go, and they are the ones that was telling the program director, hey, there's a lot of really great talent in this town. We should do a show that features them.
Right.
And because of that, that's how the Quest for the Mayhems were born, because 93X figured out, because of that talent, going to bat for those people, saying, we should take advantage of this. Why? Because we get market share out of that. Now they don't think that way. It's just all corporate. Mm-hmm. They're all playing the same songs. 93X is owned by a huge conglomerate now that just is playing the same 30 songs all the time, and there's only a few left on the station that were there back 20 years ago.
And technically they still do Loud and Local, but everybody says
it's a different one. It's
not the same.
Right? Because it's honestly it's not Patrick. Patrick was Loud and Local. That was his show, just like the Metal Shop. Yes, they have the Pit now, but the Metal Shop was Nick Davis and Randall and all that stuff, because they lived the lifestyle. Like even the Pit, when Graham was there, Graham is awesome. He's a great guy, and he works for Live Nation now, but Graham lived the lifestyle. So it was a little bit better then. I don't know. I haven't listened to the Pit in a long time, but it's so different now than it was. And you can say that about everything in the world. Yeah, things change, but at the same time, you got to use some of that old school thinking to make things work. But you got to also have, like you were saying, you got to have people that want to do it, that interest them in how do they do it. It's just
because then that passion becomes authentic, or it is authentic. So then it becomes again, it resonates. That's what
it goes back to what I said when you were asking me about, what about it did I learn? Well, you got to be real. If it sounds fake, people are going to pick it out just like that. And if you're just doing it for lip service, it doesn't have as much meaning. If you're not doing the things besides just, well, we're going to do a Loud and Local station. We're going to play for a half an hour every Sunday, and we're going to play a few songs. But we don't do anything else around that. We don't do Loud and Local concerts. We don't do anything like that. It doesn't have the same effect that it did back then, which, who knows, maybe if they still did, maybe 93X would have a better scene. It's not that they don't or a market or any type of sound. Like, what's the sound now? Like, we don't have anything to harken back to like we did back 20 years ago.
Well, and that definitely is not their fault at all. That's just a music industry thing that happened with basically the labels and the gatekeepers losing control of the flood.
100%.
And that's for better or for worse, because I feel like there's a lot more shitty music out there and there's a lot more shitty bands. However, it's very hard to fake it till you make it now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There is this weird thing, though, where it's like, let's say you build something locally and then you go regionally, which we can all do organically if you're just even mediocrely talented and work hard enough. You can find enough people in these cities to build, little pockets of influence, and you can get enough attention and momentum built for you, and you can get enough online streams to where somebody comes along, and if they see something in you, this is what bothers me, is now what labels will do. So you're already getting enough. What I mean by moving the needle is you're getting some YouTube views, you're getting some Spotify streams, some Apple Music streams. And then these labels will come in and they'll bot farm you out. And they'll push you to the next level until that puts you in all the playlists. And then it naturally, organically takes over again.
Yeah.
Which is very similar to what they used to do in the music industry.
Yeah. Play it payola.
So it's, again, very much the same thing a different way.
Yep.
Oh, and it bothers the shit out of me because it means there's still a gatekeeper, and it still comes down to somebody else's taste to decide whether they're going to put you over the top or not.
Yep.
And that bothers the shit out of me
because
that was the whole reason to take down the music industry and do streaming and do direct-to-consumer marketing. That was the whole point of this, was to get rid of the gatekeepers, because we just ended up with different gatekeepers, and I'm still not sure they're the right people all the time.
Oh, it's just a different way of doing it. The demographics never change. It's just the version of the demographic that changed.
It bugs the shit out of me, Paul.
Yeah.
What time is it, dude? I got to piss already. I should have peed before we started the podcast.
7:15.
Oh, my God. We're only 45 minutes in, dude. I'm so sorry to do this already. This is not a good sign. This is not a good sign, Paul. Okay, hold on. Let's play a song real quick. Jason or Will, because Will knows the tunes. Which song should we play real quick? We're going to take a break. I just got to go to the bathroom real quick. Should we play Coalesce since that's what we're promoting? No, we'll get flagged for it because, yeah, we can't play Coalesce.
Barrier.
All right, we'll do Barrier. We'll be right back, guys. I just got to take a leak real quick. You got to go to the bathroom?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
You might as well take advantage, dude.
I'm good.
All right, man. We'll be right back. We should be good, right?
Yeah, you're good.
We're good?
Huh.
All right, so not PBR in Portland, what were we talking about right as we left off? We were getting out of Quest for Mayhem.
Yep.
And what were we transitioning to? Oh, yep. Well, I don't think they killed the scene. I think the openness of the internet killed the old version of many scenes. And I think part of that, and I'd like your thoughts on this, because I think one of the things that definitely happened is Facebook and online promotions for bands became so easy that that's almost 100% of a band's promotion now. So
Yep.
a lot of good bands that are new there's nobody out there paper flyering. There's not enough people doing podcasts and interviews. There's nobody doing anything else but like, here's a post of the flyer to
Yep.
come to my show.
Yep. 100%.
I think that
and it's created a lot of laziness.
too much laziness.
Yep.
Devastatingly lethal levels
Yep.
of laziness.
Which is also why, and I know,
Emphasis on the word lethal.
it's very true, and that's also, unfortunately, why a lot of smaller live music venues have closed.
Yep.
Because there's it's one thing to if you're going to put an effort into putting on a show, you got to remember you still got to do the work to get people there. You can't just throw out a Facebook post and expect 400 people to show up. Oh yeah, people go on the Facebook thing and they say I might go, they might be interested. That's great, but at
That's
the same
nothing.
time, people are literally on their phones and on social media way too much nowadays, and it's like habit. Oh yeah, click, like, do this, do that. Not that it's a bad thing, but at the same time, it's created a lot of laziness, I think, and it's too bad because back in the day, like the flyering, you would see full bands show up at other bands' shows and tell people about their show they had coming up next week, and then that band that's playing that night would show up at that band's show next week.
And then there was this weird thing for a short period of time where if you tried to flyer at somebody else's show, the bar owners would be like, you can't do that. And it'd be like, but we're advertising your show at
Your
their
show,
club.
yeah, right.
Like this is a cross-pollination thing we're trying to do. And some of the club owners were super cool, and they were like, no, we're going to let this happen because we have an agreement with the other club.
Right.
And it worked. But all it takes is one guy to be like, nope, fuck you guys.
Yep.
Don't promote your shit at my club.
A couple bad promoters a couple bad promoters can ruin a scene very, very quickly.
Or a couple broke ones.
Yep. And there's been
You take a couple
more
good
than a
ones.
few.
You take a couple good ones that lose money 3 times in a row, and they're done. They're out of it.
Correct.
You can't afford to do this shit anymore.
You can't, and that's the problem. Is they sometimes they get really greedy, and they just think, well, they know better than everybody else, and they don't put the work into it. And then, unfortunately, what happens is it's the demise of everything. And there's been some really, really great local music venues that have closed in the last 5 years. It's not just because of COVID. It's just because people are lazy. They don't want to do the work that's got to get done. Like, it's not just as easy as like putting a band on a bill and thinking it's going to sell. Like, you got to literally still work your white knuckle it all the way to the end. All the way to the end.
Yep. You have to.
Yep.
And the only way you can get away with not doing this and get some people out to your show, but it will not grow, is if you're kind of in like a little cult.
Yep.
And we know enough of these. I'm not going to name names, but there's like at least 4 people in town that basically lead tiny little cults. So they can get away with just making a Facebook post and 200 people show up.
Which is great.
It's great. However, what it does is it creates complacency because they think that actually works. What they don't realize is they're a cult leader because they're not really leading a cult, by the way. In case the listeners or viewers don't know what I mean, I'm not literally calling them a cult leader. What I'm saying is they have such a loyal following that is on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever the hell it is that they can just make a post and a certain amount of people are guaranteed to show up. This is not, and here's my point, that will not grow. Like, that will not grow their audience. So they might grow their Instagram following, but it's not going to grow their show turnout.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm getting at, because the cult is the ones that show up. The rest are just followers.
Yeah.
How do you convert followers to actual fans? That's what we're talking about here. And just making posts, it'll never work. It's oversaturated. It barely ever worked to begin with. It only worked when everybody was on one social media website, and it was called Facebook.
Yep.
As soon as there were 6 different ones you could be on, that shit was dead in the water. Now you need to be on all of them, and it's a slow drip, complete saturation. You got to be everywhere all at once, including in person.
I feel like there's there's a lot of people that don't realize there's a very, very stark difference in a repeat follower, like you're saying, or a repeat guest,
Yep.
and loyalty. Loyalty is earned.
Yep.
Repeat, someone who comes to your show,
They're
once,
entertained.
They're entertained, and that's great. But what are you going to do to make them have to not only leave that show and say, I'm definitely going to see him next time, but I'm going to tell 10 people about it.
Yep.
So they come and see him next time, and then those people each tell 10 people. That's loyalty. Loyalty is earned. You don't just get loyalty. You have to earn it. And that is the thing that every promoter needs to learn, and that every band needs to learn, and that every band, I hate to use the word groupie, but fan also needs to learn. Like if you're a really big, huge super fan of a band, that's awesome. Good for you.
You're what makes that band move, by the way.
Exactly.
If you're a super fan, you're what makes that band literally get their gas money to the next town.
You are the lifeblood of that band. Don't be afraid to continue to keep doing what you do, but tell people about them. The people that do that, they are the lifeblood of any band, any club, all of it. They have to do it. But the problem is a lot of the promoters and the clubs don't understand that anymore. They don't get it. That those are your lifeblood.
Yep.
You have to treat them right. And when they come to your club or come to your show, give them something they're going to remember that makes them want to come back or go again,
Yeah, that's huge. And that even comes down to booking a local show.
Yep.
Like 4 bands on a bill isn't good enough anymore. It's got to be a night, right? Like I remember this. I kind of came to some of this on my own conclusion when basically it was before Joe Spanbauer and Bill Berry truly retired.
Yeah.
But it was after all those headlining bands broke up within a calendar year. So like literally Banehinge, Ginger Jake, Stasia, Black Flood Diesel for the first out of 175 times, Revelance, Greg's a homie, I can say that. Like there was literally all the headlining bands that could single-handedly draw 500 people. And that's the point, is there was a plethora of Skywind was one of them. They all broke up in the same calendar year.
Literally, yeah.
I don't remember what year it was.
It was like 2006, 7.
And it might have started in July and ended in July, but it was a calendar. Sorry, that is not the definition of a calendar year. Sorry, my bad. One full year.
Yeah.
They all broke up. And so my band was barely drawing 200 people as we had finally become the second band on the bill, right? We were just good because Joe Spanbauer had this thing. To just be an opening band, you got to draw 50 people, and you don't move up on the bill until you draw 200, and you don't become a headliner until you draw 500, just to see you. So what Bill and Joe were able to do is my headliner draws 5, my other band draws between 2 and 5, my second band draws 2, my opening band draws 50. That gets me 1,000 people every time.
At the Urban Wildlife or at the Station 4 or whatever,
Star Central, the Rock nightclub. First Ave main room.
Yep.
Like it was basically simple math. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Okay, here we go. Then all those 500 people bands broke up. And bands like mine got thrust into a headlining position because as a 200 person, and that was the other thing, is not just did the headlining bands break up, a lot of the second tier bands broke up and reformed new bands with the old headlining bands, thinking they would become the new headlining bands, and they didn't because they weren't actually as good as their original bands.
Right.
So bands like mine suddenly were outdrawing these quote unquote super bands. So my band got thrown into a headlining position. And I was like, I had different levels of expectations because I was brought up by Joe and Bill and that whole crowd. So I was like, yo, we're not doing enough. I remember like feeling like we had a good night. And I remember one of the waitresses complaining that she wasn't making any money. And I was like, oh, we're not the new band.
Right.
Like this doesn't just get truly fully earned it. So you don't just get put in the position and everybody flocks to you. They actually have to love you and like you. So the very next thing I did is everything became a specialty type of night. And the one I can think of off the top of my head is I did Army of Darkness night at Star Central. So I got 4 bands together and we literally had Army of Darkness on the projector on the side. And in between bands during changeover, the audio for the movie would come up. so we could keep people in the room, keep them entertained. I got Ken to do a bunch of fucking specials at the bar, and then we served a bunch of free food. I did like sloppy joes and fucking chow mein or some shit. I don't remember what the fuck I did, but like I did whatever I could do, and this shit continued on, and it was the only way I could get people to come to our shows versus just any other local band shows. But then it worked. Like we were still outdrawing everybody, and this is part of the reason I still have so much confidence in such a strong, I don't know if I would call it healthy, but a strong ego when it comes to, hey man, this is how you do things. Because I kind of agree wholeheartedly with the idea that we're doing the same things just in a different way. And we need to be slightly more creative in how we do it so we stand out a little bit. But we're kind of still just recycling the same ideas from 20 years ago, dude.
You know, and that's the thing. And
I really don't think we're doing anything original.
Right. And
even the things that succeed.
And the thing is there's promoters out there that, I mean, I can harken back to, and I'll get to the example here in a second, but that don't understand, like, they're not there to work with the bands necessarily anymore. Like Joe Spanbauer, he's a legend. That guy worked with all the local bands. I love Joe to death. You know, it's funny, I still see him at least once a year. He comes down to TI because he does the rock. He's a sound guy for Rock Camp, which is one of the coolest things out there. If you don't know about it, go check out a Rock Camp and support it. It's so cool. But Joe worked with the bands because he wanted the bands to succeed.
Right.
Then after Joe started to, you know, to reel it back, and some other promoters came into the scene, and they were just there to take from the bands. And you know, there was a band in the scene a couple years ago who, you know, because there was a little bit of a revival for a little bit with some of this group of bands like Cold Kingdoms and stuff like that. But you know,
Felix popped up for a while.
Right. But there was Emergent, and Emergent was
a big one.
Well, now you know, like that's where I got re-involved with the local scene. Is I managed Emergent.
Yep.
And there was a promoter that was trying to rip them off on something, and I wouldn't stand for it. It was at a club that I was working at, and I literally said, "You are not.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Going to do this to that band. You've done nothing to promote that show. You just want to show up and take your cut from them." I go, "That's done. That's not happening." And I said, "You're off. You're done with this show. I'll go print new posters for them. I'll put them on a huge national show." And Emergent called me, and they were like, "Dude, will you manage us?"
That's awesome.
And I was like, "Yeah, I will." You want to know why?
Because they were good enough.
You guys are it. You guys are it. You guys have they were one of the few bands that I'd seen in a long time where the hair on the back of my neck stood up when I saw them, and I went, "Holy crap, these guys have it."
Yep.
I got them to a certain point, and then, you know, it happened. You know, Aaron was like, I can't do it. I don't want to go on tour."
Yeah.
All right, man. That's good. But you're still one of the best bands I've ever seen.
Yep.
Ever. But
Aaron is the total package as well.
I just talked to him literally last night.
Yep.
He called me because he's coming to see Incubus, and I was like, "Dude, come bring the wife. I want you to see Incubus." Blah blah blah, and you know, and every time I talk to that guy, I'm just like, I mean, he's one take doll. I remember Wally one time referring to him as one take doll. He could do one take and cut a whole song, but there was that little revival of those bands.
He might be the best vocalist.
I agree with you 100%. I'm a little biased because he's a great friend. But
if we're being honest, like, we got to bring up the Camerons.
Yeah.
And we got to bring up, what was Duder's name from Stasia?
What was his name?
What was his name, dude? He was a goat. He was one of the goats.
If Tony's listening to this, he'll text it to me right now. But, yeah, he was fantastic as well. Yeah. Yep.
But Aaron absolutely not, and obviously Wally.
Yep. Yep.
Jeremy's actually definitely in there. My singer Jeremy's definitely in that conversation.
Yep.
But I think Aaron's at the top of that heap. No offense to everybody else we're talking. Actually, you know who might have launched themselves to the top of this? Josie.
Oh, I know.
She might be the best in town.
Like you said.
I also got to give a shout out to Joe DeRocher, one of the best vocalists. I don't know if you ever got to fuck with them.
Nope.
Because they came and went like that.
Yep.
A band called Revenant Soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were breathtaking.
Yep.
They were, again, one of those bands, zero flaws. Like, they were perfect.
Yep.
Everything they did was great. I remember joking on the podcast that the weakest link was their drummer, and he was an A+ level musician. So, like, the fact that that's your weak link, because everybody else is such a standout, that, like, bro, it was a super group, and unfortunately they broke up. I got them up with Wally. They recorded a demo, or not a demo, they recorded an EP. Brilliant. it was a banger. Immediately broke up. But I still, to this day, will put Joe DeRocher in that same conversation because, you know, some of these bands have broken up. And then the last one I'll throw in there off the top of my head is Amanda from Ginger Jake.
Amazing. She was
If I forgot anybody, I apologize, you guys.
She was so good. Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing, and you know, that's I feel like there is still there's been points where you got through all those headliners like you were talking about back in the day, and then it came back for a little bit, and it was really good for a little bit, and then everybody again, they just like all in one very small swoop broke up, just like that, and it's gone now, and it has not come back in that way again.
Nope. And I don't think it ever will until somebody blows up, and it's probably going to be Josie.
And I agree with you 100%.
And then Josie's going to lead the way, and there's going to be a bunch of bands that try to come in her wake. And if we don't have the right people in the right positions with the right club owners and the right bookers, it's all going to get fucked right out of the gate.
Correct.
Right out of the gate.
Correct.
So Jason keeps using this word or this phrase. He wants to bring the gatekeepers back, and he thinks I should be one of them. He thinks Greg Moog should be one of them. You obviously need to be one of them. But like we do, I think he might be right. I think Jason might be right. I think we need some gatekeepers, like somebody to put their seal of approval. Mm-hmm. This band has earned the opportunity to move to this rung.
Right.
And honestly, I wouldn't mind being one of the lower rungs of that because of the podcast, where I can get to know these newer, younger, up-and-coming bands, kind of feel them out, have them on the podcast, see if they have their heads on straight.
Yep.
You know, I get 3 hours with these guys. You know, I can listen to their music, go see them at a local show, and then be like, yeah, you know what? I do think you deserve the opportunity to go work with a Greg Moog or a Paul Dockendorf and go actually earn these national acts. Like, I wouldn't want to be the guy who makes or breaks careers because that's just not really my vibe.
No.
But I do think I have an eye for talent, you know, and this goes back to scouting football players. I'm like, dude, Justin Jefferson's the guy. Everyone's like, he's a slot receiver. I'm like, you're fucking dumb. I was like, I'm telling you.
If you don't recognize talent, you got this problem.
I literally called Scotty Ball. You know Scotty.
Yeah.
I literally called Scotty Ball night of, and I go, listen to me very carefully. I am not saying he's Randy Moss, but I am telling you right now, this is the greatest wide receiver in Minnesota Vikings history since Randy Moss.
Right.
Like, he might even break Randy Moss's records, but he's not 6'4". He's not going to fucking, but I'm telling you, this is the guy. And everyone went, really? I don't know, man. I don't really see it yet. And I remember calling him the next day and going, watch his hips while he's running routes.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody not move their hips in the middle of a route like Justin Jefferson. It's a perfect pivot.
Yep.
So I got an eye for talent, man, especially those like, and he's a first round pick, so it's kind of hard to call him a diamond in the rough, but still, he wasn't the number one receiver on anybody's board that year. He was my number one receiver on that board.
Right.
Like, literally. He was literally my number one wide receiver on that board. I can do that with bands too. And those are my two things. And I got in an argument with somebody like a year ago, and because they were pretending they were an expert in like 17 things. And I was like, dude, fuck off. Nobody's an expert in anything more than like maybe 2 subjects. And I was like, mine, ironically, are music and football. Probably 2 of the most worthless things to be an expert in, but those are the things I'm an expert in.
Yeah.
That's why I can say I would actually do that job where I could be the guy who could give this band, give them, like Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy is one of those bands. Now, I wish they were playing more because they've started to do some other things in their personal lives, which is cool. But if that band said, hey, man, you know, these 2-3 bookers are willing to give us some real opportunities if we put in the work, I think they would do it, and I think they would also capitalize on it. And I think you could honestly kind of build a scene around Josie and Josie's band, Bullets and Butterflies.
Yep.
And I also think you could build that same kind of vibe around Joey Moya and Uncle Daddy. I don't know if you know those guys, but
I'm not super familiar with them, but I've heard.
Definitely. I said they might be pound for pound the way we measure fighters.
Yep.
I've said this out loud on this podcast. I think Uncle Daddy is the best band in town.
Wow.
Now, I think Josie's band has quickly come out, like Mike Tyson showed up, and they're the new heavyweight.
They're throwing knockout punches.
Yeah. Everything they do is great. And I would build a scene around those 2 bands. If I had the power, to like bring in the talent. Like Uncle Daddy deserves one of those shots for sure.
I mean,
for sure.
Like I said when I got here today, like,
I don't think my band's there yet. So just in case anybody's confused about where I'm going with this,
I mean,
we still got shit to work on, bro.
Bullets and Butterfly. I mean, if you have not seen them yet, you have to. But first of all, she's got the pedigree. I mean, Wally, her
it's
dad,
in her DNA.
Her dad is the epitome of, he's a rock star, but he's also one of the best producers in town as well. He's got so much talent. But the thing about Wally, like when you hear Wally sing, you know it's Wally. But with Josie now,
it depends.
you hear her
it depends
sing,
though, dude. Because Wally's got layers, dude.
Yes, exactly.
Wally's played me shit.
Yeah.
Where I go, wow, who is this?
Yeah.
And he goes, that's me. And I go, no fucking way. That's not you. Like, have you ever heard the shit when he goes super low and does his baritone shit?
Yeah.
That's not Wally.
It's like
there's no
where'd
way
that
you would
come
know
from? Where'd that come from? Is that Satan?
That's fucking, that's what's his name? Who's the author I'm thinking of? The Stephen King when he wrote books under a different name?
Right.
That's Wally. He did that and it was still really good.
But like when I called him, like I was telling you the story, like when I booked Dorothy, I was like, I have to have a local band. And I'm like, who am I going to get? And they were like, you know what? Pinnacle was like, go ahead and find, if you think you have a good act to open for her that would fit the crowd and fit the vibe, find one. I went, okay. My very first call was to Wally. I'm like, first of all, what is the band up to that day? And second of all, send me an EPK. And he did, and I sent it to Dorothy and her reps, and they literally within, like I said, 25 minutes, we want this band on this show. This is the perfect fit for this show. The best part about that whole day was, first of all, when I put a local band out to open for a big headliner, I don't just put them there I put them there for a reason. First of all, they deserve to be there. Second of all, I want them to be exposed to this other group of people, because
that's the shit.
If they can get, if they have the opportunity to play in front of 1,000 people who have never seen them before, and all of a sudden I look at that merch line after they've played, and that merch line is longer than the headliners, guess what? I did a good job, not only for my venue, but for that band that deserved that shot.
Hell yeah, dude.
That makes me feel really good.
I love that, dude.
When I went, and Josie came up to me that night, and she was almost in tears, and I'm like, you earned this. I didn't give it to you because I know your dad. I give it to you because the band earned this spot.
Right.
They earned,
and she didn't just earn it by being in this band doing this thing right now. It's 12 years in the making.
12 years of work, and I've seen her every step of the way.
Whatever it is.
I remember seeing her play acoustically at the Doghouse one time when she was like 15. And I was like, this girl's fantastic.
Yep.
And now to see where she is and to see that she's right on the precipice of breaking.
Yep.
It's going to happen. It's not a matter of when, it's of if. It's when it's going to happen. It will happen, and she's
definitely getting an opportunity, and she's going to get more than one.
Yep.
And they're probably all going to come at the same time, which is she's in a different. She's got different problems. She's and I think she's got the exact right father.
Yep.
To navigate it with her.
Yep.
Because we know a lot of music dads.
Yep.
Who will fuck this up for their kids. Mm-hmm. We both personally know a lot of music dads where we're like, man, that's not the guy you want in that room.
Right. Yep. And then, I talked to Wally backstage that night after their set, and he was just like, and I looked at him and I said, how crazy is this? I go, it's 2025. 25 years ago, I remember standing with you at the Quest for Mayhem. We had booked you to play that night, and here we are 25 years later. And you are and I'm booking your daughter's band, and you're playing in the band. And he's just like, and it's like, he was just like, this is insane. And I'm like, and the best part about that night, I didn't even get to that part, is they do the sound check. They play the show. Dorothy comes out of her dressing room, and I'm standing there, and she goes, thanks a lot. We have to follow that.
Yeah, that's it. You did something. You really did something with your career.
And she was about to go to go eat that night.
That'll probably. Here's the thing. Just to pause you. that'll probably never happen to her the rest of that tour.
Right. Exactly.
There will be one night where she's and this is the real point. That's the night Dorothy will remember on that tour.
Yep.
Out of all the nights, 5 years from now, if she remembers a night from that tour, it's going to be the night some little girl from Minnesota blew her out of the water.
Well,
and it's not just her; it's the whole band. But it happened, but that's what's going to make Dorothy better too.
Correct.
This is what makes Dorothy better, right? And people at Dorothy's level is iron sharpens iron, which is a terrible fucking phrase because it definitely doesn't. But it just means conflict. But that's real, and that's what makes us all better. And that's what I was talking to you about. There's only been 2 times I've gotten blown out of the water. One was Josie the other night, right? And I play drums, but I'm just saying my band.
Yeah.
And the other was when I was in Dying Euphoria, and we fucking crushed it in front of a sold-out crowd. And then American Head Charge went up and was like, here's how the pros do it, kid. And I was like, fuck.
Right.
There's still layers to this thing. There's still levels that, like, I thought I was 1 level away. I'm like 9. I saw, like, it was like looking into the Matrix, and it was like, I'm still not even close to them. You know, I thought I was right there because we're direct support. We just crushed this. And I remember walking off stage and I remember thinking, like, this is my moment. Like, yeah, man, good luck following that. Bro, not only did they follow it, they blew us the fuck out of the water, dude.
Yeah.
It's only happened to me twice in my life.
Yeah, and she literally...
This one I wasn't surprised about, though. The first one I was very surprised.
But Dorothy, she was blown away. She watched the sound check and she was like... She goes, to be honest, she goes, Paul, to be honest. She
this
goes,
was a huge mistake.
She goes, we're about to start our full tour because they're going on tour, and they're on tour now with Corey Marks and stuff. But she goes, this was like supposed to be our warm-up gig. Like we were just kind of like, we're going to half-ass it tonight. She goes, now I fucking can't.
Yep.
She goes, we have to follow that. She goes, well, the first thing I'm doing before I go to dinner is I'm going to go out to their merch table and I'm going to buy merch for this band.
Well, that's because she's awesome.
She goes, because I want to have merch for this band when they blow up in a year. And I'm like, that's awesome. She goes, no. She goes, this is awesome. She goes, this whole show was great. And, and it was just like, well, I did a good thing.
So let's Tarantino this. And how do we get from PBR in Portland to this night? So take us through that part of this journey.
You mean to the Dorothy night, or just what I'm doing now?
Yeah. I mean, like, I want you to culminate it with. I want you to culminate it with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, because we already kind of explained how that night happened. But
I mean, honestly, it's the story. It's perseverance. It's sticking with my gut. But once I left PBR, then I was just kind of like, all right, well.
But what happened with PBR in Portland?
With PBR in Portland, well, really, what happened is
because that's where we press pause.
Then where from PBR in Portland, I went out, I would do the X Games every winter for PBR. We'd go and do the X Games, and that's where I met a lot of people in the music industry and met, people at labels and stuff like that. And also, with the X Games, the Winter X Games, you'd have a lot of bands that would play that. And that's how I kind of met a bunch of bands. I met the guys in Killswitch Engaged. I met the Deftones and stuff like that. And from when I left PBR, I was kind of like, well, what am I going to do? And I ended up working for, just a bunch of bands, doing cool stuff out on the road and stuff like that. But I always had this thing where I wanted to, I knew that I had an eye for talent, basically. And when I quit doing that, I came off the road, and, I'm a diabetic. That wasn't a good life for me, but I still wanted to be involved in the music industry. So really what happened was I came back home, and there was a club. It used to be called GB Layton's Pickle Park. Everyone's heard of it. My buddy Sean ran it at the time. He was the GM. And I really wasn't...
I remember when they got... Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really wasn't doing much. And Sean called me one day, and he's like, hey, man. He goes, do you think you'd at all be interested in coming? He goes, because the owner of this place is a fucking complete shit show. And he really was. He was an alcoholic who had no business owning a nightclub. It was just like one little play toy. they wanted to be serious about booking acts. And I was like, well, you ain't going to let Cliff do this. He's a fucking idiot. And Sean's like, and I don't really know agents.
Did you actually say that, or is
I
that
did.
just the implication
Not
you
to
made?
Cliff, I didn't say that. But to Sean, I said, well, he's a fucking idiot. He ain't going to know what he's doing. He's going to spend money that he shouldn't spend, blah, blah, blah.
The point of me asking that question, you guys, is if you really want to do the music industry the right way, sometimes that Minnesota passive-aggressive shit,
Yep.
It's not good, clear communication.
Yep.
And sometimes you got to say, that guy's a fucking idiot. He should not be in that position. That band fucking sucks. We're not going to let them open for this amazing national act. I don't care if they're your fucking friends. They're going to embarrass us. They're not going to draw enough people.
Yep.
They make us, whatever the story is, sometimes brutal honesty.
Yep.
And this is what the music industry is built off of. And if you can't handle a little of that sometimes when it comes your way, you're probably not built for this industry. You got to be able to take it on the chin, bro.
Yeah. So, we'll go back to that point here in a second. So, Sean called me and he's like, would you be interested in coming and booking our music here? And I said, well, I'll do it on one condition. And he said, well, what's the condition? I said, I do it my way. And you guys let me do what I feel is going to be right for not just the bar, but for the bands that are going to play that bar. He goes, well, what do you mean? I go, I'll book some national acts, and I'll book your normal cover band bullshit. I go, but every now and then, I'm going to want to do a show that's a little bit outside of that, where I get to bring in some local acts and let them do their thing and have some showcases and stuff like that. And Sean's like, all right, I'll run it by Cliff. And I'm like, well, he ain't going to say nothing because he don't know what I'm talking about. So they said, okay, well, all right, let's try it out. So I said, okay. So the very first thing I did when I took over, the very first show, is I called Spanbauer, and I said, I need a national act. And he goes, all right. He called me, 4 days later, and he goes, how about Seven Dust? Let's do it. I called the owner of the club. I said, I can get Seven Dust. He goes, well, who's that? I go, don't worry about it.
Now, what were they charging at this time? Was it still about $15K?
About 15, 20K.
Yeah. I bring this band up a lot because somewhere in this run, I had a little bit of money to play with, and I started getting some of those emails, and that was the number for Seven Dust, and I almost shit myself when I found out you could book Seven Dust for only $15,000.
Right.
I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? That was dude, I was so young. But please continue. That's why I asked. Were they still 15K?
Yeah, they're about 15K.
Because I remember when they jumped to 30 overnight.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Well,
too?
that's because Seven Dust had some really slim years. They went through the sunny years when Clint wasn't in the band, and they went through some slim years. And that was before that first Kill the Flaw came out. And Kill the Flaw really launched them again for a bit because they won a Grammy and all that stuff.
Yeah, but here's the thing: without saying the source of how we know what a band draws.
Yeah.
Because I want to keep that part.
Yeah.
We got to play some cards close to this. Okay. So
Yep.
we know what a band draws.
Yep.
We can pay for a way to figure out this is what you actually do. Whatever your claim is, I can verify this.
Yeah. And
they weren't drawing more, but they jumped. I think they switched management companies because they jumped from 15K to 30K overnight without doubling their numbers.
Right. They did. They got because they didn't have a management company.
And
here
I just
for a
saw
little
this
while.
through emails and then doing my research.
That's neither here nor there. We'll get to that.
I just wanted to verify where we were in this timeline. That's all I'm asking.
That was about their rate at the time.
That was a little inside baseball.
And I saw it, and I remember I went to the owner of the club with Sean, and I said, let's book Seven Dust, and I guarantee you. And he goes, what do you mean guarantee? I go, I can guarantee you your establishment will make about this much money that night.
Yeah, because you had your...
Well, how? And I go, well, just ticket sales and bar sales alone.
Right.
Not to mention the exposure you're going to get. And I go, and to throw a little twist on, I'm going to put a local act on this show that's going to guarantee you probably sell 300 tickets on their own. Well, how do you know that? I go, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why. So, book the
show. Is that
show.
exactly what you said verbatim?
That's exactly what I said.
No paraphrasing here?
No. And he goes, okay. Well, I remember the girlfriend of the owner, she goes, they're not going to sell any tickets, that Seven Dust band. I know bands. And I go, well, how old are you? Colleen. Her name was Colleen. She goes, well, I'm in my late 50s. I go, so He goes, she goes, I go see bands like Def Leppard and stuff. And I go, okay, well, then you don't need to be involved in this conversation. I go, that's a totally different type of demographic we're going after. Just because you haven't heard a band doesn't mean they can't sell tickets.
Right.
And that's not the first time I've said that in my life. But anyway, so
that's
I booked
one of the
show.
hardest facts. Like I don't want to gloss over that. That's one of the hardest facts that could be spoken in this. Just because you don't know them doesn't mean shit.
That's right. You should never put your personal preferences in music into when you're booking shows.
Especially the worst one I heard, Paul, is they were like, oh, I don't really like them.
Yeah.
I was like, that's not fucking point. Now I'm not doing business with you. And they were immediately off the list.
So here's a lesson.
You're out.
Here's a lesson that I really have to use in my current position. Don't ever book with your heart. Only book with your brain.
Yep.
And what the facts tell you.
Yep.
What the input tells you. So anyway, so I booked the 7 Dust show, and the first phone call I made, or the first thing I did, was I put Emergent on that show. Now this is before I really had a lot to do with Emergent, but I still was like, they're a fantastic band. They were just coming off winning Rockzilla and all that stuff, so I put them on the show. Well, that show sold out in about 2 days. Sold out. The establishment made about $85,000 in profit that night. Fantastic.
Ran out of booze.
They probably went over the.
Ran out of every type of alcohol.
We probably went over the fire code by about 300 people.
Yeah,
we were
for
just still
sure.
letting them in. Whatever. It was a great.
That's
night.
how that works.
It was a great night. Awesome show.
Just in case anybody was curious.
It established the new what was going to go on there, and about 3 days later, the owner calls me and he says. I'll never forget this. Well, actually, Sean called me, the GM, and he goes, well, Cliff just wants to take all the money that he just made, and he wants to bring in Bobby Blotzer's Rat for the same price
No.
of what we just paid 7 Dust. And I go,
I'll give him
$3,500.
I'll give him $3,500.
I said, are you kidding me
I'll
right now?
give him $3,500.
Well, no, because Colleen loves Rat, and Cliff
$3,500
loves Rat. And I go, I'm not doing it.
Okay, $5,000.
I go, I'm not doing it.
$5,000. That's it.
And he goes, well, they already said yes. I go, to who? I thought it was my decision. He goes, well.
And how much? $15,000.
Oh,
there's no way you're bringing in $15,000.
And I go, first of all, we're not going to sell enough tickets. Second of all, I go, I'd be surprised if we even sell 300 tickets for this show.
There's no way.
And so anyway, we get to the show. I'm literally giving tickets away for free to this show just to get people in the door to maybe sell some beer.
Yeah.
Well,
yep.
The problem with that is this.
Yep.
Here's the problem with that. So Bobby Blotzer's Rat, which I got a good story about the show in this minute here. Bobby Blotzer's Rat is playing at GB Layton's Pickle Park on Wednesday night. First of all, the show's on a Wednesday too. Bad night to have any show. Just middle of the week. It's people
Unless
don't have money.
Unless it's a banger.
Unless it's a banger.
Unless it's a
but
banger.
if it's just maybe I'll go if it was on a Friday. Because here's why: on Wednesday nights, people that live paycheck to paycheck, either they don't have any money left from the following weekend, or they haven't been paid yet for the upcoming weekend. Right? Okay. So they don't have money to buy beer, or to get into the show. Well, I had given
that's a
away.
really great point. No, holy shit, that's super fucking. That's super. Because there are some people that get paid on Wednesday, but there's so few. You're right.
Yeah. So
holy fuck.
So the night of the show comes. I had probably given away.
Is that why Thursday's such a popular bar night?
Yeah, because people are either getting paid the next morning, or they've gotten the direct deposit already, or whatever,
That's
or they're
why
getting ready to blow it
Thursday's
out.
such a big bar night.
Yeah. Or they're like, oh well, the charges on my card won't hit till tomorrow.
I knew it was
and
before payday, but I knew it was because it was right before payday, but I didn't think literally. Yeah. It's because it's not Wednesday. Right. Wednesday is either I'm broke for my or I haven't got paid. Holy fuck, it's that simple. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
So the night of the show happens. Now, mind you, I had probably given away 800 tickets to this show, going to bars, giving away tickets, just to get people in the door. So that night, the show happens. First of all, Bobby Blotzer was in town for 5 days with the rest of his band. Bobby Blotzer is the only guy who's actually from the band Rat. He's the drummer, if you didn't know. And Cliff had also paid for him to have a limo for 4 days to drive him around town and put him in a 5-star hotel because he didn't want to stay in the hotel where the rest of the band was staying, right? So I was like, okay, so there's another $10,000 that we're going to be out.
He's reliving his 80s.
I'm like, this is a fucking joke,
high
right?
life.
So that night, that night the show's going on. There's Cliff with his girlfriend, her hair all teased up, and there's another local promoter who I won't mention.
So he's down
who
at
was
the
there.
W. You guys put him at the W at this
Something
time,
like
right?
that, yeah.
Because there's only one five-star hotel in Minneapolis.
Meanwhile,
and it's overpriced.
by the way, when Seven Dust was there, all I did was give them shower rooms over at a hotel that was about 4-minute drive away, and they were great with that. They were cool. They had their tour bus.
Yeah,
they
because
didn't
they have
care.
the bus. Yeah,
They didn't fucking care.
Yeah,
But
they
I
just
gave them
need a
shower
little
rooms.
space to change.
Drove
That's
them
all
to
they
the-
want.
I drove them in my own personal vehicle all day over to there so they could
Something
take
that
showers.
doesn't smell like their
Right.
Tex
Yeah.
farts.
They were all cool because the guys in Seven Dust are a bunch of cool dudes. I've known them forever. And anyway, so Bobby Blosser's there, and the band goes on, and I can't remember who opened, but it was another fucking joke, the friend of the owner's band, and it was like Hurricane Alice or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, dude, I had those guys scheduled for the podcast.
Yeah, I mean, but it was a different version of the band.
Right,
Now,
right.
That's now.
Right.
And I was like, well, Cliff, what are you doing? You're spending all this money on this show. We're not going to make any money on the show. We're going to be definitely in the red on this show. And he goes, no, it's going to be great. It's going to be packed in here. I'm like, okay, we'll see. So that night,
Now, do you tell him, but when it goes bad, I'm not taking
I'm not taking the
responsibility?
hit on this one.
Did you actually say that out loud to
I
him?
said, I'm not taking the hit on this one. Don't
that's very
blame
important.
me. Yeah.
That's very important.
I said, don't blame me. I'm not the
man.
one who signed that contract. You did.
I'm not being an naysayer
Yep.
right now. I'm
Yep.
just saying, like, we've hit red flag, red flag,
Yep.
red flag. I see this going south.
Yep.
I'm not taking responsibility for this. This one's on you. And then you got to get him to agree to it
Yeah,
too.
right. No.
Now, did he agree to it, or did he shuck it?
He signed the contract. It was his name on the contract. I didn't book
But
that
did
show.
he verbally? Be
Oh,
like,
yeah, he knew. He
okay,
knew.
okay.
And he goes, it's going to be great. Don't worry about it, Paul.
Okay.
I go, okay, all
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So the show comes on that night. So there was about a grand
so
total
excited for this.
There was maybe 100 people in the bar that night. We only sold 85 tickets for the show.
Yeah.
15 of the free ones, and then bunch
yeah.
of Cliff's hanger-oners. His buddies were there. And I'll never forget, I'm standing there at the bar, and I'm just shaking my head like, this is so fucking bad. And the GM, my buddy Sean, is standing there, and he was the GM at the time. And
I definitely wasn't there, but I feel like I was there that night. I
And,
feel like I was
well,
like looking at you shake
it'd
your
be
head.
funny if you were the guy that maybe said this, because I don't remember who said it to me. It would be funny if it was you.
It
Anyway,
could have been, but I doubt
some
it
guy
was.
comes up to me and he goes, hey, man. I go, yeah. He goes, this is a really great Rat cover band. He goes, but the drummer sucks. And I go, really? I go, well, you know, the
I'm
drummer.
pretty sure that
the
was
drummer
me.
is Bobby Blotzer, and he's actually in the band Rat. And he goes, well, yeah, okay, cool. Anyway, I didn't even finish the part of the story
pretty
where
sure that was
I
me.
didn't finish the part of the story where Bobby Blotz's Rat is playing at GB Layton's Pickle Park on Wednesday night. On Saturday night, that's 4 nights later, Juan Crocher's version of Rat is playing at Pub 65.
Wow.
Because Joe had booked that there. Because Joe didn't give a fuck. He's going to do it anyway. He had already booked it. And I'm like, that's why I said it's a bad idea. Anyway, so yeah, the guy said, it's a great Rat cover band, but the drummer sucks. So I'm just like, yeah.
It wasn't me, but
It was horrible.
It sounds exactly
Sounds like
like
something
you.
you'd say, though. But anyway, so we ended up losing pretty much all the money we had made by the time all the expenses came up. All the money we had
So
made on
how much,
7.
though?
We probably lost about
$12,000.
$15,000. We were in the hole.
And this
And,
is what I'm talking about on the podcast all the time.
Yeah.
Is bands need to do a better job of drawing people. This
Yep.
idea, there's this thing, and I'm almost ready to call it a sickness because it seems like it's contagious. It's on the local scene, and it's like an oil that these guys can't seem to shake off.
Yep.
Where they go, I'm not in it for the money. I just love the music. Cool story, bro. Here's the thing. We all love the music. That's why we're doing this.
Uh-huh.
But the moment you left your basement, the moment you bought the food truck, okay, because fucking holy shit, Jason, you brought this up earlier, and I kept going, what does he keep talking about buying the food truck? Apparently now I remember. So my analogy is this, man. You love backyard cooking.
Yeah.
You love barbecuing.
Right.
You make a great brisket. You make great ribs. But the moment you bought a food truck,
It became
you're
about
no
money.
longer in it just because you love cooking,
Yeah.
bitch. Don't bullshit me.
Yep.
Don't bullshit me. You bought the food truck because you want to make money.
Right.
Be honest about that. That's why you charge money for the food. It's
And
not
it's-
just because it costs
Right.
money. It's because your time is money.
Yep.
Because you have a mortgage to
Yep.
pay. Our bands deserve that. When
It's-
you start a band, when you start playing publicly, bro, you bought the fucking food truck.
Yep. It's okay.
You're right, Jason. You're right, Jason.
And
I do
it's-
need to use that metaphor more, dude.
And again, it's 1,000,000% okay to make money doing what you love. That's like the dream.
Yep.
Make money doing what you love. It doesn't mean you're a sellout.
You'll never work a day in your
Right.
life if you
Right.
do what you
if you
love
do
for
what
a
you
living.
love, you're not a sellout because you're doing it because yes, it does become about the money then. Because it's about the money for everybody. It's about the money for the bands, it's about the money for the promoters, it's about money for the production
Let's
people
give
that
him
are
an
there.
example, because I feel like you and I are fucking like striking a chord. Like literally,
Yeah.
we're harmonizing and making a chord right now,
Right.
like, to stay on our music. Okay.
Yep.
You have two show opportunities. You want to do one, but the other one pays more.
Yep.
If you take the money, you're a sellout, right? Now, what I'm really saying is, one pays. Let's stay local. Let's say local band. You get a really great opportunity. You can headline this club. They're going to give you $5,000, and you want to do it
Yep.
because everything is there for you. It's your show, fucking great. Or you could go to this other show. You don't really want to do it, but they're going to offer you $8,000.
Yep.
But it's probably going to be miserable.
Right.
If you take that $8,000, that's the sellout move.
Yep.
That's because you're doing what you love both times, but you're going to be miserable once for more money, or you could do exactly the dream for a little bit less.
The one that I make
Because
less money.
$5,000 to $8,000 for a local band, that's an irrelevant. They're both several thousands of dollars. Where most of us, I mean, maybe not all of us, but a lot of bands are lucky to get paid $200,
Yep.
$500. So to get offered $5,000 versus $8,000, if $5,000 gives you everything you want, fuck the extra
And-
$3,000.
and
Do
the-
the $5,000, dude.
And what?
Be
and,
happy.
And which show furthers your career or furthers what you're trying to create?
And that's why you'll play some shows for free still to this day.
Correct. Because it's exposure.
Yep.
Also, it
Or,
allows
or,
you to.
or I'm going to play in front of
Right.
5,000 people and sell a lot of merch.
Correct. Exactly.
Or I just get to simply put it on my resume.
Yep. And that's the thing. And that's
If
so.
it's a big enough name,
Yeah.
that's all I need.
Right.
I opened for Metallica. Bro, I will pay.
Yep.
I will blow them. Okay?
Correct.
They don't want my money. They make enough money. I'll suck all their dicks, though.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah.
want that either, though.
Right.
So, like, what do you want?
Yeah.
You know what they probably want? They probably want to be challenged.
Yeah.
They probably
Right.
want to be Dorothy on the opening
Yeah,
night of that Treasure
exactly.
Island tour. I want to be challenged. I want to feel like I have to go something to prove. Because I'm in Metallica. I don't.
Yep.
I'm. Oh,
Because
but this
a
fucking
weird-
local band gave me
Right.
a run for my money. Okay,
'Cause-
okay. Now I got a
Right.
reason to stretch before the show
Because
tonight.
a weird
You
part
know?
of their mind goes, shit, I forgot what it was like
yeah
to
Oh,
have to
man.
feel like I got to work for it right now.
or even just the inspiration of watching a young musician care.
Like that's cool. I remember
Oh,
that. I remember
man.
what that felt like. Yeah.
I'm gonna channel that. I
Yep.
remember being
Yep.
fucking 24.
Yep.
Or I remember being 40.
Right.
I remember being. You know what I mean?
Yep. And
'Cause
then
I
they're
was
going to go
channeling
out
my
there.
Moby reference
Then
there.
that headliner's going to go out there and blow the freaking doors off the place.
Yeah, because he's got just a little bit more.
just a little
motivation.
motivation that night. Yep.
Or something really cool happens, dude. And you probably remember this just being in your history. Do you remember when Slipknot and Lamb of God toured together?
Yeah.
And Lamb of God was the headliner?
Yep.
And actually, no. It was hold on, no. I'm fucking this up. I'm blending two different concerts. I'm thinking Metallica and Lamb of God. Okay, so I'm going to tell two quick stories.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah,
Metallica
yeah.
and Lamb of God toured together, but Metallica had so much respect for Lamb of God. Metallica both opened and headlined. So Metallica went out, played a set, then went on and let Lamb of God play with the full system, like a real headliner, and then Metallica went back on.
Mm-hmm.
The other one I was thinking of is it was Slipknot and American Head Charge.
Yes.
And Slipknot headlined the entire tour except for when they came through Minneapolis. They said, nope, this is your town. You guys headline tonight. And gave them the entire PA.
That was Pledge of Allegiance tour.
Were you there for that?
Yeah.
You were
Yeah.
at that night?
Yeah.
What was that like, dude?
pretty badass.
Because that's lore. That's lore.
Yeah.
I heard that story. I wasn't at that show, but I heard that
That
story.
was Pledge of Allegiance tour. Yeah.
What was that like to be at, dude?
I mean, it was sweet because it was. I mean, think about the list of bands that were on that show. It was. I mean, just the headliners alone was. It was Slipknot. It was System of a Down. It was Drowning Pool. I don't know if they were on that or not. I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, and then you had American Head Charge, who had just had their record had just come out that summer, and they were. I mean, nobody can ever in this world. I think, especially from Minneapolis. Yeah, if you're from Minneapolis, the Head Charge rules. But if you didn't really actually ever see American Head Charge play in their prime, you don't know.
Right.
You don't know. You might have heard the stories,
and the only
but
reason,
you don't know.
And the only reason I know is because I seen him once and then got blown off the fucking stage a second time, dude. Like, it's real. It was a real thing. Those were elite level musicians, and that's one of those. That's one of those bands where I'm like, if you don't like them, cool, I get it. It's not your vibe, but do not fucking talk to me if you're gonna. Seriously, you don't think they're good? Don't talk to me. I don't. Your opinion is now, because this isn't about taste. You're judging talent, and you have bad taste. Get out of here. Don't talk.
They had every single element going for them. I mean, the songwriting,
even
the
when they changed members,
the theatrics,
even
the
when
members.
they changed members,
yes,
even when that kills every band.
Yep,
not them.
Nope,
not them.
No.
They kept on a trucking, bro. Every time they played, they were elite.
They were so good. They were so good.
Sober, not sober.
Yep.
Didn't matter.
Yeah.
On stage, holy fucking shit. And I don't give a shit. I literally am saying your opinion in music is actually irrelevant. Toss that aside. Watch them perform. Feel the air they're pushing in the room. If you tell me they're not good, I don't want to talk to you. Like, you have bad taste. Get out of here, dude. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just a hater.
I remember what
I get it if you don't like it. That's a different thing, though. Like, that's kind of what you said. You book with your brain, not your heart.
Yep.
Like, I booked this band. Like, they're the shit. I might not vibe. I might not rock them in my car. But, like, when I'm in the room, I know they're doing something. You know? That's...
And that'll happen. And when that does happen, it's purely. I mean, yeah, they might draw. You know, these some of these local acts that you put on with a big national, they might draw, 100 people that they sell tickets specifically for, but it's the other 1,800 people in the room that see them play, that are just like, who was that? Like, what? They're local? Yeah, they're local. Holy moly, I got to go see these guys again.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to buy their CD or buy their merch.
Yep.
And then they're walking around with a T-shirt on. People are like, who is that? That's the stuff that still really gives me the buzz to keep doing what I do. Because, now I'm a large scale independent promoter, but I still get my favorite things are still putting the local acts on the big shows and seeing them play on those big stages, especially when I get to do it outside of my amphitheater, and I put a local act, on the big stage and see them play in front of 4,000 or 5,000 people. That's still really cool to me. And when I do that, at the end of the day, that's really the only band that I really care about sometimes is, was it a good show for the local act?
Well, because you can't do anything for anybody else. You just bought that talent.
Right.
You just brought them in. You bought some ads. You did the thing. But this is where you can, like, and this is what you did early in your career, too. So this resonates with me, is like, okay, change lives might be dramatic. But you definitely affected the trajectory of lives. Even going back to something as simple as Quest for Mayhem. Like, all the way up until what you're doing right now. And that is super cool, because that directly leads into one of the things that I said, hey, man, I want to have you on the podcast, was I caught some promo on, what was it, fucking Care 11 or something?
Yeah.
And you mentioned the local band. And I was just like, what the fuck? And then advertise your next show, and then another one, and you were like, oh, and this one also features a local act.
Yep.
And I was just like, bro, and I reached out, I go, bro, that was super classy.
And-
you didn't have to do
Yeah.
that. That was super fucking cool, dude. And then we started a conversation, right?
Yeah.
And then it just kind of organically culminated, and I was like, dude, you should just come on the podcast, man. Like I think we have a lot to talk about, and I think there was some things that we both struck chords with each other in, where I was like, yeah, dude, I got to get this guy on the podcast. And I had no idea whether you were going to be a good podcast guest or not, but I was like, this guy seems interesting. He's doing some really cool shit that I think deserves a long-form conversation, because there's only so much you can do on Care 11.
Yep.
You
Yep.
know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I and that's the thing is I take...
Would you get 90 seconds at most?
Yeah, I take every opportunity that I can get that allows me to come on and people understand that I'm not just some, run-of-the-mill promoter. Like, I actually really care about the shows that I do for the most part, especially the ones where I'm asked, like, hey, do you have anybody you'd like to put on the front of the show? So pretty much any show that I book where there's only one band, I'm right away. The first question, can I find support? And it's always going to be local support every single time, because the thing about putting local support on a large national act is this: the large national act's not going to do anything to promote your show at your venue, but if you put a local on there, and guess what? What's the first post they're going to put out their social media? Hey,
Holy
we're
shit.
opening, or we're going to be doing this, or we're going to, because they get excited, and they're going to do work for the next 2.5 months talking about your show.
Why? Because they're selfish.
Right.
This is the thing.
Right.
Is you're taking advantage.
Yep.
Because this is clout chasing for them.
Yep.
But that
Yep.
is promo for you.
That's right.
Which is good for your
That's
headliner.
right. It's
which
good
is
for
good
my
for
brand.
the venue owner.
Yep.
Which
And-
means everybody's making money.
Yes.
Which means everybody stays in business.
And-
which means we get to do more
No-
shit.
And not only that,
Making money is
and not only
a
that,
sin,
but I
you guys.
also pay that local, and I don't.
Oh,
just,
do you really?
Oh, I pay every one of them. They usually
Nice,
don't even know it that I'm going to pay them.
Well, you shouldn't have said that
and
out
I
loud.
send them a contract
Edit
and say,
this
they're
out.
like, "What's this?" And I'm like, "It's
Jason,
a contract."
edit this out.
But I also pay them. The reason why I pay them, because I want them to know, like, hey, I appreciate the fact that you're coming to do the show. I'm not asking you to do the show because you called me. I'm asking you to the show because I'm choosing you to be on this show because
Right.
I think you're a good fit and I think you'll help sell tickets.
Right.
I'm not asking you to promote the show, but I know you're going to.
Yep.
You know. So, but also, you don't just do it for the band. You also do it for the people who are coming to the show to give them something different to see. Hey.
Well, especially here.
Yep. Because
Here we're such rubes. We
Yeah.
love a local band.
Right.
We love a local sports hero. We love a local business
Yep.
that becomes a major corporation.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, dude.
that's
Come on.
Minnesota nice.
Yeah,
We take care of each other around here.
It's cool, but it's also kind of corny. But
Yeah.
again, understand your market. Understand
Exactly.
where you are, what you're doing.
Yep.
The same thing happens in Nashville. The same thing happens
Yep.
in New York, in LA. Now it's happening in Austin
Yep.
again. It's not unique. It's the same thing a different way, dude.
Yeah. And that's and to get all the way back to, how we got to where I am now. I mean, that's basically what happens. I booked that club for so long, and then wasn't too long after that whole rat shabaco. I was like, you're an idiot. I'm out. I'm out, man. I don't want to work here. This place is going to be closed before you know
It
it.
wasn't even your money you were losing.
No.
But you just don't want to be
You're
affiliated
not going to
with
be
a
open
loser.
very long. So it wasn't very long after that I finally said, I'm out of here.
Because working with a bad owner can give you a bad name.
Gives me the bad rep. It
Working
gives-
with bad
Yep.
bands
Yep.
gives you a bad
Yep.
rep. So you got to stay clean of those things.
Yep.
And this is, again, I think this is why Jason's kind of right. We need some gatekeepers back because you need guys that are willing to say, no,
Yeah.
this person
Yep.
or this business model isn't appropriate
Right.
or sustainable.
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe every once in a while we can take a gamble or a chance, but once we've got repeated behavior over and over where it's not focused chaos, it's just chaos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We
Yeah.
got to pull out of that.
I
Dude.
mean, I did a few shows there that were very locally based. I mean,
This is literally why I didn't join a band before
Yeah.
Montoya, because I was like, that's chaos I think I can help organize.
yeah,
But there's so many other bands that I flirted with over the last 10 years where I was like, honestly, I'd just rather not be in a band.
yeah,
Because it's hard to gain and keep respect, especially in this town. We're such a tight-knit community where word spreads real fucking fast.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, so that's what
Well,
I did.
good for you for
I
doing
was
that
there
is
for
my
a bit,
point.
and then I left there, and then I pretty much focused on, Emergent for a while, and I helped out a couple other bands like Divide the Fall and stuff for a little while, and then
I think you helped Wither a little bit.
I helped them a little bit, too, and then once Emergent broke up fully, I kind of was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do for a while, but then I was kind of like, maybe I'm out. Maybe I'm done. Maybe I'm tapped out, or maybe
I'll go
I
do
just,
roofing.
Yeah, I just didn't see I didn't really see again, the scene was really dead. You know, like we were saying, everybody had kind of broke up, and there wasn't a lot out there for me to really latch onto and be like, put a lot of effort into. And then I just I consulted with a few promoters. I'd help them out if they called me and stuff. And then, the fate may have it, Treasure Island came a calling, and because I just happened to know somebody,
Through word of mouth, basically.
and they were
Through
like,
old
"Hey,
relationships.
Treasure Island is looking for a new entertainment. You think that's something that would interest you?" I'm like, "Ooh, I'm like, I'm gonna go from." Oh, so I went down and looked at the place, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I mean, they had one room. One of the rooms is 3,000. 3,000 max is the indoor room, and then they got this massive amphitheater that we can get 16,000 people in. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm cut out for this big of a. I don't know if I want to make that jump yet. So I felt it out a little bit, and I got there, in April of 2021, I think, or no, right after COVID. So April of 22, when I fully took it over, and
So at the tail end of that.
tail
Yeah,
end of
okay.
COVID, and my very first show that I fully did at Treasure Island was freaking Santana in that
No
event
shit.
center.
Wow.
And I'll never. It's so weird. Like the very first show, I didn't at the time. I was like, well, how does things work around here? Like, do you guys have a production manager? And they were like, well, we don't have a production manager. I'm like, well, who does production? I'm like, well, we hire it out with somebody, and they just come in. I go, well, like, who does all the production advances? Oh, well, the old entertainment manager has been doing it, and it's been kind of a nightmare. And I'm like, well, it's because you guys got to hire a real production manager. So the very, very first guy that I met with to be the production manager was actually the guy who's the full-time production manager. That people don't know that he lives here in town, but he's the actual production manager for Pearl Jam.
Oh, wow. No shit.
But he lives here in town. He lives kind of down around Treasure Island. And I had him
Wow.
come out and look at the amphitheater and do this and do that. And he kind of gave me some recommendations. So I ended up settling on Tommy V, who owns Rock House Productions here in town, as my production manager down there. So I'm like, I need to put together a team in order for me to fully invest in this. I need to have a team, a production team. I need a hospitality team. I need all of this, because if I'm going to do this, I want to do it the right way,
Right.
rather than do it the wrong way. Because I've seen what happens when you do it the wrong way. Look at Pickle
Dozens
Park.
of times.
It happens. It
At this
happens
point-
everywhere.
At this point, you've been through
Right.
dozens of times.
You got to have
if
the
not
right
hundreds of
yeah.
times.
So if you don't have the right people, everything's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a shit show, right?
And it's not just idealistic. You actually have a real
Yeah.
grounded resume at every level of the music scene.
Yep.
Oh, baby, I know you.
So that's what I did. I went about making sure I had the right crew, the right production team. My box office manager, who sells all my concert tickets, he's a really fantastic kid. And the reason why that I like him so much is he reminds me of me when I was his age. He's hungry. He wants to be in the business. He works his ass off. He doesn't expect anything to be handed to him. He works. Yeah, he's got a college degree in the music business, but I don't know if a lot of what he actually got that degree in comes into play. A lot of what he does is what he's learning.
Paperwork.
I
feel like he learned a lot of paperwork.
He's good
in college.
at that stuff. Really good at that stuff.
That's what you learn in college is paperwork.
Yeah,
yep.
which is nice for me because I'm not really good at that stuff. He does a lot of that stuff for me as far as sending out emails and stuff. But on a show day basis and leading up to the show, he's A+, 100%. And then I have a hospitality coordinator that works under me that she takes care of taking care of the bands when they come there, making sure the bands have what they need so that I can just focus on the show, on making sure everything happens that needs to happen, to booking the right shows, to dealing with the agents.
Will you lift that curtain and put it behind the hook, please? Thank you, buddy.
Because I have to deal with the agents and buy the shows, and I'm on the phone all day long, every day with agents from New York and Nashville and LA and Atlanta and all these other places, and I'm literally trying to buy the right shows for that venue, the demos that fit that venue. Because the thing is with the casino is this.
Yeah, you got to get the right people out there.
People don't realize with the casino, the casino is very fickle.
It's a different game. It's a different game.
But forever,
we talked about this in our DMs.
Yeah. The thing about the casino that has always been is people that go to the casino only thinks about gambling. And who comes to the casino to gamble? Well, forever, the thinking from even band standpoints, like these national tours, it's funny. I'll reach out to the agent of, say, any band and be like, hey, do you think they'd be interested in coming and playing in the casino or amphitheater especially? And they're like, well, no, I don't want to play a casino. Why not? Because casinos just want to give all the tickets away to gamblers. They want their fans there. And I'm like, no. That's not how I do things. I'm a true entertainment promoter. I want to sell tickets to concerts. So I want to bring your act in as a sold ticket, and I'm going to promote the crap out of your show to get your fans to come to the show. But the thing is about a casino is this. Forever, the thinking has always been it's 60 plus that come to the casino to gamble and blah, blah, blah. Well, no, that's not really necessarily true anymore. The demographic for a casino is usually 25 to 55 for the people that actually have money to spend in a casino.
Right.
Well, the music demographics are the same. Yeah. Like, let's use the Incubus show, for example. Incubus coming to the casino. Seems kind of like a weird fit. Isn't their demographic a little too old? No. The people who used to love Incubus were 25 to 35 when Incubus was at its height.
Right.
Well, now that demographic is 35 to 55, which is my age group. Guess what? They're the casino demographic now to come to the casino. But also on top of that, you have a bunch of people who, when they were in their late 20s, early 30s, what were they doing? They were having kids. They were building houses. They were just starting their careers. A lot of that prevented them from going to concerts back then.
Whereas now they have money.
Now they have money and their
out.
kids are growing up and they're out of the house and they're in college. Well, now they have a chance to come back and
bring
see Incubus, and they have money to spend.
And they can bring people.
And they're going to bring people with them.
And their friends.
And then
their
you know what else
neighbors.
they're going to do after the concert and before the concert? There's only one thing to do at a casino.
Gamble and drink.
Gamble and drink.
And eat.
And I also have, at a casino at my disposal, I have a water park. I have a gigantic hotel.
Hey, specifically your hotel.
Yeah.
Because Treasure Island, by the way, has hands down the best exterior accommodations outside of just the gambling in the hotel. Because, dude, specifically the swim-up bar and that outdoor jacuzzi.
Right.
Dude.
So, as a promoter, I don't just have to rely anymore on just the concert. I have other things that I can rely on, like how do I get people to want to come down here to see a show?
Right.
Well, we have these other things that we can offer you. Plus, I have a gigantic casino.
Right. Yep.
You know, so what my thinking going into booking concerts now is not just about selling tickets. It's I have to sell the property.
You know, it's so interesting that you say that, and I'm going to make this point, and then let's take another break. I got to take this dog upstairs. She's getting old, dude. She's like 15, 16 years old. She gets uncomfortable. But it's so interesting you say this, because this idea that casinos aren't good places to have concerts is 100% antithetical to the entire idea of Las Vegas.
Correct.
Which is the greatest entertainment place
Correct.
to go. People set up residencies and it'll become a travel destination. So that entire idea, let's press pause right here and we'll pick up from here. Jason, what song should we play? Or who picked the last one? You picked Barrier. What should we play? I got Senna Sense, The Void, Saved a Place for You, and Introspection left. Yeah, Will, you pick one. Introspection? Of course. I'm not even surprised. All right. Jason, bring us to the right scene, please.
I already have.
Wasn't enough to be void of misery. There's an emptiness inside I do not feel anymore. If I need to say this again, I'm in this through the end. And I believe that's what you need to hear, and I believe that I have now made this clear. If you would let me up, then maybe I would see if the sentiment has died, if this love was lost on me. This ever really happened at all, it was hard to tell, because it felt like I was dreaming. There must have been a point buried in this. There must have been a word that I had missed. If you would lift me up, then maybe I would see if the sentiment has died.
to change this now. I need to face.
No, we're not. Hold on. I got it. Now we're back. Yeah, I'm going to fix this over here so I can make this a little more seamless. All right, where did we press pause? Oh, come on, you guys.
Give me a second.
Oh, come on, you guys. There's 4 of us in this room. Where did we press pause? Oh, Jesus Christ. What were we talking about?
Where were we at? We were at right where
The comments aren't going to help us, dude. These are not relevant comments. Thank you, though, Matt. I appreciate that. Fuck, what were we talking about?
we were talking.
Oh, I remember. So we were talking about how you had switched the mantra of
casino.
Yeah, about how the casinos are booked
Yeah.
and looked at. And I said it's completely antithetical how Vegas performs. So obviously there's a way you can make casinos an entertainment destination for the music. Like that's what residencies are, right? That's what brings people to their casino. And it just makes perfect sense, dude. It makes fucking perfect sense the way you describe it, because you bring the right act that will bring people to the casino. It's a far enough drive from the cities where if me and my wife are coming, like even if you gave me free tickets, I'm still booking a hotel.
Yeah.
I'm still spending a ton of in spec because the tickets are free, but you only gave them to me because you knew I love that band, by the way. Hypothetically made up situation. This never actually happened. I'm literally making this up. But even if I got those because they went to the right people, so maybe I won a contest or something, doesn't matter. I'm definitely renting a hotel. I'm spending a shit ton of money on booze, dinner. I'm bringing the wife, so double all of that. And we're definitely going to gamble before and or after the show, especially if it was a great night and the band killed it. Even if you gave me two $85 tickets, you're probably going to make like $900 in that fucking night.
And that's where the casino.
And that's just that night, by the way. That's not even the next morning.
Correct. That's where the casino formula still works, no matter what. I mean, for the most part, a lot of the way that we do things where I am now is at Treasure Island is, we have a bunch of comps, but we don't comp the whole show out. We give our player development team a certain amount of tickets.
Right, the VIPs.
But they don't just give them to anybody. They let people ask them for the tickets. So the people who are asking for the tickets, if they're a good enough player, they're going to want to come to the show anyway because they want to come to the show because they're a fan of that act.
And they're already regular.
Right. They're already regular casino
guests.
players. So the people who are getting the free tickets are not only good casino players, but they're also fans of the act. That's how I do things, and that's how we make my formulas work at the casino. But my whole goal has been to turn it on its head. No longer go with just, let's just comp the whole show out and then hope 50% of the people that come to the show, come to the show. No. Let's sell tickets. Let the people who want to come to the show come to the show. Because you know what they're going to do when they get here anyway? They're going to do all those things you just mentioned. They're probably going to buy a hotel room. They're going to eat. They're going to drink. And they're going to gamble. They might go up to the parlay and watch some free music that night because of whatever act. But we also, my guy who books the parlay lounge, he's my box office manager, Garrett. He also he fits it. Well, the act that's playing in parlay is going to match what's playing in the event center that night because it works. Mm-hmm. And they're going to go up in the parlay and they're going to spend money in there. So.
And then the beautiful thing is when you get those local bands, especially if they're younger, are going to bring a younger demographic.
Yep.
So now you're creating new customers for the casino.
Right.
I remember
That's
that time
the
we had
whole
a great,
point.
and then, man, we went to that concert and went and seen XYZ band that I love so much, and then, man, you put $40 down on the roulette table and won $400, or I went and dropped $100 on blackjack and I won like $1,000 over like 2 hours and everything was free. Let's go back to the casino.
That's the whole point.
I wonder who's playing there this weekend.
That's
like
the
it
whole
seems
point
so
of what I
obvious
do.
but it seems so obvious when you say it out loud as it works. But when it's not being done and you're the one who has to be like, hey guys, this is what we should do.
Yeah.
What are those conversations like, trying to convince them that their old model is wrong? Especially when you're jumping up a venue level.
Yeah.
How do you prove you know what you're talking about when they're technically, quote unquote, for the listeners who can't see this, above you?
Yeah.
Right? They have the bigger venue. They know what they're talking
Well,
about. You're the new guy.
The only it's funny because the only people that I have for in my position to answer to is my marketing director, my general manager, and my tribal council. And for the most part, they will have questions, but what I do is I use what I call a performa, that I put all the numbers on a piece of paper, and then I show them this is potentially what the type of how much money you could make. This is how many tickets I think are going to sell. This is how much booze I think are going to sell. This is how much merch I may or may not sell, even though I really don't take much merch cut anyway, because I don't think there's any point to it.
I also don't think it's ethical.
I think it's stupid.
That's literally the
Yeah.
band's
Dumbest thing in
business
the
now.
world.
They don't make any money off their music anymore.
I
They
don't-
survive off their
No.
merch.
Yeah.
It's unethical for a venue to take a merch cut.
I don't take a single dime from any opening act. I don't take a single dime. I usually don't take, if there's 3 bands, I usually don't take anything until the headliner. And even with the headliner, it might it might say on the contract, we're taking 20%. No. I'm taking 5 maybe at the very most. And sometimes I might just be like, guys,
Yeah.
I don't want any of your money.
I think 0 is the right
Yeah,
number.
it's the right number.
Because at the end of the day, the way the business is ran nowadays is bands don't make anything off streaming. Streaming is their
Yep.
promo. They still are the product.
Yep.
And even though you're paying them a certain percentage to be there, that's not worth it.
No, it's not.
Because the bigger the band, the bigger their production
Correct.
numbers, and it's literally unethical in my eyes. And I don't care how much success I have or haven't had. I can't run any version of moral math
Nope.
and say it's okay for your venue to dip into that band's pocket and take any of their fucking t-shirt sales.
And
that's literally their lifeblood.
And as a independent promoter, I'm telling you, you are 100% correct. Because here's why. All I do as a promoter at where I work is I provide you a space, and that's it, to
Yep.
sell your stuff.
Yep.
You have to ship all the t-shirts to us or bring them in on your trailer or whatever. You have to drive them all down to us. You have to provide your own seller, or you may have to, because I don't provide sellers. In order for me to provide a seller, they have to have a gaming license. What part-time employee is going to pay $75 for a gaming license to come sell t-shirts a couple times a year?
Yeah.
So you have to, I provide you the information to get a seller, but you bring your own seller. You have to pay that seller then. So why should you pay the venue anything whatsoever?
Right.
And I don't do that. That's why I don't
if
do
you
it.
really want to go fucking clever, right? Like you're going to pull a Ronnie Radke and you're going to be like, we're not fucking selling any merch then. Fuck you guys.
Right.
Buy our shit online.
Yep.
We'll give you a discount
Exactly.
code. We'll give you a discount
Yeah.
code to pay for the shipping.
Right.
Fuck this venue.
Yeah.
And now you didn't make anything.
Correct.
So what we're arguing about is like just such an arbitrary, because again, the whole point is I'm bringing people to your establishment to buy booze and food.
Yep.
Now your place is another level. You got hotels and
Yeah.
casinos.
You're not getting, the
Right?
band's not getting any of that money.
I think small, right?
Right.
Because I'm not affiliated with the
Yep.
casino. So when a band, I actually get really bothered when some of these local venues want to take anything of the door. Like any of the door. We're talking a band that brings like 500 people to your venue.
Yep.
And they're going to spend an average of, what is the number? Like $40
Yeah.
per person nowadays. So it's like just right there, you're doing huge numbers. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Average.
And you want the door?
Yeah.
You want anything at the door? I get it. Let me pay your sound guy. Let me pay your security. Like, okay, what is the fee for that?
Yep.
If you want a small percentage, I get it. But somebody recently, and I'm not going to name names, but there's a local person who controls more than one venue, and I asked them how it worked, and they said 60-40 of the
What?
door. Yeah, 60-40. And not only was I offended by that number, I was super upset because they didn't even tell me which direction the 60-40 went. Because that's how close it was. I was like, well, hold on. Am I even the one getting the
See,
60?
here's the thing.
Like, it bothers me so much. Like 40% of the door.
If I was running a local club,
40%.
if I was running a local club, this is how it
How
would
much of the
work.
bar am I getting?
Right.
That's what my question should
Yeah.
have been.
This is my thinking. If you're not paying the band a flat rate to be there,
Then they
you
take
get
the door.
zero. You should get
They
zero.
take the door. Correct.
Right.
That's the point. Yes.
That's the point.
That's the
band,
end of what I was
right,
going to say. Yes.
Because if the band doesn't do the work then
Yes.
to promote the show, they're going to promote the crap out of the show because they're only getting the door.
That's
so
the whole
why
point.
should you take any money from them?
That's the end of the conversation. Yep.
Right.
Yep. We skipped the whole middle part. We
Correct.
skipped straight to the end.
If
Well,
I'm doing all the
yes.
advertising of the show, then yeah, I might take some of the door, but usually that's not how it's going to work.
Or you take a small percentage of the door because you're not charging them a room
Right.
fee.
Right.
You know, back in the day for the Rock nightclub or Star Central, I think it was $250 or $350. That literally
Yep.
paid the sound guy.
Yeah.
And the door
That's
guy.
it. They're paying their expense. That's it.
Yep.
That's all it should be.
Well, there was also the PA rental for a
Yeah.
lot of these clubs because they had to pay a certain amount per month to rent that PA,
right.
and they
right.
averaged
But
it out.
But that's stuff's understandable. That's just normal stuff.
But it was also transparent.
Yeah.
It made sense.
Yeah.
It was a direct fee.
But,
so here's
yeah,
the deal.
you-
You take the door minus this number. Mm-hmm. Cool. And then what I would do, again, just being a local asshole, I'm like, okay, well, I don't trust these bands to promote on their own properly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy all the flyers, and I'm going to do what Joe Spanbauer did. You're opening. If you don't draw 50 people, I'm never booking you again. Here's 1,000 flyers.
Yeah.
I will know if you pass these out or not,
Yeah.
because in my head I know 2% of your flyer. You're laughing right now. The listeners can't see this, but you're laughing
Yeah.
because I will know if you pass out 1,000 flyers. Guess what? 2% of that is.
That's 200 people.
Well, that's 20%.
Or 20,
but,
20 yeah.
but 2%. It's at least 20 people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you don't draw 50 people, I know not only did you pass out these flyers, but you didn't tell anybody,
Yeah.
right? So you can start doing some math
Yeah.
going
It's
forward.
very easy.
And the same thing. So we would print basically 10,000 flyers
Yep.
between 4 bands, and we would kind of grade them out,
Yeah.
knowing this is a minimum of 200 people through the door. So we're just doing the same math you're doing on a way
Yeah.
smaller level, dude. And yeah, then if you were lucky enough to get the right connection and get played on loud and local, and if you were smart and you put up the posters in the right place, and you had a buddy who was a bartender and who could really get people, you could start to do some and then call it an event instead of just 4 bands on a local bill. Same thing, different way, smaller scale. And this is what those local bands need to be doing now.
Yeah.
Guys Will's age and my brother's age, those bands, guess what they're doing? Passing out paper fucking flyers. You know why? Because none of them are on Facebook. Mm-hmm. They just look at that as the abyss. That means nothing. You're just shooting. They look at Facebook like you're shooting a beam to outer space, hoping to hit a fucking alien race with your message that you're doing a local
Yeah,
show.
'cause here's the thing.
No one's coming.
Here's
dude.
the thing.
No one's coming, bro.
There's very few, and maybe there is, but I think personally, there's very few local bands that literally have marketing degrees, that know how to go in and look at all these weird algorithm things and all that. Like me at the casino.
There you go.
Me at the casino, I have an entire team of marketing and advertising people that can look at stuff like that. They know how many people it's going
Real quick.
They know how to do geofencing and all that stuff. Your local band's probably not going to know how to do that, but they do know when they give out paper flyers how many people they gave them to.
2%. Yep.
Yeah.
Just count
Yeah.
them. 2%. You're guaranteed 2% of your flyered paper out, and that number's still true to this day because that's just how advertising
Yeah.
works. And the other thing is you can do billboards for super cheap.
Yeah.
And and the metrics will tell you based on this many blips on these traffic
Yep.
based blah 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 blah. You can do the numbers. You can backtrack it. Like I can, dude. Here's the thing, man. Is I'm trying to explain to some of these local bands, bro, if you just gave me control over your show with a budget of I don't know, $3,000 to $5,000, I'll sell 1,200 tickets.
Yeah.
I can do that, but all we got to do. In fact, I could probably do it for a lot less. I could probably do it for like $1,500 to $2,000 with the right local bands. We really build a real event. You know what I mean? You just really focus that shit, and fucking nobody's playing multiple shows except for a couple nationals, which actually like help build hype.
Yep.
Yeah, we could do at least a minimum of 500 people at any local club, and we could probably hit 1,200, like fairly easily. And I don't mean easily as in like guaranteed. I mean easily as in like it's not very complicated. It's a pretty simple formula. It's just a lot of math. And then you start talking to guys about putting up the money to do it. And this is why I said I did this. So I would take that room fee, and then I would pay for all the promo, and I would basically strong arm these bands into promoting, and then we would draw. And then I would pay the club their fee. I would take all my promo money back. I would take 10% of what's left, because that's my booking fee. And then the bands got paid whatever I either guaranteed them or whatever their percentages of that leftover amount was. Tell me if that is not the easiest, most streamlined. If there's a better way to do it, I think that is your starter template for how all local shows should be run. And I don't care if it's one band organizing everything, or if you're a manager trying to put, or you're a local bar owner. If you have a better idea, tell me, dude. But I think that's the simplest way to describe how to do this.
Well, I can tell you right now, that's how a booking agent does it. It's exactly how they do it. They have a formula, and they follow the formula almost every time. But
a good booking agent.
A good booking agent. There are some very good booking agents, and there are some very bad booking agents. There are also some very dishonest booking agents out there, and there's some very honest ones.
Those middle two are usually drunks, by the way.
Yeah. There are some very, very good ones in our area. But the thing is, you know, they don't really focus on a lot of local acts anymore. They're booking agents, but they've moved on to regional stuff.
Right, because they got
that.
tired of these local bands letting them down, not pulling their weight.
Yeah.
They got tired of local bands getting on a bill like opening for Seven Dust, and I'm not saying this is literal. I'm just going to use that name because we used it earlier. So not Emergent, but a different random local band. Here's what happens over and over again. Seven Dust get booked. Paul calls you. Yep, we're going to do it. And all they do is post on Facebook, because they think just simply being on this bill is going to bring everybody out.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what happens? In this hypothetical situation with this hypothetical Paul, in order to put them over the number to make profit, they needed that local band to draw their usual 300 people. But they didn't.
Yep.
They drew like 50, because they thought just being on this bill was the opportunity. You follow me, Will? So where I'm going with this is when that happens 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive times, these bookers, they go, it's not worth fucking with these amateurs anymore. I keep losing money trying to help them and give them opportunities. It doesn't make sense for me, because if I keep doing this, it's not about virtue. It's not about helping people and lifting people up anymore. It's about whether I'm allowed to do my fucking job anymore. I'm going to go out of business, because these promoters and these bookers that we're referring to and alluding to, they're self-funded. They don't have a Treasure Island to bankroll them. They're literally doing this out of their own pocket, which means most of them have a fucking day job, dude. Some of them are really good paying day job, like maybe they're a real estate agent or something, right? So they've got an extra 20, 30, 40 grand a year that they think they can burn. But they don't realize that 20, 30, 40 grand only buys them like 2 shows, 3 shows. Unless they want to go super underground, which is way more risky.
Right.
Now you're spending 5 grand a show, 2 grand a show, but now you're trying to get 200 people to show up to a band no one's ever heard of. Yeah, I remember when I think it was you actually. I think it was you. Maybe it's not. But I remember when somebody was bragging about the fact that they paid $500 to book As I Lay Dying at the Station 4 a year before they blew up and sold out a fucking Warped Tour at the fucking Excel. Was that you?
No.
It was somebody exactly like you, though. They were like, I remember when I paid $500 for that band to come through. A year later, they were the biggest band in metal. That's like gambling, dude. You know what I mean? So when you want to get into a safer play, you're playing with bigger numbers.
That's funny you say that. So as a casino,
And tell me where I'm
Buyer.
wrong. Don't.
No,
I
no.
don't care. I don't care if it's my podcast. I don't want to be right because I said it,
Right.
Paul. I want to be right because we're talking about the truth. So fucking literally, if there's anything that I am saying even remotely wrong, please correct me and teach us because we gotta fucking start passing on this knowledge.
No, you're right. Because here's the thing, and it's funny you say, because as a casino buyer, people don't understand. Every single show that I book, that's exactly what it is. It's a bet. It's a gamble. Every single show.
The bigger the band, the less of the gamble.
Well,
but it's still a gamble.
it's still a gamble.
You're moving
you
from
know.
slots, or you're moving from like roulette to slots to blackjack,
Correct.
right? You're
Correct.
decreasing the gamble,
like-
but it's still a gamble.
Yeah, it's still a gamble.
gambling.
Like I could go, well, I can book that show X for $60K, right? And it might sell 1,500 tickets. We might gross
At-
$65K.
Yeah, 50,
you know,
1,500
Right.
tickets
Right.
at what?
Right.
Fucking, what are you selling those
at
for? $40 a
30,
piece?
$40, you
Yeah,
know.
okay.
But I do that a lot with my indoor room, right? Those are small bets. When I talk about taking shows outside, those are big bets. That's when I'm really rolling dice on certain things. Unless it's an A-lister, I am taking a gamble that it's going to make money because some of those acts that come outside are we're talking seven figures. That's a huge gamble.
Right.
I have to be very
That
sure.
better be Stevie Nicks.
That's right. I have to be very sure that I know that act is going to at least get that money back
Right.
for us.
That's not Trampled by Turtles.
No, it's not. It's
Trampled by Turtles is indoors. Stevie Nicks is
not. Well,
outdoors.
Channel of the Turtles has been outside 3 times for us.
Okay, bad example.
But-
Horrible example. I apologize.
you
I
know,
fucked up.
But-
Bad example.
But they're also not. But they're also not a 7-figure band. I just know that's an easy. Hey, it's an easy sell.
okay, I see what you're
Right,
saying. They're
right.
not 7 figures, but you can fill that
Right.
room.
I know I'm going to fill that outdoor. I know I'm going to fill the reserve seating easy. That's 9,000 tickets. Boom, easy.
You saved my ass on that
Right,
take.
right.
Thanks, Paul.
Right,
You're a great
right.
guest. You're a great
Yeah.
guest, buddy. You really saved my ass on that take, dude.
You know, but the thing is, it's like a band. Let's use Incubus for example. I know what they cost, and I'm taking a risk that they're going to sell a minimum of 9,000 tickets for us to make our. I mean, we don't need to sell that many to make our money back, but I'm pretty sure they're going to sell 8,000 to 9,000 tickets, and we're already almost there. You know, it's. But a lot of times I have to go with my gut for outdoor shows because I know I'm taking a risk. But there has been some shows that I booked outside that I'm like, oh man, because here's the thing: if I book an act for $800,000 outside, I don't know what the weather's going to be that day. If I don't have a lot of tickets sold by the time that the week of that show, and I'm banking on a walk up, but then I'm starting to sweat weather, you know. I'm like, oh boy, I was counting
buddy.
on maybe there being 2,500, 3,000 walk up that day because it's going to be a beautiful day, and all of a sudden we have thunderstorms coming. Oh, you know, or is the show going to happen?
So let's just briefly touch on that idea about the music business, because I remember when I was starting to flirt with some of the deeper levels of booking, when I was still very green. I remember hearing these beautiful cliches about pre-sales, about how one genre you can do a lot of predictions on pre-sales, but another
Very true.
genre
Can't.
they don't do any pre-sales. Everything in that is a walk-up.
Right.
So weather aside, how do you factor that in, especially and you can reflect on any version of this from down deep local all the way up to what you're doing now. So it's still true.
I haven't, you know what? I haven't come across, especially. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. This summer will be a good test because we're doing a different kind of thing this summer because of there's some major construction projects going on down there with the roads. We don't know as a venue. We don't know as a property how much traffic we can handle this year. We really don't. Normally we could say, well, we know we can handle 15, 16,000 people, no problem. Traffic will be what it is, in and out, no problem. Well, this year is a new year. We don't know what
Might
the
be
property.
4,000.
Right. It might only be 4,000 or 5,000 people. Although we're going to find out quickly this year because
Once you get them in your facility, you'll be fine. But getting them to your facility,
it's
you're
getting
saying,
them to and out. That could be a
because
little
that
bit
is
sticky.
a deterrent.
You know, the
Which
first
is
show,
why there's no fucking
right.
road
the
construction
very
around the
first
state
show,
fair.
the very first outdoor show we do this year, there's probably only going to be 4,000 to 5,000 people there. We're fairly certain there'll be no hiccups. But
It'll
the
be like the
second show
test.
this summer, we're going to have 13,000 people there. Weird Al Yankovic, he's already sold 12,500.
So that's yeah.
We
so,
don't know how we don't know how traffic's going to go.
So
It
how
could be
many
a
does-
complete disaster.
So what does the outdoor spot hold?
It holds up to 16,000. And I've done in my career there.
So
I've
with like
done,
a Weird Al type, you obviously you're getting 13 because you sold 12,500.
Yeah,
You're not getting less than 500 walk-ups.
right.
I mean, if you have to, you can comp
So on
500
Saturday
people.
afternoon, if it's beautiful weather, we might sell it out completely. Not 16,000 because I only made 14,500, 15. I think 15 total available for the show because I didn't think.
Do you keep comps in that regard? Like, do comps count towards cap at all?
Yeah, they do.
You
They
do. You
yeah.
do count them?
I cap it at. I usually now a rule of thumb. So the biggest show that I have done outside, we didn't have a single ticket available, and I've done it twice. One was Jason Aldean 2 years ago. Last year was, believe it or not, Creed.
the fucking try that in a small town guy?
Yeah. Well, we took advantage of that summer. Trust me.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. Because I remember we had someone that worked in our building at the time that was all, there's going to be protesters. We shouldn't even be talking about this show. Well, it sold every single ticket that was possible. We didn't have a single protester
There's no
down there.
such thing as bad press.
Correct.
Bring the protesters.
didn't have any
bring
protesters,
all the
fortunately.
protests. No, but I
But-
think that's super funny because that whole thing, I watched that whole try this
Yeah.
in a small town thing.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, yo, because they said it was racist.
Right.
And I was like, you realize
No.
99% of the assailants in this video are white.
Right.
There's like one black
I
kid
know.
doing one vaguely wrong thing. Like, how do you call this racist?
This is
Like,
so- we were just
it's
like-
all white people.
I literally,
Like,
I remember I sat in a big conference room, and I looked at everybody and I said,
we're buying this
You
fucking
guys-
concert.
"You guys, well, no, we had already had it.
Oh, you did?
before
Okay,
the small
okay,
town
okay,
stuff
okay,
happened.
okay.
I was like, you guys, I don't care about this political crap. I go, I'm here to sell concert tickets, and we're gonna have a sold out show that day. I guarantee it. And they said they were like, I don't know, because we were sitting at like 12,500 with like a week to go, and I'm like, and then the small town thing happened, and I'm like, it's gonna sell out now. You watch. There wasn't a single ticket left for
I
that
was
show.
going to say, dude, I would press
And it
play
was
harder.
100 degrees
I would
that day.
I would press play hard. I would advance him the second
Right.
part. I would, you know how,
Yep.
for the listeners that don't know what I just cut myself off on, when you book an act, you have to pay half up front. And then
Yep.
is it half the night of or after they perform it?
It's either way. It depends
yeah.
on how they had it depends on what the act wants.
Right. It depends on how their contract works because
Yeah.
sometimes it has to I've literally read contracts where it has to be in their account before they go on stage or they won't perform. This is some higher level like
Yeah.
Chris Brown shit, but and Snoop, but that's one of those situations where I'd be like, send him the second half now. Let
it's
him know we're
happening.
all in.
Because it's happening.
Raise the concert prices by $10, and it's the same reason that if I were in the 60s and 70s and 80s, I would have been like, yeah, we're booking Kiss, we're booking Alice
Yeah.
Cooper,
Yeah.
we're booking Run DMC, like all the things. Oh, they have a parental advisory sticker, pay them double.
book 'em now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we're gonna
Yeah.
piss off the parents. Like, because here's
Well,
the
I'll
thing,
tell you a funny
this is
story.
what sells music: controversy.
Let me tell you a funny story.
Making people feel something. This is what we talked about earlier. Feeling shit,
Yeah.
getting emotionally invested is not something you just need to do now to stick out on the internet, you guys. This is something you had to do in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
What sold records was pissing off parents, so they told their kids they couldn't listen to it. Sold more records than any other fucking
Right.
marketing scheme
Right.
in the world.
Right.
We're trying to do the same thing, but we're going direct to consumer now.
Yeah. And it's the thing is
It's
that
not rocket science,
no,
you guys.
it's not. And last summer, the other show that we had that sold every single ticket that was possibly available of all shows, and I was like, how is this? There's no way this show is going to ever sell out. And I had to make more tickets available for this show because I originally made 13,000 available with Creed. Fucking Creed. Sold
With arms wide
so
open.
we sold the first 13,000. We were completely sold out. And I was like, I wonder if it would sell the other 4,000. And there were just GA tickets left because our GA is in the yard in the back part of the venue. So I called Creed's people and I'm like, hey, I could put 4,000 more tickets on sale, and I have a feeling it would sell out at this point. And we had a different kind of deal with this show where they got a back end deal on it, based off of ticket sales. And
So
were
if they hit a certain
they hit a
number,
certain
they got
amount,
a bonus, or they got a
bonus.
percentage
They got a
of
bonus.
revenue or
Yes,
something.
Exactly. And they were like, okay, well, let's move the split point then. I said, all right. So they moved the split point, and they still sold every fucking ticket for this show and got a really
Holy
nice
shit.
bonus. And we made a lot of money too, as well, obviously.
Right. That's why they get a
but
bonus.
we were like, but what happened was there were so many people at that show, and there was so much alcohol consumed that getting people out of there was a freaking nightmare.
Well, yeah, because you had a bunch of people going, I'm 6 feet from the edge. and I'm
Everybody was with arms wide open as they were walking out. And if you've ever been there to an outdoor venue, there's only one way in and one way out of Treasure Island. It's one lane road to and
That's
from.
such a disaster. That's why we get a hotel.
Yeah,
This is on purpose, by the way. This is a trap.
right.
Like getting out of the casino is supposed to be a problem so you don't get robbed, but it's also
But that's the thing.
traffic sucks
So-
at the end of the event. So you go, you know what? You go
Go
out to
inside
get
and
your
wait a couple
yeah,
hours.
Exactly. You go out to get your valet and you look at that and you go, fuck that.
Yeah.
We're going back in to
Yep.
get dinner,
Right.
gamble, or we're getting a hotel room
right.
and we're staying
'Cause
the
what
night.
are they going to do? Like
This
the-
is a
and
literal scheme. It's a scam.
It is, because here's the thing.
But it's one of the most
hotel-
enjoyable
Right.
scams. Unlike insurance, it's one of the most enjoyable scams of all
'Cause
time.
I can
dude.
guarantee you one thing. It's going to be a whole lot funner going inside and losing $200 than it is to sit in your car for the next 2 hours waiting to get out of that parking lot
Yeah,
or
listen
get out
to-
of that grass lot.
listen to your kids fart,
Right. So, and that's the thing. But so we figured out
smelling
that.
your husband's BO
Yeah.
as he's been moshing all night
So-
to Creed.
Yeah. So, yeah, no doubt, right?
What if?
Yeah.
What if?
So I figured out that the cap there, because if, between 15,000 and 17,000, that's 2,000 people. Average car is 4 people, right?
Is
to a
it
concert.
it can't be 4. Is
Well,
it really?
It's 3 to 4 people.
No, average. That's max. Average has got to be
So
2, right?
another 2,000
no, 3.
people.
Average has got to be 3.
Another 2,000 people is 500 cars probably.
Right.
500 cars makes a massive difference coming out of one parking lot.
Huge.
So I figured out the cap is 15,000 there.
Okay. I
So
see
now
what you're
going
doing.
forward,
okay.
our cap
yeah.
is about 15,000 for anything, because it's going to make that big of a difference. But
Right,
that
right,
took a
right.
trial and error thing to figure out. So now, if I book anything, I'm going to say the cap's going to be 15,000. I could
There's
put,
no way the average can be 4 people per car, though.
it's just a throw it against the wall, but
It's got to be 3. The number's got to be
It's
3. And
probably
I'm just
3.
ballparking
Yeah.
this in my head. It's got to be 3
It's
people
probably
because
3.
the
Yeah.
the average car can hold 4 people, 4
Yeah.
adults max.
correct.
Right? So you got a couple
Yeah.
SUVs, you got a couple vans, but you got a lot of single people,
Yeah.
and you got most cars probably have 2.
Yes.
That's why I say
Right.
the average has to come
That's why
down
I
to
call
3.
the average 3 to 4. Yeah, 3.
It's
3.
got to be 3. Sorry. I'm
So
again
it's-
inside baseball, but this is
Yeah.
you guys. This is how my brain works. This is why we're here doing the podcast.
Yep.
Because we're trying to like translate all this information, all this data, all these numbers. And if I can, dude, I want to go full Joe Spanbauer and Bill Barry and start holding meetings. And I want a fucking PowerPoint presentation. If we do this is the result. Just like you do with your fucking casino.
Yep.
We need to start getting local bands to start thinking like this so we
Yep.
can rebuild a scene, turn that scene into an industry. And just to go back to where we started this, and then I want you to take back over. Before we started the podcast, I asked him if he thought I was correct in my definitions. I feel like where we're at now is chaos. If we organize, we can become a scene, which is a group of amateurs who have the potential to be pros, but maybe make money, But then if we organize that a little bit further, we become a music industry again here in Minneapolis. And an industry is a group of professionals that make money doing their craft full time. That's what
Right.
we're trying to get back to, because we had that at one time.
Yes.
We had that at one time, and we slowly fell down the mountain like a stone, having the earth eroded under it. It was a slow decline. It wasn't epic. You know, we didn't go all the way down in fucking one day. It was a 20, 30-year decline, a slow erosion.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, we need to walk back up that mountain, back one fucking step at a time.
Right.
And this is where that starts. We need to start doing math. Like, all musicians are mathematicians.
Yeah.
Every single one of you who do music, you're all mathematicians. You're just doing frequencies. You don't know that, but you are. Start doing that with dollars and
Yep.
cents. Let's
Yep.
start being profitable, because then we can sustain, and that brings more venues, which brings more opportunities, which brings more national acts, which
They al-
brings more opportunities.
They also need to start looking at people as currency. You know what I mean? Like,
That sounds super shitty, but you're totally right.
yeah, because the people are the currency. If you the more people,
Because there's a nasty capitalistic rhetoric going around. What that means is people are valuable.
yeah,
Value people. That's what he's trying to say. They are your currency. They're not currency as in they are your value. Without them, you don't get anything. Nothing
Correct.
happens without them. They are your value.
Yes.
Your customers, your consumers, your fans, your listeners, the podcast subscribers, all of you guys. When we say you're the currency, it's you are the value.
yeah,
And
that's
start treating them like they are that, instead of like, you're lucky to listen to us.
right.
I think that's what you're saying.
100%. Because without those people, then everything that you are trying to do as a band, as a
Yes.
promoter, as anything, are nothing. It's nothing.
It's about them.
Yeah, yeah,
Number one priority is your fan, viewer, listener. It's their audio-visual experience.
yep. And I say it every time.
That's
Every show
number
I
one.
do, the most important thing to me is it's the person that comes to the show. It's their experience. Was it a good experience for them? Every single time. Every show I do, I walk around that room, whether it's the outdoor amphitheater or it's the indoor event center. I'm listening all the time to the audio. I'm watching to see what's going on. I'm making sure people are having. I'm out in the lobby of the event center, watching the way lines are flowing for the bars, for the bathrooms, for the merch, because it all works together. If
Yep.
people are coming out of the event center into a super busy area where the
I was
merch
going to
is,
mention bathrooms.
and
That's a
they
big
can't
thing.
get through the merch line to get to the bathroom, well, that's a choke point. You need to find a way to, if it's a show that's going to sell a lot of merch, that merch needs to be in a different area.
Yes.
So people aren't running into that or leaving the merch line because they're sick of people running into them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
So you're also like a pseudo efficiency
yeah,
expert.
yeah, that's the thing. And it's
Companies hire people to come in
I know.
and measure the amount of steps it takes to get from
Yeah.
here to here to here.
Yep.
And they're called efficiency experts,
Yep.
and they will come in and streamline your process.
Know
So
what they're
you're also a pseudo efficiency expert.
They're
As being a
called-
great promoter, it's more than
Yeah.
just. It's everything, man. You just gotta be conscious.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta understand what everybody is experiencing. The musicians, the booker, the promoter, the bartender, the owner,
Yep.
the merch people, the fans, the door guy,
Yep.
the security, and you gotta create harmony between all those people. You gotta
Correct.
make a chord. You gotta strike
Thank
a
you.
chord.
That's what I always say. I say, if everybody works together, everything is like a song. If everybody is playing their part correctly, it should sound really wonderful. But if everybody's just doing their own thing and they're not really paying attention to what the other person is doing and they're just whatever, it's going to sound like shit. Right? So everybody work together, from the promoter to the bands to the security guy to the bartenders, all that. As long as you're all working together as a team in the same motion, creating the same input, it all funnels down to the people who are there at the show, and it all funnels down to the same. You're all looking for the same goal.
That's exactly correct.
And when at the end of a show, if a show has been really good, I can
Everyone
feel it
will
at the end of the
remember it.
show. If
And
people
it's
are
a
coming out of the
night to
venue and they're
remember.
happy, I know. And that's the thing. It's like, yeah, it's a relief that it's over. But at the same time, I get to say, well, we did that today. And then it's right into the work of tearing
next
everything
one.
down,
Yep.
getting ready for the next one.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
You know?
And yeah, it's always about creating memorable nights.
Yep. Yep. That's what music is. Music's the only art in the entire world that you and me could be at the exact same show and hear the exact same songs, and everything feels different to you or I because of how we interpret
Or
it.
exactly the same,
Yep.
even though we're two completely different people.
Yeah.
At the same time, all of those experiences can be simultaneous.
Yep.
So you and I could have two completely different backgrounds. You could be a rich, privileged kid from the suburbs. I'm some underprivileged kid from the ghetto, and we show up at the same concert, and we come out with the exact
Same experience.
same message and experience.
Yep.
And we even bump into each other at the bar at the end of the night and feel like we're brothers. This has
Yep.
happened.
Yep.
This has literally happened to me. And the exact same thing that you described has happened, where I'm standing directly next to somebody who I consider my best friend, and we go out of that with two completely different experiences, and we go to the bar and talk about that, and we're blown away by like, holy shit, man, we both took out two different things. Like, that's what makes the music subjective, right? Like, that's what makes it an art instead of a science, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Now, it just, in my own opinion, and I think it's a shared opinion among everybody in our local area, is we go to shows and it just doesn't. There isn't a place that seems like that we can all go nowadays that has that feel to it. I feel like you go into shows now and it's like, you know, it doesn't feel like there's that meld together of everything. You kind of go to things and it's just kind of like, okay, the show happens and there's not that same family feel anymore to everybody. Seems like they're experiencing they're not in the moment anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do with technology. Everybody's standing there with their phone in the air. They're having to record the show instead of enjoying the show. That's what they do. That's what I see, at least nowadays. I wish cell phones weren't allowed at shows anymore. I love it when an artist says, everybody put their phone down.
Yeah.
Or don't have your phone out.
Or they do
Enjoy
the
the
yonder
show.
bags.
Yeah.
Man, the yonder bags, though, I got to tell you, yeah, they definitely create a better concert experience for everybody, for literally everyone. But the amount of overhead, the labor it
Yeah.
takes, the fucking amount of people you have to
Yep.
hire to put those fucking phones in
Yeah.
those bags, dude, it jacks up the concert price.
I know. I know.
Oh my! I've worked those shows.
Yeah.
because I'm in the industry. Like,
Yeah.
I've worked those shows behind the scenes, and I've offered those shows to people who complain about not making. I'm like, they'll pay you good money to fucking put phones in bags, dude. Like, here, take
Yeah.
this, go do this. Like, I did it once, and I was like, I'll never do that again unless
Yep.
they hire me as a manager to organize it. I will never physically put a phone in a bag again. It is one of the craziest. I will do it. Actually, here's where I would do it. And this is where I recommended it to a group of my friends and family. I was like, yo, you guys want to go make a ridiculous amount of money? If there's like 6 of us, I'll get us all hired and we'll go do it together. And because we all know each other and I have experience, they'll let us work together as like our own little team. And we'll fucking crush this. It'll be awesome. But working with that amount of people... And I'm not talking about like people putting shit in bags. I'm talking about directly interacting with that amount of fans.
Yeah.
Bro, it might be one of the most exhausting. I've literally talked to 20,000 people in a night.
Well, look at merch.
In and out. I actually had a ticker, and I personally spoke words to 20,000 people in one night, and it fucked my whole brain up. Because I was like doing math on how much space that takes, right? And like I would like drive into cities, and I was like, I talked to this whole town today. Like, you know what I mean? You drive through a suburb, and you're like, it's 19,000 people. I was like, imagine talking to every single person in this town in a single day.
That's why
That's
I
a
will say.
crazy, irrational analogy.
That's why I will say at the end of a show, every time I have a show, at the end of the night, I'll walk around and the 2 most tiredest guys of the entire team
Door guys.
are the merch guys.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I've done merch too.
Well,
yep.
same with the ticket taker people. Yeah, they're exhausted too.
Yeah, the
But
door
the
guys
merch
are the
guys, they
worst.
look just exhausted.
Oh yeah, I've done merch, but
Yeah.
they get paid well.
Yeah, they do. They make
The
good
real
money.
the real merch guys get paid incredibly well because they get paid like, God, what did I make? Like 20. I did the Letterkenny show. I think it was like $25 an hour plus commission.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I worked 8 hours, and I think I made like $900.
That's
And dude was like, this was kind of a slow night for us. That's also what he said. It was me and one girl.
oh, I can tell you one thing.
But it was good money. It was
There's
really,
a performer
really
that
good
comes
money.
to
dude.
Treasure Island, Gabriel Iglesias, the comedian.
Fluffy.
He will send pallets of merch for an indoor show. And I remember last year he did 3 shows. He sent 4 pallets of stuff to us. And by the third show, they barely had any merch left to send to people, to sell to people. Because his people buy every... I mean, there was people coming up, I'll take that. There'd be like broken stuff. I'll take it. And you're just like, what is up with you people? But he's one of those guys, like, he sells every ounce of merch that he sends to a venue, it will be gone.
Comedians, I feel, sell way more merch than musicians.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm biased. But I remember buying merch at Metallica shows. Like, I remember all the music shows, and they sell a little bit of merch.
Yep.
But I feel like bands have the best T-shirts. I feel like band logos are the coolest thing to have out. But the amount of merch that comedians sell seems irrational.
It's true.
Am I wrong?
It's true.
It seems.
I had Ron White about 2 weeks ago.
Really?
He didn't bring a single piece of merch to sell. And everybody kept going, why doesn't Ron have any merch? And I remember I asked him that personally. I said, Ron, don't you have any merch to sell? And he goes, well, boy, there's only so many tater salad T-shirts out there. And I went, okay, whatever.
That is the problem with having. Now, Ron White does not have one joke, but he's got one like monolith.
Yeah.
That's like Burt Kreischer in The Machine.
Right.
Like he can only sell so many Machine T-shirts.
Yeah.
Even though he's got flying dildos and
Yeah.
fucking 100 other great jokes. Oh my God, his last special, Lucky.
Yeah.
As somebody who has a 15, 16-year-old dog, bro, that shit was dude, crying and laughing hysterically at the same time is one of the most complex cycles of emotion you can possibly go through. And if anybody hasn't seen it, go watch Burt Kreischer's special, Lucky. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Especially the whole ending bit about his dog. I was literally crying, bawling tears. Like really genuinely like stuffed up, like having and then literally laughing to the point where I'm like blowing my nose and
Yeah.
I'm like having a hard time breathing.
Oh,
Maybe
Bert.
this isn't the best sell on this, but
Bert's great,
it was
though.
great.
Yeah.
It's maybe one of the best, maybe his best comedy special
Yeah.
I've ever seen. It's truly great. Do you do that down there, by the way? Do you book comedians or are you
Yep.
just music?
No, I do
You do
everything.
comedians down there too.
I do
So
comedians,
it's
too.
everything that gets booked through
Yeah.
Treasure Island goes
Yep.
through you. Wow, man. So how do you do comedians in the exact same way?
Yeah.
Or is it a slightly different methodology?
It's-
Is there any subtlety? Is it entertainment? Is it all the same?
It's all entertainment to
I know
me.
it's less overhead.
Yeah,
'cause
it's a
they're
lot less
crew,
overhead.
less
I mean, I gotta
band,
have
less equipment.
I gotta set up the seats and bring in like 3 crew guys, to a sound guy and a light guy, and that's pretty much it. And they set the stage, and all the labor guys pretty much leave for the day. If there's only going to be one show, the labor guys will come back towards the end of the show and help tear down. But it takes 20 minutes, and you're done. I mean, when we have a comedian, usually with half hour after the show, you go look at the room and it looks like nothing ever happened.
Right.
But yeah, it's the same
Just
process.
in case anybody didn't get his, he's talking about pollution.
Yeah.
He's talking about musician fans we're dirty.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
get drunk. It's
Yeah.
a different level.
Yeah.
Like it's
But it's the same process. I mean, the agents call, say, hey, what do you have for available dates? Are you interested in the show? I run an analysis on the show to see if I like it. I think it'll do well for us, and that's about it. You know?
So do you get a heads up that they're coming through the
Yeah.
area?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you go, hey, we're interested. And is it a phone call or an email?
Usually it's an email.
It starts
some
with an email?
agents know better just to call me because I get a million emails a day. A lot of my really good agents that I work with from the bigger agencies will just call me and be like, hey, Paul, we got an artist that's going to be coming through. Would you be interested in doing it? And I'll say, well, send me the numbers on it and see what it looks like. I'll run some numbers myself and I'll see if I can figure out some middle ground, and then I'll do a perform on it. If I like it, I'll send them an offer.
So what sounds just to me, and this might be a little inside baseball, but I'm sorry, guys, we got to do this. What sounds super interesting to me about this is though it seems like there's a lack of competition. It's just whether you're interested or not.
Oh no, there's competition.
Whereas in a normal, like if they're trying to come to Minneapolis, right? And they're like, we want 10 grand. There's fucking 15 clubs right here trying to bid for that show.
Yeah.
Whereas if they're thinking about coming to the casino, that's a different... I feel like maybe I'm wrong, and it sounds like I am wrong, but this is what my train of thought is. It's like, well, that's kind of a different animal. Like, we can offer more. We can maybe even pay a little bit more. We can maybe give your artist a better experience, a better weekend stay, an off night, comp them, like treat them. It just seems like there would be less I just don't feel like First Ave could offer the same.
No.
Maybe they could because we're close to Mystic Lake being here. I don't know. School me. Tell me where I'm wrong about this, because it sounds like I'm not really right about this one.
Most agencies, all agencies actually, will have casino agents themselves. So meaning those agents only work specifically with festivals and casinos, right? And what will happen is, let's just say it's any artist is booking a tour. They may go through all their markets that they're going to be routing through and see, first of all, they'll look and see, okay, these are clubs that we want to play and blah, blah, blah. They hit all those markets first, and then what they do is they take the routing and they throw everything to the casino agents. They let the casino agents look for possible casinos or festivals that might be interested in bringing that artist in next. So it's kind of used to fill. There's probably no art, but then there are also artists out there who will say, we only are interested in playing fairs and casinos this summer. That's it.
Fairs and casinos, or festivals, fairs, and
festivals, fairs, and casinos.
So,
there's usually a specific type of agent that has those venues that they only work with. So they'll go after them. They'll throw the tour to them guys first, or second maybe, and say, okay, go see what casinos or what fairs and festivals you have that would be interested in having that artist this summer. And then they start to see how the routing would look. You'll get that a lot with, let's say Live Nation doesn't have availability that weekend in the market, and the artist is going to be routing through there. So then Live Nation, I might get a tour. You might see it's a Live Nation tour. Well, why are they playing Welch, Minnesota? Live Nation doesn't have any venues in Welch, Minnesota.
Right.
But what happened is Live Nation didn't have any available dates that weekend in Minnesota.
See, again, once you say it,
Yeah.
it's so fucking obvious.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean? Like,
yeah.
fuck, dude. Once
Yeah.
it's said out loud, it's
Yeah.
like, Jesus Christ.
So then what happens is, me as an independent promoter, I'm going to get first shot at it. To what am I interested in? But being a casino, yes, there's always going to be, agents aren't stupid. Agents know.
Can I ask you to strictly define what you mean by you're an independent versus I work for a casino? Because you've said both those things, and I just
Yeah.
want to make sure everybody's on the same page here.
An independent booker would be somebody who doesn't work for a Live Nation or an AEG or something like the big, huge agencies that have all this money that are like Live Nation is a conglomerate. buying agency, where they have 100 venues, where I only have one venue. I only have Treasure Island Resort and Casino. It's the
But
only
you
venue
could
that I have.
theoretically still have 2 other venues if you chose to.
No.
Or are you a direct employee?
I'm a direct employee.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you're still called an independent booker because you
Yes.
don't work for a conglomerate
Correct.
that books dozens of venues
Correct.
on contract.
Correct. So I have to use the casino they know they're going to have to pay a premium to get those A-list artists. There might be some artists where it just doesn't matter. Like we know they might only want to play casino, so we're not going to get hit with that premium, but I know, like, if we'll use last year. We'll use Creed as an example.
So good on soda.
Yeah. I know last year when the Creed tour came through, it was a Live Nation tour. I knew that. But when they wanted to come to Minnesota that weekend, there was no venues available to them because there was also Metallica in town that weekend. There was Green Day was going to be in town that weekend. There was something else at the Excel that weekend.
But these are also demographics that don't conflict with the Creed audience.
Correct. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. Let's call the agent. So I called the agent for Creed and said, hey, I know that they're going to be routing in that weekend. There's no venues for them to play other than our venue if they want a big venue to play. And he said...
So that's the sell. The first...
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is, do you want a big venue?
Right.
Because anybody can call them up and be
Yep.
like, yo, I got a spot
Yeah.
where you can sell 1,500 tickets.
Right.
Any asshole can make that
Yep.
call.
Yep.
This is your first... Hey, I'm a little different than everybody else's bullshit pitch in this fucking
Yep.
slew of emails you're getting or phone
Right.
calls you're getting. Okay, keep going.
Hey, I have a 15,000 or a 17,000.
Yep.
I have a big venue. I have an outdoor amphitheater.
Yep.
Do they want to come to Minneapolis market, Minnesota market? We never say the Minneapolis market
Why?
because that always sounds like Minneapolis proper only. So I'll say the Twin Cities market
Okay.
because we're a half an hour from the city.
You are. Yep.
You know,
Yep.
same with-
Because
yeah.
this is part of the spiel, right? Greater Twin Cities,
So
right?
are they
So
interested in
but this
playing
is
the
key.
Minnesota market?
But you say
in a big
Minnesota or
venue?
do you say
I
Twin
usually
Cities?
say the Minnesota market, Twin Cities market.
Because Minnesota sounds smaller than Twin Cities.
Yeah,
Am I right?
But most agents know Twin Cities is a big market. They know that right
Twin
away.
Cities, yeah. Okay.
So are they interested in playing Twin Cities market on this specific weekend? Because they're routing close. They're playing Wisconsin or they're playing Chicago that weekend, and they don't have a Minnesota date, and they have an available date. Would they be interested? Yeah. So they'll say, okay. I'll say, well, what's the rate that they're getting? And I don't want the casino rate. I want the regular routed rate because they're going to be in the area anyway. And I know for a fact that none of
So
those
you
other-
don't tell them you're a casino at first.
well, they already know. The agents know because it's me. They know.
Okay, fair.
Right.
Okay.
But I say I don't want the normal casino rate. I want what's the routed rate. Meaning there's the difference. Because with the casino rate, they're going to automatically charge 20%. They're going to
Extra?
they're going to tack 20% onto that because they know
No
we're going to
shit.
make a lot of extra money.
Okay,
on the
yeah,
casino.
that makes sense.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
you get
So they're
that?
basically looking for a
Yeah.
back end
Yeah.
take on the front end.
Right.
Okay.
So the agent might go, all right, I'll get back to you. Yes, they would love to play. They do want to play Minnesota. It works for the routing. What would you guys be willing to add? What would you guys be willing to offer? So I say, okay, well, give me the quotes. So they give me the quote, and I come back and I do a perform. I go, all right, we would offer this.
And your perform is that back math.
Right.
You
And I
want
do the
X,
math. I do the math.
I think I can
Yeah.
sell this many
This
tickets.
many tickets.
Divided by ticket price.
Yep.
Okay, maybe we lose $5,000 because you're doing with
Right.
big enough numbers. Maybe
Yeah.
we lose $5,000 on
Right.
sales, but casino makes back end
Yeah,
on
right.
hotels because
Yeah.
we can do these averages.
Yeah.
So
And
we're just
Dan-
doing an algorithm.
Yeah.
It's the same thing we do on the internet for everything
So
else. Okay.
then I put together an offer. I talked to
And you call
my
that
boss.
a perform?
Performa.
Performa?
So then I talk to my boss and I talk to my bosses, and they'll take it. They might present it to the tribal council. Council says, well, that sounds like a no-brainer. Let's go after this. Let's go after this bitch.
Let's fucking
All
do
right.
this. Okay.
I throw together
Yep.
an offer. I send it to the agent. Agent comes back. Boom. We're going to confirm that. Let's do that date.
Do you ever pad that
little
number?
bit, yeah.
So
Yeah.
do you ever go, hey, the real number's 12, but if we give them 14, we're
I do.
guaranteed
100%.
fucking because we know we're gonna
100%.
we know we're gonna make 25.
100% I do.
Okay. Yeah.
I do my performa at the
I
max.
I
Yeah.
fucking like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way you think, dude.
Yeah.
You and I, man,
Yeah.
like the holy
100%.
shit, dude.
I do my performa at the max of what I'd offer them. Always. To say, well, if we really only offer them this much, there's an extra
There's a gamble.
extra
right? But if we
100,000
give them
in
a
there.
little, if we
Right.
give them a little extra,
So then, at the end of the day, we offer them this, they take it. So then, even if they come back and say, "Well, no, we're thinking more of this," well, we're still under what?
I always
still
talk
under
about
that.
this. Give them the bigger end of
Yeah.
the cookie, man.
Right.
Give them the bigger end of the
Yeah.
stick, dude. When you do the old break, give them the
Yep.
big end, man.
Yep.
Make them want to come back and do business with you again.
Yep.
I literally preach this as one of my main mantras, dude. Like, no, people call me an asshole, call me a know-it-all. Say whatever you want about me, but you know what no one will ever fucking say about me is no one will ever fucking even hint at the words that I fucked them over.
Yeah.
It'll never fucking, and if they do, you know they're full of shit. That's how fucking rare
Yeah.
it is, dude. You say, if somebody mentions the word Jared Singer fucked me over, they're a liar. And that's how reliable I am on that bigger end of the cookie
Yeah.
shit that I do, dude.
Yeah.
Because it's that fucking important to me, dude.
Right.
Because reputation is everything in
Yep.
this industry, dude. It's everything in life, dude.
Yep.
This doesn't just apply to the music or entertainment industry, dude. This is neighbors.
Yeah.
Like, that dude borrowed me his tool for a year and a half, never asked it for it back. You know what I mean? Like, that's a good guy. And when
Yeah.
he did ask it for it back, he was like, hey, did I borrow that to you?
Yeah.
Because I can't seem to find it. He didn't accuse you of stealing it.
Yep.
He forgot he gave it to you.
Yeah. And that's what I do. And I send them an offer, and they come back and say, "Yeah, we'll do that." Well, then we ended up selling out the original offer completely. And I said, "Well, we could sell another 4,000." And they came back and they said, "Well, what do you think on that?" I'm like, "Well, this." And they're like, "Yeah, we're all going to make a shit ton of money here. Let's do it."
Yep.
And then at the end of the day, they made a ton of money, and we made a ton of money. Everybody won. Everybody wins on that.
And the key here is you didn't do it by undercutting and making
No.
like a savvy game. They wanted 20, but I decided to only give them 12, and
Yeah.
we made 18. So we were $6,000 in the
Yeah.
black.
Right.
Dude, no, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're
Right.
talking about, man. We're talking
And
about
I'm
making
very
everybody
transparent. I'm very transparent when I send an offer of what, and I never lie. I always say this is exactly what we would make if we sold this many tickets.
Yep.
If we sold it out, we'd make this much money. And I don't ever go over that because I never change those prices. Are never going to change through the process.
Right.
And they're like, "Whoa!" And then I say, "Well, if we sell this 4,000 more tickets, it would be at this price." Boom, we would make this much money. You guys would make this. So you're obviously going to want another split point. So you make more money on the front and the same amount of money on the back, but it's at a later because you already made more money on the front. And they're like, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
And they did it. They made it, and they made all that money, and we made all that money, and they were super happy. And they probably are going to want to come back next year. And I'm not 2025, but 2026. And I might be like, well, you guys were assholes to work with, so.
Even though
They
we
were.
made enough money.
They were. Creed was not fun to work with. I will say that.
I've heard that a lot about them.
It's not them. It's their people that work for them.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I've also heard that specifically about Scott.
Scott was great.
Really?
Mark was great.
Do you think it's because he's been humbled?
I think so.
Yeah.
He has been.
Because he
humbled.
was homeless and
Yeah,
like he
yeah.
went through a lot,
Yeah.
dude. After Creed
But I
fell
mean,
off.
you can't argue with their numbers from last year. They're definitely back. It's Creed, but people still want to see him. And I think it harkens back to what I told you earlier. The people that were big Creed fans back in the 2000s or mid 2000s, they were in their late 20s, early 30s.
And now we're 40.
They were starting families. They were getting married. They were starting careers. A lot of people might not have been able to see Creed in their prime. Well, now their kids are grown up. They're well established in their careers. They have the money. Now their kids are grown up. they now can go out again. They can go see these concerts of these bands that they didn't get to see when they were in their primes. But now these bands are performing like they're in their primes again. So now it's like, and the ticket prices are, are what they are to see them because the prices to get the bands are so much. That's the other thing about the industry nowadays, is the big concert industry. You look at places like XL and US Bank and all this, those ticket prices are out of control. But why? It's not necessarily the venue's fault. It's the bands are asking for so much more money now.
But that's because no one makes money off their streaming.
Correct.
Because
that's why.
The music industry has gone full circle back to the fucking 50s where there's zero money in your music. That is your promotion.
Yep.
That's it. It's there is no conspiracy. There is no you're getting fucked over. There's no money in it.
Yep.
The server costs of these companies that claim to be profitable. Spotify is not profitable.
No.
I don't know how they're sustaining. Apple Music, not profitable. You know how Apple Music is profitable? Because they're subsidized by fucking iPhones, bro.
Yeah.
By subscriptions,
Right.
by Mac computers, by you paying $200 for Logic, by you paying $300 for iMovie or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, you're part of an ecosystem. You're locked in a gated community, the walled garden, so to speak. That's why you're able to pay. What the fuck do I pay for Apple Music? $15-20 a month or something?
$10 a month?
I think I pay $25 a month for a family version of Apple One.
Yeah.
Which is like, I get all the streaming,
yeah.
like it's an irrational thing. I do the math. I'm like, there's no way you make money on this. There's no fucking way Apple makes money off me paying my $20-something dollars a month. And I share with like 6 people. I give my mom and I, here you go, Dad. Here, you know what I mean? Like, here's 6 people listening to all the music in the world for fucking free, basically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not profitable.
Yeah.
So they're losing money, and then the musicians are like, we're not making money. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's like the WNBA, dude. Like, you're fucking, none of this is profitable.
Right.
So all the money has to literally be subsidized by concert tickets. That's why all these bands are getting back together. That's why suddenly these bands that retired 20 years ago, their reunion tour.
Yep.
Yeah, it's because they're not making any fucking royalties anymore.
Right.
The only way to make money is sync licensing. If you want to make music and make money on royalties, you fucking better get lucky. You better sync license that shit and get it in a TV show or a commercial or a movie. If you're not doing one of those 3 things, your music is fucking free. It's promotion to get people to your goddamn concerts. That's where you're going to make some of your money, and then the rest of your money is based on your merch. So fucking make a lot of it, play big shows, and fucking make sure it's good enough to sell.
And what they do...
Would you agree or
I
disagree
agree with that
that?
100%, because what they do is... Well, Creed did it last year. They were smart. They put together that... They're like, let's test this. Let's test this. Let's put our foot in the water and see if it works. They created that stupid Creed cruise last year, and it sold out so fast. They're like, oh man. They're like, there was 2,000 people on this cruise that all
Did
paid.
they have Kirk Cousins as their fucking
and
guest
it's like,
singer
yeah,
that
yeah.
night?
And it's like,
fucking dorks.
It's like, well, if we can do that, why can't we go back on tour? Because everyone's going to buy tickets to see us come back to their town.
And
they
literally.
did. They were
and
right.
They had
and now they're
literal-
doing it again this summer.
They had literal NFL players like Kirk Cousins,
Right.
dorky ass, fucking
And
playing
the
Creed,
Texas
and then
Rangers and
then they went on winning streaks, and it like became a viral sensation. It wasn't because people started liking their music again.
No.
It was because it became a fad.
It became viral.
a meme. It became a meme. My little brother, your guitar player, my little brother. He busts my fucking balls about being a meme all the time, and I keep trying to tell you guys, you young guys, none of you are original. Like, none of you are unique. You're just like me, just younger. You're just like him. You're just like Jason. We're all memes. It's called a stereotype if you're above 30. Like we all fit into one. Like, none of us can even be unique because we all just steal shit from each other.
Yeah.
Like, my wife and I were just talking about this yesterday when I asked the goth kids in high school, why are you goth? Why are you all dressed like that? Y'all look like fucking weirdos. And they're like, because we don't want to look like the rest of you, man. You all look the same. And I was like, y'all look the same.
Yeah.
Y'all look exactly like each other.
Yeah.
You're actually wearing a literal fucking uniform. At least those guys are wearing different colors.
Yeah.
You fucking dorks.
Right.
What are we even talking about, dude? Like, seriously, you're going to act like you're better than people and you went less creative than these fucking dorks?
Yeah.
You're more dorks. It's dorks versus dorks, dude. What
It's
are
like
we
the-
doing?
It's like the guys that make fun of people for playing Dungeons and Dragons, but yet they got 5 fantasy football leagues.
Yeah,
Come
same
on.
thing. It's the same nerdy shit, dude. You're just trading different fantasies.
Yeah.
You're not a warlock, and you don't own a football team. You fucking dork. What are we talking about?
That's it. I mean, I'm saying that's
we're
what
all
it is.
losers, dude.
Yeah.
Unless you own a fucking company, you're probably a loser, just like me, dude.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, man. And I'm talking if we're all in high school. I'm not
Right.
saying you're a loser, I'm a loser. I'm just saying, like, we're all high school idiots
Yep.
pretending we're unique. None of us. Get the fuck out of here, dude. What the fuck? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life, dude. But it's also the truest thing I've ever. And that also goes true for all these bands. Be unique, dude. Be yourselves.
Yeah.
That's what unique.
Yep.
That dude, stop trying to. Well, this is what's popular. That's what's cool. I want to be that. Well, now you're not cool. Now you're not unique. Now you're a follower,
Right.
dude. Like, be the weird nerd.
The reason why the band is popular that you're trying to be now is because they were unique to begin with.
Yes.
You know, it's like you got to find your own niche and go with it instead of trying to copy everybody else all the time. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, a few people that's cool are going to do it, but you got to be unique. Otherwise, you're just, you know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have a bunch of copycats out there all the time.
And I will say, it doesn't always pay to be the truly unique, right? Like, for example, Metallica didn't invent metal.
No.
Metallica didn't even invent their version of metal.
Right.
Medical. They kind of hybrided several different
Yeah.
versions of things. They took a new wave of British heavy metal and kind of did their American take on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, in only that possible single way, that niche shaving from the truth, did they become their own unique version. But they still stole all that.
Yeah.
Like, they even admitted it in their biography. Like, yeah, we played a bunch of covers, but nobody knew that they weren't our music.
Right.
So
Right.
people thought we wrote all that.
Right.
It was cool.
Right.
And it helped us gain credibility. I'm not making that up. They actually put that in actual writing.
I think every band starts out as a cover band, so that's just fact. For the most part.
Even if you're writing originals,
Yeah.
you mean?
Yeah.
You're still covering people?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you're right. No, when you put it, because if we boil everything down, if we distill it, I think you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
I did that for 20 years. It took me so long to develop my own style, and I still think I only have my own style on guitar. I think as a drummer, I'm still mocking other people in chunks. I still do. I still
Right.
think, here I'm doing this guy, here I'm doing this
Yeah.
guy. It sounds like it's me, but it's
Right.
which is funny because when I was in my prime on both instruments, the people that knew me the closest were like, "Oh, you're a way better drummer because you have your own style on drums." And I felt way less authentic on drums because I'm like, no, I'm just stealing this guy's riff and this guy's riff and this guy's riff. On guitar, I'm like, that comes from my soul. And they were like, nah. Those are good friends, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are good friends.
Yeah.
So what do you think people in your position, and not necessarily booking casinos, right? Like maybe you're just booking a venue that holds 150 people, but you're a talent buyer, right? So you're in a position, you're coming in, you're going, hey man, I'm going to buy some national acts, small venue, big venue, 500 people, whatever. Doesn't matter, anywhere in between. What do you think people in your position can and should be doing better than most people are? Like, what are some of the mistakes that guys are making, and what should they be doing differently in order to think about what acts to bring in? And again, even if you're just 150 person venue, and you're going, well, I gotta cover that nut. What local act should I bring in, if at all? Maybe you just don't. Maybe that's too big of a risk. It's small venue. You're trying to fucking figure some shit out. Like, what are guys? And again, this goes all the way up to somebody who holds a 15-person venue, a 15,000 person. Anybody in your vein. What should people be doing better, and what are people fucking up that would make our local Twin Cities market significantly more powerful? Not just subtle bullshit.
Location.
Like real needle movers. Location.
Locations. You have to know where you are. You have to know what you're surrounded by. Think about where you are. If you're not booking the right stuff for where you're located, it's going to have a huge effect on what actually comes in your door. Because for the most part, people don't want to drive a long ways to go in and enjoy something. So, if you're in the ghetto and you're booking a bunch of country, that ain't gonna work, right?
Makes so much sense. Okay, so that's what's happened. Okay, I've just figured it out. You just fucking nailed the cross. So what happened is all these bands, their fans grew up and moved out of the cities.
Yes.
So now when you try to book a show downtown Minneapolis,
Nobody's
the motherfuckers
there.
don't want to come from Big Lake.
Right.
Because you're marketing to 40-year-olds.
Correct.
Oh, my God. It's so obvious. Again, once we say it out loud, dude. Oh, my God. This is why we're all stupid.
Think about, and the demographic you're booking,
So
think about who listens to that now. Or for me, I know that's why I only book a lot of 95% of my music is only on Fridays and Saturday nights. Why? Because no 40-year-old is getting off their couch on a Tuesday or Wednesday night to drive 30 miles to see a band. They're just not.
Right.
You know what I mean? And unfortunately, I'm not saying it's a great thing, but that's the truth. A lot of it
is a hard fact. They're going to come out. They're going to make a weekend out of it.
Right.
40, 50-year-old guy. He's got a good fucking job.
Yep.
He's got a family.
Yep.
He's worried about his pension. He's going, hey, man, I'm working 4 10-hour days. I want to let loose for the weekend.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what the fuck you offer that guy on a Tuesday night. He's not coming out.
And
he's in bed by 8, 9 p.m. because he's got to wake up at 4 a.m.
And even if
that's literally my life, by the way.
Right. And even if stuff is booked on the weekend, depending on where you're located, sure, when I was 25 years old, you get me a drive to the Caboose, see a show on a weekend night. Now, I live in fucking Hastings, man. I ain't driving to the Caboose at 10 o'clock at night on a Friday or Saturday night. I just ain't doing it.
But what we can do, and this is where we got to get a little more creative, is what we can do is get out to Hastings.
Right.
And if we throw an actual hoedown, not only will I get most people in Hastings on a Thursday night to show up, or even a Wednesday night to show up if it's really important.
Right.
If we really do our jobs right, I'll get 150 people from the surrounding towns to show up because they got nothing to fucking do. And they're like, I might be a little hungover tomorrow, but fuck it. All I'm doing is selling used auto parts at the junkyard.
It's 10 minutes away,
Right.
Yeah.
It might be 40 minutes away, but that's 10 minutes to them out there in the country.
Yeah.
Like this Midwest time we're talking about. Like these are different. They don't care about driving an hour. Everything is an hour away for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But in the city, 15 minutes is like, fuck that, dude.
Yeah.
I got to go through a highway and fucking fuck that. But
it is crazy how it is different. It's, you're right. If you're on South Minneapolis to come to North Minneapolis on a normal night, that might be a half hour, but really only
that's
it's
not
3
a
miles.
half hour that's worth it, dude. That's not a half hour. It's fucking horrible. You're like, dude, I don't want to be here. Like, these motherfuckers are looking at me the wrong way. But you live in Rochester and you're like, there's a badass show in Hastings. They're like, fuck it, dude. 45 minutes, that's nothing.
Yeah. It's all straight. It's a straight road.
That's smoking a couple bowls and listening to one Metallica album. That's what that is. Let's go.
Yeah, you're right.
Everything is 45 minutes away when you live out that far.
Yeah. Yeah, but 45 minutes in country time is nothing compared to
You
Same
drive
thing.
30 minutes to the grocery store if you're
Right.
far enough out there.
Right.
You
Correct.
you literally do that.
Yep.
Any errand you need to run, it's 30 minutes.
Yeah. So I
When
think.
you-
So I
Go
think
ahead.
location's a big thing. I mean, honestly, it's you got to know the demographic you're looking for and location. It's huge, no matter what. And night of the week,
So don't start a metal club in South Minneapolis, basically.
probably not going to work. Yeah,
It's probably
Yeah.
not going to do very well.
it might not. It might not. I think another thing that maybe clubs need to pay attention. Again, it's who are you trying to target? Because I mean, seriously, if you are again, but that all harkens back to location. I mean, if you're in St. Paul, you're probably not going to get people from. You're not going to get people from Minneapolis coming. Probably.
No, why is
I
that
don't know.
river
I don't know.
a barrier?
I don't know. There was a.
I've literally told this tale for
Yep.
7 years on the or whatever, however fucking long we've been here now, and no one believes me. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's two different worlds. It's New York and L.A. basically.
Right. It is.
We could have two hockey teams successfully.
Yeah, we could. We really
As
could.
like an
It's-
actual-
and it's so weird. Like it's weird. People are like, "Well,
They would both
You know,
sell out
nobody
every
from
fucking game.
nobody from St. Paul goes to watch." Okay, here's a good example. Nobody from St. Paul goes to Minneapolis to see the Timberwolves. Nobody from Minneapolis goes to St. Paul to see the Wild team. Why? It's just it's weird, but it's because it's the Twin Cities, but we're very divided on
Very
certain things.
divided.
You know,
Even though both cities are like perfectly politically aligned, it's not a blue collar, white collar thing.
Right.
It's not a red blue thing. They're both blue. They're both white collar, but both cities despise each other.
yeah.
It's
And-
New York and Boston basically.
And nobody knows why. I don't think, honestly.
Well,
they're
it
kind
is
of the same.
interesting. It is because architecture is different.
Yep.
The traffic layouts are different. There is some weird political shit like St. Paul. You can't just like automatically get your streets plowed. It's like all private.
Right.
Everything's privatized. If you want like your garbage, you like hire your own company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's not just a city
Right.
utility you pay for.
Right.
Like there's distinct, dramatic differences
Yeah.
between these two twin cities.
Yeah.
I can't, but they're both dramatically deep blue democratic cities.
Mm-hmm. right.
Doesn't make any sense.
Nope. It doesn't. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, you see during election times in St. Paul, Minneapolis, like the entire state, like this past election cycle, the entire state is practically red, but St. Paul, Minneapolis is blue.
And Duluth
Yeah.
and Mankato. Anywhere there's a college is
Right.
blue.
Right. So,
Anywhere there's a major college campus is blue.
Yeah.
Which I don't even care. Like this, we're not really having a political conversation. But what we're saying is, it's very interesting how
Yeah.
like there's these divided places, even though like there's no real difference. Like I work in one city, live in another, but I live over here, so fuck you guys. Like it's like what do we like? What?
Yeah.
We all vote the same way if you live in the Twin Cities. Like,
Right.
Well, not all of us, but like, because I definitely don't.
It's a very
I've definitely self-ostracized myself out of that one. I don't give a fuck. Because unlike what you were saying, be real. I can't not be real.
right.
It hurts my bones to pay, even on the politics shit. Like, I don't offend people. I don't go out of my way to be a dick, dude. But like, if you say some stupid shit, like I'm gonna be like, bro, come on, man. What are we talking about, dude? And this is true in the music industry as well. Like, man, when I see a band do some dumb shit, like I threw a drumstick gently, but I still did it, but very gently, and I threw it at the back of my singer during the last show, and I was like, you fucking dork. Like, do your job, dude. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, and it was in the middle of a show. Like, granted, if it's a packed show and everything, nobody notices, so it's one thing, but it's like, dude, no, like, we have to be, come on, what are we doing? let's get our shit together here. Like, this is ridiculous. And I think that applies to pretty much every level of this. So what do you think people adjacent to you on each side, the venue owners that you potentially work, what could they do better to make like your job easier? Because a lot of them fuck you mentioned that earlier with the main event guy or pickle park guy.
Yeah, don't let your personal preferences affect what your talent buyers are trying to do and trying to accomplish.
So when you're bankrolling the show,
right,
don't do this. Don't say, well, I don't like that band.
Correct.
Don't say, well, I like this band. I'm willing. No, that's not how we do this business.
Right. Your personal preferences shouldn't matter or come into any of the business side of it, because just because you own the club or own the venue does not mean that your personal preferences are going to play well in that venue necessarily. What I mean is if you're a huge metal fan and you own a nightclub, does not mean that metal is going to work there based on your location, based on what your talent buyer is doing or wanting to establish in there. That I've seen it happen so many times where a venue owner only wants a certain kind of music because that's what they listen to or what their girlfriend or whatever listens to.
You're gonna fail.
You're gonna fail.
You're gonna fail
because you have to be well rounded. You have
those
to
guys are the guys. Those guys every single time. Those are the guys that can't supplement their venue
right
with the genre they want to, so then they dip into those crazy, shady hip-hop shows and DJ nights where people start getting stabbed and shot.
Look what happened
and then
to
they
Myth.
fucking... thank you. That's every venue, including the Quest.
Yeah.
Including the Quest.
Yep.
Before or after you guys pulled out of there. But the same thing happened. They start pulling into these shady hip-hop and DJ shows. People start getting stabbed and shot. They lose their fucking liquor license. Then they lose their entertainment license.
Yep.
And that literally shuts down anything that can be done in that building. Another company can't even come in and start a new nightclub at that point. That building is forbidden.
Right.
Like, because this may not be written into law, but that's how the city council decides.
Correct.
Nope, that's a controversial corner. We can't allow that type of entertainment to be. So now it can only be a restaurant.
Also,
so now downtown's filled with a bunch of restaurants nobody wants to go to either.
Also, pay your bills.
Oh,
Pay
shit.
your bills. I mean, do you know how many clubs there are out there that haven't paid their liquor bills or haven't paid their production bills or haven't paid their ASCAP bills? ASCAP's a real thing. It's a music licensing bill that every single venue has to have and has to pay. If they don't pay it, ASCAP can come shut your ass down so fast. And all ASCAP is a music licensing company.
Right, BMI, ASCAP. There's one more, right?
Yeah, there's three of them. And if you don't pay them, you could potentially get yourself in a lot of trouble, or not necessarily trouble, but they make it very difficult for you to. I mean, even to have a jukebox in your bar, you have to have an ASCAP license.
Yeah, that's the lowest one,
it's
though,
so
right?
Stupid.
It's
yeah.
like that's an entertainment license, and that's like the E level or whatever. It's right?
Yeah.
And then as your music gets louder and more elaborate, it goes up into like Target Center is an A level.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm an A level. Yeah.
Yeah. And is it capacity?
It is capacity to a certain point, but it's also just. It depends on, like, okay, let's just say you have an overhead speaker system in your venue, like we have at the casino. I have 3 different licenses. I have a live music one. I have a speaker system one.
Oh shit! So the big one doesn't cover all the lower ones.
Correct.
Oh fuck me, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, but I mean, that's just one bill. But there's a lot of club owners out there who don't pay their bills. They don't pay their. So when you don't pay your bills, what happens is you don't have the ability to sell alcohol because you haven't paid your liquor bills, and a liquor distributor may put a lien on you, and you can lose your liquor license for that. If you don't pay your production guys aren't going to show up to put a show on for you. And then the worst one, you don't pay your goddamn talent. You don't pay your bills. You don't pay your bands.
This is why some of these venues have a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
They come in, they max out their credit lines.
Yeah.
They declare bankruptcy.
Yep.
They pull out.
Yep.
They start another one. They do that. This is that 5-year plan model. Those are those guys that came through town.
Right.
They make millions, don't pay any of their bills, declare bankruptcy, get out on the back end. Because they buy a building, lease it to themselves.
Yeah.
All these motherfuckers, dude. This is all clicking into place. Okay. Yeah, this is why certain venues do stick around.
Yep. Yep.
This is why certain venues do stick around, because they don't fuck with that.
They have an owner that doesn't. They have an owner in the management team that doesn't mess with that stuff. They make sure all that stuff is handled and taken care of.
This is what you were alluding to earlier. These guys, these are grifters. They come through, they max out credit lines, they don't pay their vendors, they don't pay their talent, they don't pay anybody. They fucking make max profit on a salary, probably.
Yep.
Go bankrupt, pull out.
Yep. Every single show,
cocksuckers.
every single show that I do, every single show, the first thing I tell, the first thing the vendors do, I have vendors. I have production vendors who, within 48 hours of a show happening, I require them to bill me. So that, and it goes into finance so that they get paid. They're paid within 30 days of that show happening.
Right.
Because they know they're going to get paid. So I never have to question who my production vendors are going to be. Yes, I understand, and people may think, whoa, he works for a casino. They have never-ending money. No, that's not true. I have a budget for every single show. I have to stay on budget for those shows. The first thing I have to do is make sure my bills are paid on that show. It's the very first thing.
Right.
If the bills aren't paid on that show, then none of the profits ever going to matter anyway.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And if you do that a couple times, those bills start to really pile up fast. If you're behind two shows, let's say if you're a club owner and say you haven't paid your production vendors from 2 shows ago, at some point those production vendors will be like, well, fuck you. I ain't doing business with them anymore. I ain't gonna send guys there anymore to do work. Or if you're if you're a liquor company, or if you're a distributor, we haven't been paid in a month. We're not sending liquor. So then you do a show and you don't have any fucking alcohol for the people who are coming through the fucking door.
Those are those weird venues that you definitely know they sent somebody to Costco.
Yeah.
The
Which
night
is
of.
illegal.
But we've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there where somebody showed, like, an actual employee shows up with cases of beer out of the back of a van. You know they went to Costco.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to the Myth. Why do you think the Myth has had how many different owners on paper? It's the same owner.
It's too big of a room.
Right.
It was a beautiful idea, but the Myth, it's an irrational sell.
Yeah.
It's too many levels.
Yeah.
It's too wide. They're
independent.
So there's 2 things I think need to happen immediately in this town. Everybody needs to start booking smaller venues immediately, like tomorrow.
Yeah.
No more 500. If you draw 200 people, your total bill,
right?
Let's book a room that holds 100 to 150.
Correct.
No more 300, 400, 500 pieces. Stop.
Yeah.
You're losing everybody money. Number 2, we need to concentrate and get, I'm just going to call it a strip. Okay? This is what every great music town has. This is what we used to have in a way. But this is, I think, what's going to happen is somebody needs to identify a block where there's enough.
Yeah.
And we go music venue, bar, comedy club, music venue, bar, comedy club, music venue, bar, comedy club. And it's and there's a couple parking ramps right around it.
Yep.
Bus line running through it.
Yep.
And we build a goddamn strip that Monday through Sunday is fucking packed.
It's
because
easy
somebody's
access.
going to be working third shift.
Yep.
Somebody's going to have Monday nights off. It's in the fucking cities. There's 4 million people here. Just in the Twin Cities, there's 4 million people. There's 8 million people in the state. 4 million of them are right here in the Twin Cities.
Yep.
Don't tell me I can't get 8,000 people to show up Monday through Sunday. Get the fuck out of here. You know why we can't? Taxes and other bullshit. It's too expensive to operate in the cities, number 1. Mm-hmm. And there's too many fucking Karens wanting everything to be exactly perfect.
Yep.
Everything's got to be a serene reality in the Twin Cities. All these spots where it would be the perfect spot, it's too loud. Well, stop pretending you care about the arts and the culture and the community. Like, let us be Nashville. Let us be loud.
And the thing is about Nashville, the best part of Nashville is not West Broadway. It's Printer's Alley.
Right?
Why? Because it's not the commercial.
Tell people what Printer's Alley is, because most
Printer's
people
Alley
don't know what you're talking about.
Is all these little bars in Nashville that are all in this little area that are, it's like where you find like the real the blues and the real where the real artists are, and like you can. I mean, shit. Jack White has a studio in the middle of Printer's Alley that nobody knows is there, but it's Jack's place. You can go in through the front, and it's a bar, but in the back is an actual studio. But Printer's Alley is like this part of Nashville that you go to if you want to see real music and real live music. Yeah, Broadway's cool, but that's where all the I call Broadway Bachelorette Alley.
No, they say that's exactly what it is, and they say the same thing about Vegas. The Strip isn't Vegas anymore.
No,
it's not. You get a block or two off the Strip. That's Vegas now.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the same thing, like 6th Street. Yeah, that's still Austin.
Yep.
But now there's so much cool shit
Right.
on the surrounding blocks that it's like even Rogan's Comedy Club is just a thing now. It's not even the main thing anymore. Now there's new. Now this is this new. So we got the problem with the Twin Cities is we're too spread out. We've got to concentrate this down into an area. But the problem is we're starting to kind of turn into a little Chicago. Like there's too much that goes through our city council and all these like people that it's just like not. There's nobody going, fuck yeah. Let's kick some fucking ass, dude. We're gonna do some shit. Yeah. Everybody's worried about, there's too much of that. Yeah. There's too much apprehension. You know, like we need some real ass kickers. We need some real winners. We need somebody with some fucking balls, so to speak, to just be like, no, dude, this is what we're gonna do because I know what I'm fucking doing. And then we need 18 people to join him. Yep. You know what I mean?
Yep.
In the same exact area.
Yep.
We kind of need the stars to align, you know, but not really. We just need a bunch of people who are willing to take advantage of an opportunity at the exact same time. Call that what you want, but I don't think it's rocket science. I think there is a formula. I think it's repeatable, and I think we can do it. It's just a matter of who's willing to step up.
Who's willing to do it and deal with all the bullshit that's going to come with it at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? At the beginning, you're going to have all those things you listed. The apprehension, everything's got to be perfect. The thing with Minneapolis is a lot of people are, frankly, I'm not scared to say it, are afraid to come to town because the crime is so goddamn bad.
Yep.
And because I don't know if it's a government thing or what, but nobody's throwing their fist down and saying, this is going to be done. We're done with this shit. The crime is going to go away because someone's actually going to stop the crime from going away. Right. Not, we got to be nice and we got to do this and we got to be PC and all this bullshit. No, fuck that. You want to come to Minneapolis and commit a bunch of crimes? Guess what? You're going away.
Right.
We're getting rid of you.
Because we have real fucking people that want to come down here and live a genuine life.
Yeah.
From everywhere.
Right.
From the suburbs to the people that are born here to the people that moved here to
and
the
when
people
you finally
who are visiting
have that,
here.
When you have that again and it becomes lively again and people start coming back downtown again or anywhere, any area that has what you're talking about, when that comes back to life and people start coming down, that'll put an end to all that shit. Because
that could happen, by the way, what I'm talking about, just because you said something key, wherever that may happen.
Yeah.
That could happen in fucking St. Louis Park, and it would become the music scene of. Why I know this is there's this place in Texas called DeBellum.
Yep,
it's not in fucking Dallas. It's not in any of the popular suburbs. It's its own little thing, and that's the fucking spot. It's a northwestern Dallas suburb, and when I was down there visiting, they were like, "That's where you got to go." Like. Because I was hanging out with all these fucking athletes, UFC fighters and shit, fucking musicians, and they were like, dude, you need to go to DeBellum. Like,
And the
that's
reason
where
why
you
that-
need to go
yeah.
because everything you're talking about that you want to do in Minneapolis, Minnesota, that whole Twin Cities area, he goes, that's the template you're trying to, that's the spot.
And the reason why that exists is because
you
people
know the
got
spot
sick
I'm
of the
talking about, by the
bullshit.
way?
People got sick of the bullshit in downtown Dallas and Deep Ellum, which used to be this cool.
Yeah, I keep saying
art-
Deep Bellum like it's a B, but
Yeah.
he's right, Deep
but,
Ellum.
But the reason why that's there is because everybody got sick of all the bullshit in downtown Dallas, so they all went to this cool district that had just it was there. Just
So you know
waiting.
exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah.
And there's a lot of it's tattoo shops, music, bars. It's so cool. It's been there for a long, long time, but it kind of sat empty for a long time too, and now it's thriving.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, man. I think so. So, what do you think? The people coming up underneath of you, like, what are you looking for? And this could be anything from a sound tech to front of house guy to a band that you think is
Yep.
deserving of. Like, what are you looking for? What do you think bands need to do more of and stop doing at the same time? Like, what are the mistakes bands are making, sound techs are making, and then what can they do better to get to a place that we're kind of talking about and alluding to?
I think there's a little too much entitlement.
I love it. Keep going. I can hear you. I gotta go to the bathroom.
And by entitlement, I mean people forget that you still have to work to get things. And by work, I mean you need to put the work in by promoting yourself, not just throwing up a couple social media posts and hoping everyone's going to show up at your show. I mean people literally flyering, promoting themselves. But you know, you can't just promote a name. You got to promote an experience. And you know, other positions like, you know, there's a lot of really, really good up and coming production guys in this town that work their butts off, and they will go somewhere because they work that way. I mean, a company like Slamhammer here in town is so fantastic at promoting from within and putting their guys all in good positions to learn and grow into positions rather than just handing anybody a position. Like, I mean, I know there are techs at Slamhammer that have literally worked there 6-7 years already and are still only doing mostly local stuff. But the thing about Slamhammer is their guys also end up on huge national tours simply for their work ethic that they're doing here in town, and bands coming through and working with the same tech every time they're in town and realizing how good these guys are. So, you know, you can't just expect anything to be handed to you. You still have to do the work and want it, not just expect it to happen to you. So, you know, that's kind of the way that I look at it, I guess.
Whew. All right, I lied. I didn't hear any of that. It's way louder over than it.
Yeah.
There. It's way louder over there than it usually is. Usually, I can hear every word like perfectly. But
Yeah. I mean, I was basically just saying, you know, you can't. It's the work ethic. The entitlement's got to stop. Like, you can't expect anything to be handed to you. And there's a lot of good sound techs in this town and production techs who still understand that they got to work. I mean, Slamhammer is a great company. Slamhammer has a lot of really good techs, and Slamhammer promotes from within. And you know, I work with Slamhammer because I love their techs. I love how detailed they are. I love the work that they put in all the details, and they take a lot of pride in their work. And that's the thing. Like, what I look for are people that take pride in their work. Like, they're always striving to be the next best thing. And by striving, I mean they're promoting themselves by letting their work speak for themselves. And there's also a lot of bands that really, they might think that they do a good job of promoting themselves, but putting out a social media post about a show once or twice is not,
it's not even effort.
It takes 22 seconds
It's literally not effort.
But show up at other bands' shows. Show up as a full band at other people's shows.
Ooh, that's a good one that hasn't happened in a long time.
Support your scene. You can't have a scene without support for that scene. And I don't just mean the people who go to the shows. I'm talking about the rest of you musicians. Support the other bands who are also out there busting ass and putting on shows.
Show up as a whole band is a
Correct.
powerful one, man.
Correct.
Because you're right. When a whole band shows up and
Yep.
sits down at a table in the back of the
Yep.
room and watches your whole fucking set, man, you're right, dude. I've never, ever thought of that, dude. Because I go out to shows to support, but it doesn't mean as much.
Right.
When my whole band comes with me, bro,
Yep.
that's a small little army.
Yep.
That is holy fuck, dude, because that is some old 1980s music shit.
Mm-hmm.
The whole band came out. We got done with rehearsal, and our whole band came out to check out your set tonight.
Yep.
We got done playing our show earlier. Our whole band came out to hang out at your show.
Yep. And also
Man,
promoters.
that means something, and I hope everybody understands why I'm really hammering that specific point.
And also promoters and talent buyers. Go to shows. Go to other venues. See what other venues are doing. But also, don't just go to like, oh, hey, look, I'm here. See me? No. Go to actually support the other bands or support the bands, support the other venues, support the other clubs, support the other promoters because, I mean, support is really, I mean, down where I am, I'm a long ways away from other clubs and other things. But every now and then when another promoter that I know shows up at one of my shows, I always go out of my way to go say hi and say, thanks for coming, man. I appreciate that. Or if I go to other shows, if I know who the promoter is at that show, if they are there, I'll go out of my way to go over and say, hey, man, nice show. Good show.
Should promoters invite promoters to other shows
Yes,
and put
they
them
should.
on their guest list and give them free tickets and shit like that?
They should. If they can withstand that, yes, they should.
I mean, it's one ticket.
Right,
You
right,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, dude, come on. Even
Yep.
if it's 6 tickets,
Yep.
that's a fellow promoter. It's not like...
Right.
Because here's the thing. Like, let's say I'm putting on a show at the Caboose,
Yep.
and I give you a guest list spot, and I
Right.
give Corey Carlson a guest list spot,
Yep.
and I give Greg Moog a guest list spot. Okay, that's 3 tickets.
Correct. And
But we might have a great conversation
Right.
that night, and I might point out a
Correct.
band,
Correct.
and you might recommend another band,
Yes.
and we might, and we
Yes.
might, and we might, and we might. But
Yep.
none of that might happens
Right.
if somebody doesn't have the balls to reach out and be
Correct.
like, "Hey, man, come out, come
Correct.
hang out, dude."
correct. All the it also goes a long way in goodwill. A long way. You're not trying to, competition is a cool thing, but you're not in competition with each other. You're trying to help build each other up, right? Back in the day, there was a lot of venues in this town, and they were all packed all the time. Why? Because nobody was really competing with each other. We were all with each other, competing.
And there's a little bit of collaboration.
Yep.
You're going to do a metal night on
Yep.
Friday. I'll do a rock show.
Yep.
Thanks for giving me the heads up.
Yep.
Back then, it was we booked shows about 6 weeks out.
Yep.
Or no. We booked them about 2 months out, but we promoted them about 4 to 6 weeks out. Like,
Right.
But we would do that. You're doing rock. I'll do Star Central. You do metal. I do rock.
Yep.
Okay, and then on Saturday we'll flip. So you do Ginger Jake. I'll do Bane Hinge. So we're not competing. We're collaborating.
Just literally go through the list.
You don't have to be that specific,
No.
but like that's kind of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Like
We're not really competing. We're collaborating.
we're collaborating, and we're trying to help each other. You're trying to help each other by, here's the problem. If you don't help each other, eventually you're all going to fail. Either you're all going to fail together, you're all going to succeed together. Yeah, not everybody is going to succeed, but it sure goes a long way to know that other venues are willing to try to help you.
Do you want to be the buoy or do you want to be the sinker?
You want to be the buoy, I think. Because you want...
I do too, but it's so hard to be the buoy when
Yeah.
everybody else is being a sinker.
Yeah.
It's really hard to,
Yeah.
to keep all of that above water while everybody's dragging you down, man.
Yep.
I've suffered this quite personally over the last year or two. Like really just giving a lot to try to help a lot of people come up And these motherfuckers take and take and take and take. And then you got to filter out the people that are worth fucking with.
Yep.
Because, man, dude, it's hard being selfless. It's really taxing, dude.
And the other thing that's hard, you know,
That's why I'm so transactional about
Yeah,
everything. Like,
there's
hey,
some-
man, can you do this? I'll
Yeah.
do this in return. Can this be mutually better? That's why I
Right.
never ask. I never go, hey, will you?
Yeah.
I go, hey, what can we?
yeah.
That's, oh, good, dude, because it's so fucking exhausting when people are always trying to get something from you. dude.
Yeah. And I have been
And
that
I haven't
way.
even had any real success in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of mediocre,
Yep.
but
Yep.
motherfuckers still try to get.
You know, the one thing that probably pisses me off more than anything in the world doing what I do is, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I've met obviously a lot of people in my time, but when I haven't heard from somebody, say, in 10 years, and the first time I hear from them, the first thing he says, oh, you got any hookups on this? Hey, how you doing too? You know?
No.
It's like that just pisses me off. Like, you know what? Like, I appreciate the fact that you want to come to one of my shows that you know that I'm doing, but then buy a fucking ticket. You want to really support me? Go buy a ticket.
Yeah, so just so anybody knows, this is still not a very classy thing to do, but the better way to do this is buy a ticket and then hit up your friend and go, hey, man, is there any possible upgrades I could get?
Right, exactly. We already bought a ticket. It don't cost me anything to put you closer up to the front. Don't cost me shit.
Right.
You know, you already
Here, I'll throw you upstairs. I'll give you an
yeah.
extra wristband. It
you
literally
already
cost me
showed
nothing.
me the support that you were willing to support me by coming to the show. So it's not, I'm not losing any money by giving you an upgrade. But if I just gave you a pair of tickets and I barely even know you and I just gave you a pair of tickets, well, I just basically, it costed me money because those tickets got to come out of somewhere, right? You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But if you already got there,
Yeah.
if you're already coming and you just need a little extra wristband
Yep.
to go upstairs,
Hey, man, I'll give you a wristband. It
that's
cost me
easy.
nothing.
It literally, well, 15 cents or
Right.
maybe
Right.
maybe a quarter
Yeah.
of a penny, depending
But-
on how many
yeah.
wristbands you ordered. But
here's the other thing.
the moral stance.
Here's the other thing. Think about this, and I think there's a lot of promoters that don't think about this. And I will use the myth as my best example of this because this is the best way to use this. Okay, at the
you
myth.
got to do me a slight favor, though.
Yeah.
You got to come. You've been drifting a little bit to your right. Come to your left a little bit. Yeah, there you go, and then come forward just a touch.
All right.
I want you to be in camera. Come towards the table a little bit. There you go. There you go. Much better.
So, okay, the myth.
I should have got on that earlier.
You know-
Jason, you should have said something.
You know how at the myth they had that upstairs bar, right? Mm-hmm. All it took was a wristband to get in there. So if I owned that place, I would give anybody who asked me if they get a wristband to go up that already bought a ticket. Yeah, because when they go upstairs, guess what? That $5 beer downstairs is $11 upstairs.
Right.
It costed me nothing to give you the wristband.
Right.
Go up there and spend the money. That's the thing. So, yeah,
That's VIP, baby.
right. It's VIP. You feel special,
Yeah.
but
But you're spending a lot
you're
more
spending
money.
a lot more money to be VIP. VIP does cost more.
Yeah, you might get a chance at a meet and greet.
Yeah.
Because that's the way I would have done VIP is like VIP. You didn't buy a meet and greet ticket, but with VIP, you might get one of the know,
Right.
and we'll try to get somebody to go up there and
Yeah.
have drinks afterwards. You know,
Right.
Who's a good partier in one of these bands?
Yeah.
You know, do you have a Burt Kreischer in your band? Cool, that's the guy. I'll give you an extra $500 and another $500 in bar tab to
Yeah.
buy other people drinks.
Yeah.
Come to the VIP where everybody else is spending double money on drinks.
Yeah.
This is marketing. This is promotions. Like, get people excited to be in a place to do a thing.
Yeah.
It's not fucking rocket science when we say it out loud, but it's literally pulling teeth, biology, fucking the deepest levels of thinking to get somebody to actually come up with this idea on their own. But then when you tell somebody that, like, including me, you did it a couple times tonight, and then I did it where I went, whoa, when I say this out loud, it's like super fucking obvious. However, I'm telling you right now, dude, there might be 5,000 people that listen to this, 10,000 people that listen to this on audio, and guess what? 8 of them will actually put this into action.
Right?
That's the crazy thing to me. Like, I can literally write down a recipe for you like it's baking.
Yep.
And you're still going to fuck up those cookies, bro. Because some of you think you're so profound or so talented. Your sugar is so tasty. You don't have to worry about the salt. You don't have to worry about the chocolate. Bitch, you got to worry about everything. It's still a fucking recipe. This is baking.
Right.
Everything has to be exact.
Yep.
This isn't brewing beer. This isn't fucking your backyard barbecue. This is baking. You have to be perfectly exact with each ratio of each recipe. And if you slack off on one, your whole fucking cookie tastes like dog shit.
And you have to do
That's
everything.
a great analogy because baking is literally you have to be exact.
Yeah. And you have to do everything with purpose. You have to make sure the inputs are correct. If you don't do your inputs correct, your sum is going to be all fucked up. And that's the thing. And I work really, I know it sounds really nerdy, but I work very closely with inputs. What are my inputs into every show?
And by inputs, you're defining as your metrics, right?
As metrics, as
ticket
price,
attendance,
alcohol, attendance, hotel. I don't use gambling in what I do at all because that's a very fluid thing, and I don't know what that's going to be. Yep. I can't put a number on that. I have zero idea, and I don't worry about it.
They do that, though.
They do that after the fact because they can't actually even do that number until after the show has already happened.
But they have good predictions.
Right.
They know what a 25-year-old is going to spend. They know what a 35-year-old is going to spend.
Right.
You tell them what their demographic is. This is why they're so enthusiastic about what you do because you called it a performa. You're saying, I'm going to draw X amount of people between these age ranges. I think you're going to do all of this. And then they go, yeah, and we know these motherfuckers are going to spend X on gambling. Yep. And they know that the moment you give them those numbers. Yep. These guys that work at the casino, this is their job.
Yeah.
A 25-year-old spends this amount of money. A 35-year-old spends X amount of that's what they do. So you may not do those numbers, but they fucking absolutely. And bar owners, good bar owners, should be doing a similar thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, if you got to know your demographics of the show you're bringing in, you got to know the type of people that it's bringing in, and you should know what those demographics do on average. You know how you know that stuff? By going to other venues and seeing other shows. You see what those people are doing. You know behavior. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's not, like you said, it's not rocket science, but you have to know, you have to have a working knowledge of what you're actually doing.
Right.
You know? You can't just say, well, we're going to book X band, and they're going to automatically. But how do you know they're going to bring those people in? How do you know they're going to spend that much money? Have you actually been to one of their shows?
Well, and there's and what we alluded to earlier, there are certain ways you can verify certain numbers.
Yep.
So it becomes less of a gamble.
Right.
But there's still a little bit of instinct here because even though they drew 1,500 people at Treasure Island last year, doesn't mean they're going to draw 1,500 people at Turtle Lake next year.
Correct, because Turtle Lake
may not have.
What are the areas that they're drawing people from, first of all? What are the
facilities?
What are the facilities like? What are those demographics that you're drawing from, and what are their incomes? What are all of that type of stuff?
Right. That Rat cover band might do better in Turtle Lake than they do in Treasure Island.
Exactly.
But it might be the opposite.
Exactly.
That Rat cover band might kill it in Treasure Island and then absolutely draw 3 people.
Right.
And a bunch of seniors with free guest pass
Yeah.
who leave halfway through because they're irritated by how loud it is at Turtle Lake.
Right. I mean, next week I'm doing a Neil Diamond tribute band on a Wednesday afternoon. It's already
That'll do very well.
It's already sold 1,000 tickets at 2:00 in the afternoon on a Wednesday.
Which doesn't sound like a lot when we were just talking about Creed doing 8,000 or 12,000. But when then you factor in, you back math. I call it back math. So you back math. Well, I only got to charge $25 and sell.
You know
200 tickets.
You know why I can sell 1,000 tickets to a Neil Diamond tribute on a Wednesday afternoon?
Because they're not charging fucking grand.
But no, it's
or if they are.
Here's why: because I know for a fact the people that show appeals to are retired. they can come to the casino on a
At that
afternoon, on
time,
a Wednesday
yeah.
afternoon. And you want to know why? Because people that are that age don't want to be driving after dark either.
Right. And they're going to
They
come.
want to be home
they're
and
gonna-
watch Wheel of Fortune at 6 o'clock that night.
And they're going to. And what time is the concert? 2 p.m.
Concert's
3
at 2
p.m.
o'clock. It's done at 4 o'clock. They'll get done.
And they're going to get there at 11.
Uh-huh.
They're going to have brunch.
They're gonna have
a
brunch.
cocktail,
Yep.
not a beer.
Right.
Because that generation is going to have a cocktail. Because
Yep.
that's what that generation. So they're going to have brunch. They're going to have a cocktail. They're going to go drop $100 at the
Yep.
blackjack table because
Yep.
this is what they fucking do.
Yep.
So again, this is what you're saying. You have to understand your. Dude, it's so obvious
And
when we say
after-
these things out loud,
Yep.
dude. I just keep hammering this like, dude, I'm getting irritating to my own self.
And after the show is over, either they're going to drop another $100 before they get in their car, or they're going to go to the buffet and they're going to spend $45 on a buffet, eat,
Right.
and then leave.
Right,
I'm going to get them 3 ways.
right. They
And
might
they're going to
even
love
do
it,
both.
and they're going to love the show, and they're going to be talking about it, and they're going to call the next week and ask, when are you guys bringing that back?
They might even do both. By the way, they
That's what
might
they
even
did last year.
They might even come in for a brunch. They might even come in for a brunch.
Yeah.
because they're picky eaters. Have a light meal, do a couple cocktails, drop $100 at the blackjack table, go see your show, and then eat a full ass dinner. Then call a cab home, which you could probably make a commission on. Probably not, but whatever. And then they're going to come back again next month when
Yep.
you do it again.
Yep.
Because it's the best time they've had in 5 years.
Yeah.
Because the staff was generous, the seating was good, it didn't stink when they were in there.
Right.
All of the it's just the complete user experience, man, and that's what everything's about. And I just wish more local bands would take all these lessons that we're talking about and just apply them to a tiny club. Dude, if you draw 70 people, put them in a venue that barely holds 50.
Yep.
It's called The Pillar. It's in Northeast Minneapolis. It is one of the smallest rooms in this town. It's a decent little vibe. I don't know what it sounds like, but if you have good equipment, you're going to sound great.
Yep. It
'Cause
doesn't
guess
need
what?
to be super loud.
Because guess what? If you have good equipment, you sound good.
Yeah.
So you don't need a PA. All I need that PA is for 2 things. My kick drum and my vocals.
Yeah.
That's it. Because if the rest of your equipment is actually good, you're still going to sound great. And it only holds 50 people. So when you draw 75 or 100, it's fucking packed.
Yeah.
And people are going to have an absolute blast. I don't care if he's 8 years old because it's all ages, or if that person is 45 years old. That person is going to walk out and be like, I haven't had that much fun in a long, long time.
That place was packed. Well,
And then
yeah,
when
100
you
people.
draw 200 people, here's what you do. Don't go to a room that holds 150. Book 2 nights in a row at the Pillar.
Right. 2 sold out nights.
2 sold out nights. Because guess what I can put on my resume?
Yeah, I sold out the Pillar twice.
Back to back sold out nights. Is that more impressive to you,
Yes.
Paul? As somebody who books nationals, if I say, hey, I sold out the Pillar back to back nights,
Right.
is that more impressive than me telling you I drew 150 people?
Nope. It's more impressive to say it's 2 sold out nights. Because most likely I'm not going to go, well, what's the Pillar? I'm going to look that place up. I'm not going to do that.
I
Most
know
likely.
everything, dude. I've been preaching
You know?
this shit for 5 fucking
Right.
years, dude. No one listens, though.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, dude, for coming here tonight, dude. I don't know what time it is. I feel like it's time to wrap up. What time is it?
10:30.
Oh, dude, we're way over on time. Dude, this has been an absolute blast. We're an hour over time, and I had no idea. I was like, I think it's about 9 o'clock, 9:30. We should probably wrap this up soon. Honestly, Paul, this has been one of the best nights that I've had on this podcast.
Yeah, it's been great.
Dude. This has been so enthralling that in 4 hours I only drank 5 beers. I'll drink 5 beers in 2 hours, dude. That's nothing for me. But this conversation has been so enthralling for me and validating, because coming from somebody who's had dramatically more success than me, validate a lot of the things that I've figured out, basically, from watching the same thing. What you talked about earlier, the osmosis, man. I watch what works, I watch what doesn't, and I've been just kind of amalgamating that down and kind of condensing that down and distilling that down into something that I think is measurable. Like, I could almost write a formula down at this point. It's taken years, and it's taken a lot of fucking conversations, man. But I think we're right there now. I think we've started to really figure this out, and I can't express enough appreciation for not only you just coming on this podcast tonight, but what you've already previously done and what you're currently doing. Like, again, just simply going on Care 11 and being like, and there's also a local band to shout out. Like, you didn't have to do that, dude. You didn't have to come on this podcast tonight. You don't have to share this knowledge. You could be a different version of a gatekeeper. You could be an asshole. You could keep all this close to your vest. We kept a couple things, you know, because not everybody deserves all the knowledge. You got to earn some of this shit. You got to kind of get to a level. But, man, dude, you're doing something really special. As a man, as a business, as an entertainer, I commend you, dude. I have an immense amount of respect for what you're doing, and I can't possibly thank you enough, dude.
Hey, well, thanks for having me. Like I said, I do this for the people. That's why I do what I do, because I'm a huge fan of music and a huge fan of bands and just live music. And I mean, I don't want to see it die. I really don't. I don't want to ever see live music go away.
We're resurrecting this motherfucker, dude.
Right.
I will zombify this shit if it takes every fucking last bone in my body.
Yeah.
Will, Jason, do you guys have any personal last-minute questions? Does chat have any last-minute questions we can get for... Will, you got to have something to ask, dude. You're so young. You got to have something you're curious about. Jason, you got anything? No? Bro, either I'm the greatest interviewer of all time or these motherfuckers are gun-shy. Is there anything in chat?
No, chat was just talking about the hog's breath.
No, the ancient times, dude. Yeah. Well, Paul, I would be honored if you would come back in. You know, if you want to do this like every 6 months or a year,
sure,
and just kind of touch base. You know, we'll start generating some slow momentum, dude. Because this is a brick by brick thing that I'm doing here. This isn't a get rich quick. Nobody comes on and blows up. This is we're doing something real, and it's going to take a long time. So
it's funny you say that, because about 3 years ago, when I was gonna maybe just start I didn't know what I was going to do after Emergent had broke up, and I was going to start my own management company. And I got a name and I got a copyright on it. It was called The Foundation, Brick by Brick.
No shit, huh?
Yeah. Because, you know, you can't do any of this stuff if you don't start it brick for brick. I mean,
it's
brick by
gotta
brick.
Be, dude.
Yeah.
And that's my favorite internet cliche right now is brick by brick. I built this algorithm all myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when you stumble across a horrible video and you're like, how is this in my feed? You go to the comments and it's like somebody will go brick by brick. This algorithm is all my own.
Yes.
You know, like
Yes.
like
yes.
That. And then you
That's
just
excellent.
go, nah, bitch, I'm here too. So it's not yours. We're all in this together, man.
Yep.
I love you guys so much. Subscribe. Hit like, subscribe, help us get to 500 subs first so I can get these producers paid even faster. If you want to follow me at Jared Singer Live. If you're interested in the music we played tonight, that's a band I'm in. I can't take credit for writing it. It's a band I'm in called the Montoya Machine. Jeremy's a brilliant songwriter. You can follow us on YouTube, all the internet shit. It's a pretty unique name as far as I'm concerned. May not be the best band name, but it's his deal. And you can just follow it at the Montoya Machine wherever. You got anything left to plug? Any shows coming up? What's popping, dude?
Yeah, you know, I got a big summer coming up here at TI. The one thing that I really would probably the cool thing to be to plug would be my festival, Music by the Mississippi, which is at the end of July down there at TI Amphitheater. It's very music focused on Midwest music, but I do have a couple big headliners this year with Soul Asylum and Shaky Graves and Shane Smith and the Saints on Friday night. Soul Asylum will be on Saturday night with Shaky Graves, but that's a big music festival that I started last year. It's not a huge music festival, but it's my baby, and I started it last year, and we're growing that thing through a very, based small, slowly growing it, so hopefully it becomes a really big thing in the next couple of years. But I'm really looking forward to that. Otherwise, I got a lot of shows. If you want to see what all the shows I got coming this summer, ticasino.com. You can get me on Facebook, just Paul Dockendorf. And go ahead, feel free to reach out. And if you got anything you want to ask me about, go ahead. So, yeah.
Love you guys, man. Jason, get us out of here, dude.